Are there any Polar Express passengers in need of refreshment?
Santa Claus and ho ho ho.
Where's the Tylenol? Welcome to the party, pal.
You'll shoot your eye out, kid.
Son of a nutcracker!
Popo Shisho.
Hee-haw.
Hee-haw. What did I think of that? Cut, print, check the gate, moving on.
Welcome, everyone, to this episode of the Cheap Seat Critics Podcast, where we're covering It's a Wonderful Life for our Christmas specials.
And what a wonderful life it is, Crimson.
Depending on who you ask. George had some thoughts about that.
Poor Georgie. Put the ringer on this one.
I'm one of the hosts, Crimson Maroon.
Hello, I'm a geeky writer.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks. Hope you all had a wonderful Christmas and holiday for this coming out. I have a little gift for you if you'd like to see cool things we do. We have a TikTok and Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and LetterBox and YouTube and Rumble and so many fun things you can see and follow us on. All at Cheap Seat Critics except the Twitter, which is a CRITIX.
Now, Sprinks, what's the return policy on that gift?
Hey, they're all free.
It is free.
For now.
But it's like I forget what it's called, but it's like buy as is. So.
Oh yeah.
It's also easy. Like one subscription is you're good. You're set. You don't have to come back every month. You don't get that email that comes through reminding you. It's like one and done. You're set.
No sneaky charges.
No sneaky charges. No upcharges.
Perfect.
No microtransactions.
No
there's no plotters
early
here.
leaving charges. Yeah, no plotters at all.
So It's a Wonderful Life. Yay! I'm going to be starting off with the standard histories first. I'll throw that first.
Your reaction there made me wish we had Muppets. I could just hear your arms filling in the air when you say that.
I actually did do that. That's pretty funny. That's actually funny. I did do that. We'll start with Sinister.
This is probably like a Christmas movie that I've seen the least of. I really watched it on TV with the family or anything. Our tradition was to watch the Peanuts Christmas special, but I do know this is kind of like, as far as live action Christmas movie goes and like classics, this is like the big one. So I saw this, I think most of it in school. I think we watched it for something in a film class or some kind of, I know we watched it for some reason. I don't think we finished it though. And then I've seen how, for you kids out there that probably don't remember, there's a YouTube channel called How It Should Have Ended, and they did a How It Should Have Ended years ago for It's a Wonderful Life, and it's pretty funny. So I've seen that, and so yeah, I've seen this probably a handful of times. Not like I said, not super familiar with it. It's not my favorite Christmas movie, but it's pretty good.
Sprinks.
This is my first time watching the film. I had never seen it before. I have seen two scenes of this film, which is the lassoing the moon date scene, and then the ending of Zuzu saying, every time a bell rings, which I have seen in other films. That's it. And I guess if you want to count Paper Man being the guy being based off of George Bailey.
That's true.
Well, that was one of the facts for Paper Man.
Oh, okay.
Pepperino. George and Mary or something. I don't remember what the ones.
It's
Mary.
well.
No, I meant Paper Man.
Oh, in the Paper Man. I don't.
We'll go with Mary, even though it's not right. Yeah, Sprinks, the first timer, huge Christmas fan. I was excited to get his thoughts. And same with Ryder, also first time as far as I'm aware. What's your history?
Yeah, first full time through. Like Sprinks, I've seen, I think maybe 4 or 5 scenes out of context. This put them all in context for me. There's no real family tradition surrounding this one. My family is also more of a Peanuts gang family Christmas from Charlie Brown, and we all have our own Christmas movie that we'd like to pick and binge together as a family, and none of us ever picked this because I don't. Yeah, just it wasn't the family tradition one. But on top of the two scenes that Springston mentioned, because I've seen those before, I've seen the the bridge scene, and I've seen the uh I think the World War scene where they go through the town's history about being on the home front for what Georgie did in the home front compared to what Harry did in the fighter plane.
Interesting one to see in isolation.
Yeah, right.
It is a yeah, it's a yeah.
Is it really surprising though, given my YouTube search history is pretty much anime and history?
No. Well, I guess it does fit too because it's all stock footage.
Yeah, I
I
think
mean,
that's
mostly.
a fair bit of it is, and I think that's why I've seen it before. Uh, so yeah, that's my
Alright.
history. So
He's sticking to it.
My history. Uh, it's semi a family tradition. My dad and sister, it's a tradition for them to watch it or try to watch it every year. I If I'm there, I'll watch it, but I'm not always there when they watch it. But so I've seen this maybe 15 times, probably in the ballpark. Uh, I've always enjoyed it. Um, I always found it amusing, and Bruce Almighty when they recreated the whole moon scene, and I think they even show that scene on the TV in that movie as well.
I believe they do.
Yeah, so it has a mark on culture, and I've witnessed a few. But not much
Now,
more to the history. Just, sometimes Christmas.
now, do you like this better than National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, or are they kind of on the same par for a Christmas movie for you?
Very different. One's more an emotional film, and one's a
Well,
comedy.
yeah.
But
I'm
if
curious.
I had a choice between watching one, I would watch Christmas Vacation.
Okay.
More enjoyable because of the laughs.
You don't find this funny? Hee haw? Come on, that's classic.
I gotta follow up after that. What about It's a Wonderful Life and Christmas Story?
You know, those are a bit more in line. Um, that's a toughie. That is a toughie.
I feel like again, I think Christmas Story is funnier. I think that's like the only thing it really has
It
going
is
for it for
funnier,
me. Yeah.
but is it something I'd rather watch?
Well,
You know,
it's
I think
funnier, and
I think I'd do Wonderful Life over that.
really
I
interesting.
have to double check my letterbox and see if I'm contradicting myself.
Hey, you can have a personal opinion that contradicts it. It's fine.
No, I can't. That's against
Oh
my
yeah,
whole
you're right.
shtick.
That's right. Yeah, sorry. How foolish of me.
Can't contradict myself.
It'll blow
forget, am I
all of
the
his sayings out of the water.
yeah, I forget. Am I
Don't
the only
discredit
person
me.
here? Yeah, I forget. Am I the only person here who actively dislikes A Christmas Story?
Nope.
No,
No,
no.
Sprinks is on the
Yeah.
same boat.
Oh,
I don't
thank God.
actively dislike
But
it. I just don't get the whole hype around it.
well,
It's very
I mean,
I
bland.
think
I guess that's more accurate to what my feelings are towards the film.
I think we talked about this earlier. It probably wasn't recorded though. Of you're both on the spectrums of it because I feel like most people, if they grew up with it, they love it. Where like Springs did not see it until he was like almost 20 or in his 20s, so
Yeah,
he
I
doesn't
was
really have
introduced way
the
too late.
I know.
yeah.
I grew up with it, and I still didn't like it as a
Yeah,
kid.
so yes, you organically don't like it, but I think Springs is just saw it too late.
It's in a major award. Yeah, but what is it? It's a
That
quote.
Leg.
that leg was the funniest part of the film. I appreciate that joke. I appreciate that much more as an adult than I did as a kid. But I didn't like anything else in it.
I think it also has a lot of like 50s and like late 40s, early 50s like touchstones that don't really
Uh,
kind of don't really
Spring
literally
Pure Ovaltine.
yeah, I didn't
yeah.
know what
It's a
Ovaltine was.
crummy commercial.
Oh yeah, no, we're talking about another movie now. But like
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
just
Yeah,
thinking,
well, it's fine, yeah.
I'm just thinking of another. I'm just thinking of things that I actually liked in the film now, and I'm like, there's a few times where I'd smile now as an adult, but
Maybe
I
you need to watch it
still
again. When was the
maybe
last time you watched it?
last Christmas because that's
No.
usually a pick for someone else to make for
Yeah,
family.
he gave it his heart and then the very next year
Damn
he gave
it.
it away.
Stole my joke.
Yes. Uh I think it's like one though where I think when you're a kid, you watch it and you relate to the kids a lot, and and everything. And then as you get older, you kind of relate to the parents more. It's usually how I feel like it works.
Yeah, I think
Squidward syndrome.
the funniest joke
Yeah,
I remember from seeing Christmas Story was the best friend getting the soap.
yeah.
Mom, mom, what I do? Ow, ow,
I
ah.
could without saying anything, could you relate to that? Is there a personal experience related to that somewhere?
You just said
Did you eat
without
soap?
saying anything?
Well, like without like being specific, did
Oh,
that
just a
like
yes or
Did
no?
one
bring?
of your mothers? Did one of your
No,
mothers ever?
my mother was never that kind of abusive to me. No.
Okay,
Uh,
I'm just saying because we do have family members that watch this, so without being specific, is there any like ringing out of that in your current life?
it's a
I,
trap.
if you're asking, I have had soap in my mouth before. I'll say that.
Okay, there we go. Okay, yes, that's all I need. See, that's all I needed to know. I always liked that movie though because I like the soap in that movie. It looks really good, but I know it would
The
be
red soap.
yeah, the red
Yeah,
soap. Yeah,
looked like plastic almost.
yeah. Yeah. But anyways, that's a Christmas story. Not
Yeah,
this is
well, let's
also
go.
a
Let's go to history of this film, A Wonderful
yeah,
Life.
this is also a Christmas
This
story, but
is facts.
not in
Whatever.
whatever.
Whatever. One fact. This did not come out during Christmas. This came out in January, January 7th,
All right.
to be
They already
specific.
killed themselves.
No, that's
Okay.
totally fine.
1947.
Completely fine.
It's true. I mean, it's pretty uncommon to have Christmas movies not come out around Christmas, but
Hey,
it's not a rule if they
my favorite
can't.
Christmas movie came out in August.
And for the
Which one was
audience sake,
that?
that would
Oh,
be
Die Hard.
Right.
Not surprised.
we shall
Oh.
sidestep that topic. And we'll move on to box office. The box office. Actually, I'll start with budget. Budget was $3.7 million, which would be, because I calculated that, almost $53 million today.
Whoa.
Big numbers. Not really. I mean, that's not so much for today's movies. That's like right in line with the
That's a
normal
normal
studio.
movie. That's not a Disney movie, but
Yeah. And it was not a box office success. It lost money. It made 3.3 million.
Was it marketed as such being a Christmas movie, or was it just marketed as just like a movie?
I
Like,
mean,
did
they
it
didn't really
have
do that
the?
back then. It was kind of like
It was marketed
movies.
as a movie.
Okay.
As a
The
movie.
trailer showed the end shot where everyone's like throwing in the money, but there's no. So you can see "Merry Christmas" on the top. There's a sign. That's it in the trailer that indicates Christmas in any way.
Yeah,
It's all
I don't
about George and his troubles with life and stuff. So
yeah, shocking as it may be, I think the whole like marketing things as a holiday thing is a fairly I mean, still kind of a new concept. It really wasn't that common up until I think like the 60s or even 70s, I think maybe.
I think it started. Yeah, 60s and 70s is about when that cooked off. I remember there was I remember learning something about history regarding when that started. And 60s, 70s sounds about right. It had something to do with the Coca-Cola ad that
Yeah, there's
really like
Coca-Cola.
blew it up into what we know it as
Yeah,
today.
yeah, there's Coca-Cola, and then like I mean, Christmas albums and stuff have always kind of been like that's been a thing I think before movies and stuff.
Hmm.
Because like Bing Crosby's White Christmas, I mean, that was a that's I mean, it still is. That's a big that's a big seller year, every year. Christmas time comes around, everybody buys that. But so yeah, probably and I'm sure this is like 1946, so it's like right after like the end of the war and everything. I don't know. Maybe they're just it's just like oh, it's just another movie.
right. The next fact. This is
Sorry.
based off a what? No. Based off a short story someone wrote. Someone being Philip Van Doren Stern of I think this is pretty much his big thing. Uh, it was called The Greatest Gift, and he couldn't get a publisher, so he sent a 21-page Christmas card to 200 friends that was it. And one of the friends sent it to a producer, and the producer liked it and bought the rights to it. Kind of cool
Oh,
little origin story there.
that's kind of cool. Yeah.
They Wonderful Life had the first like realistic snow technique of using foamite with sugar and water. Because before this, it was predominantly white painted cornflakes for snow.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Wasn't it?
so this was the first movie to introduce that.
What was it in Wizard of Oz? Wasn't it like
Asbestos.
asbestos? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I said predominantly
Okay.
cornflakes. There were other options, but
There was
the
asbestos
common one
and
was painted snow or cornflakes.
asbestos and lead paint. Wow. I'm amazed not more people died.
Yeah, and they used 6,000 gallons of this fake snow.
Oh my god.
Yeah, large.
Well, yeah. I'm thinking of him running down the street shot where you would have to like just dump it on all over the street in town. So that makes sense.
I think now
Yeah,
there's like they do like I think it's like soap flakes or something.
yeah, something like that.
Uh,
Yeah, the whole street was also a set. They built 72 buildings for that set. It was the largest set made up to that point
That's
in
pretty cool.
any movie.
might even beat Cleopatra. It hadn't come out yet.
Well, this was
Oh, yeah,
43. That's when this came out.
Was it 43?
yeah, this was 43.
Or 43. I thought it was 46.
Never
I
mind.
don't know.
You're right. It's 47 actually.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
well, we were both wrong.
I don't know why I was thinking 43 because that was during World War II, which is this came out after that. I don't, weird. Brain
Weird.
fart. Jimmy Stewart went to World War II. He was a highly decorated soldier. He became. Shoot, I didn't write that fact down. Shoot, this is off memory. Brigadier General. Brigadier something.
Brigadier General?
Shoot.
I it's
Highest ranking actor to be in the military. I think he still holds that rank. And
yeah, I don't mean to, I don't mean to talk down on Jimmy Stewart because I like Jimmy Stewart, but it's hard for me to imagine like the stuttery, being like a hardcore badass. It's very odd.
yeah, and this was his first film after the war.
We're correct. It was Brigadier General.
There's a
All
lot
right.
of
I got a little bit of memory in there. All right. Well, Raider?
yeah. I was just saying there's a lot of people who make the journey between soldier and actor. Uh, the crossover is surprisingly pretty dense.
Yeah. Well, he was an actor before he was a soldier.
Yeah, I mean, it goes both ways. Like
Well,
some
yeah,
people
yeah.
who are
I
soldiers
was
go
like,
into acting and stuff like that.
didn't want to.
Well, after the war, did change his acting style to more serious roles like this. He was more the goofball in all his previous movies.
Mm-hmm. Goofball.
And I have another fact, but I hear Ryder has one as well that happens to be the same one potentially. You want to go with that one?
Yes, in the scene where yeah, the drunken hat scene is what we've taken to calling it, right?
Yeah.
When the old man steps off the screen to the side or out of the camera, we hear a loud crash and him apologizing. That was an accident that happened on set. Someone dropped a box full of props, and they just rolled with it. And the person who dropped the pops ended up getting $10 from the director because they improved the sound of the film.
Yep. $10 bonus.
And for confusion, that old
$10.
man is Uncle Billy.
Yes.
Yeah, Uncle Billy. Yeah.
Oh, Billy. Billy!
That is it for my fact section. There might be a couple I'll sprinkle while we cover it. We'll leave it there.
Who directed this movie?
Copra, something Copra.
Frank Capra.
I don't write that stuff. Sorry.
Hey,
Not part of Crimson's coverage.
It's not part of my
not
coverage.
Well, that's why you got me here.
We are doing an act popcorn structure, 5-act popcorn structure. First act consisting of the beginning to the dance, where they're doing the Charleston.
Charleston,
Charleston.
Charleston, everybody do the Charleston.
Yes, I wrote down
I
that a Charleston contest writer would win.
I wouldn't.
yeah, I don't think
Uh,
I
I would be against the wall.
I don't know if I'd win, but I'd make an effort.
You'd be top 3.
Make the
you would
podium.
I'd be swimming.
Uh, yeah, I mean, I'll take us to somewhere if we're
Go
ready
on,
to hop onto the film.
take us anywhere, please.
Yeah, I actually, because I don't, I do, I've seen stuff in this film before. I didn't have any context for everything. I immediately connected the bridge scene to that I had seen before with this beginning with everyone praying for our main character and realizing that he was potentially going to make a choice that would endanger his life. Um, but I thought it was a pretty interesting way that they did it. They had everyone praying for him, and then they used like the talking stars for the angels, which I don't know. I don't think I've seen that before, so it was new for me on as far as that was concerned, and I quite enjoyed that.
I think
The stars being angels.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the at the very beginning here when they're giving Clarence the assignment, pretty much to earn his wings. So
I do
before
like
we
the
start
idea of
going
them.
through the life and everything, yeah,
Yeah, I do like the idea of them being stars. I think that's a kind of a cool idea. But it
yeah.
was really cool for me because I realized that that's a the in Futurama there's a reference to it technically because um they have I don't think he's really actually like a god, but like they have like a star system that is basically God or something in Futurama, and it kind of does it's like the twinkling thing. It's not obviously it's a lot more you know well detailed than in this version, but I was like, oh, that's like a little reference.
It's something with these stars. If they are truly stars, man, Clarence just destroyed a whole bunch of solar systems, probably. Just
Oh yeah,
zooming
just
across the
evisceration.
universe.
Yeah, I did. It's funny you brought that up. I'm like, I'm just gonna assume for the sake of the film that these aren't real stars, but
Yeah. It's more of a concept than a literal interpretation.
It's all about the concept.
because yeah, and that's a lot of souls dead.
Completely obliterated.
SOS, save our souls.
Sprinks, you got a popcorn?
Well, just a question. All is it being shown or not depicted? I guess guessed or presumed that all 3 of these voices of the stars are all an angel, or is one of them God?
What? Well, there's
It's
definitely a
just
leader amongst them. I don't know if it's God or like a head angel. I don't
Well, the
know.
Main guy's name is Joseph.
yeah.
I don't think that I don't think God
Joseph was the
calls up.
side guy.
I
Was it?
assumed it was Gabriel, right? Was the lead angel?
No, that would be Peter. Sorry, that's a
Michael's the head.
really stupid Peter Gabriel thing.
Peter
Yeah.
Gabriel.
Yeah, I know. I just cold stare at the TV at the computer screen. But yeah, no.
What are you
I
talking
think
about? We're all in
I
the same
think
room.
I think there is definitely supposed to be a hierarchy, but I don't think any of them are supposed to be God.
That's something I couldn't identify.
Yeah,
It's God would
most
know. He wouldn't have to be informed, right?
yeah. Assuming if this is supposed to be the Christian Catholic God, he is supposed to be all knowing and stuff like that. So that's my presumption. So I viewed this as like they're the angels just doing part of the work for him, I guess, because most films for a majority of the time tend to shy away from showing God or tend to not portray God in any literal sense because it's trying to capture something that's too big to be put on screen. So it's kind of like it falls into the less you show, the better it is. Kind of. We usually, as a rule, when it comes to depicting God in media. Um,
Yeah.
so that's why I just assumed it was going to be the angels. They were just angels, even though there is a hierarchy.
Okay, well, I'll jump to something then. The actor for Little George.
Little
I think
George.
that was great casting. Looked like
Looked
him.
yeah.
He felt like the same acting, like the same mannerisms and stuff. It seemed like a real Little George.
I'm trying to remember. I think I only had one issue with his acting in general, but otherwise, I think he did a great job. And as you say, capturing the mannerisms and everything, it definitely felt like a much younger version of who we're going to come to see for the rest of the film.
The only thing I'm curious, I wonder if they like did something with his eyebrows.
Something fishy with the
Like
eyebrows.
makeup or
No, like yeah, like makeup because I feel like I don't know to make them like be more, like Jimmy Stewart or whatever. I wonder if they did something.
I didn't come across anything like
I don't. I
that,
mean, it's
but
not a. I'm just
perhaps.
that would be the easiest. I mean, thing you could just do to just 1940, 647.
maybe. I
Right.
think we should also point out, just for knowledge, we all watched the black and white version.
That's true.
I wanted
Crimson
to forget the
specifically
color version.
informed us
I made
not to
sure.
do the colored version.
And I'll throw it
Okay.
out there: the colored one is regarded as a good colorized version of a black and white film, but I don't think it captures it as well as just the original.
My stance on it is Jimmy Stewart and the director both disowned those versions, so that's my stance on it.
That
Yeah.
is the stance.
Detail I did like at the beginning is the credits are actual hand-drawn imagery. They're actually just like moving pages.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they didn't use PowerPoint or anything.
Why did that make me laugh?
Uh,
Yeah.
that was meant as a joke, not a jab. Sprinks, just throwing that out there. Because I think it could be
Uh,
read that way. Yeah. Hot dog. I've never used that. I've never heard anyone use that nowadays. I'm sure that was
what?
probably popular in the
Uh,
40s.
Wait, what?
Saying hot dog.
You
uh,
Hot
never heard
dog.
of that?
yeah.
I've never heard a modern person use that. I've heard it
Oh,
as a
that's
thing. I've
I've
never heard
used
somebody actually using it.
I've
our
used it
esteemed
once in my life.
our esteemed past guest Broadway says it all the time.
I don't talk to Broadway all that often.
I've used it once in an exclamatory fashion where I slapped my thighs.
He slapped his thighs together.
No, I mean like I smacked my thighs in the
I
palm.
know, I know, but I like the idea of you smacking your thighs too.
Okay, whatever paints the better picture for you. Sister.
Okay, I see now.
You got Mickey Mouse saying it all the time.
That's what I'm saying.
Hot
They got a whole
dog,
song
hot
about it.
dog. Oh,
I was
hot
saying a
dog.
real person. I haven't heard it.
Walt Disney's a real person.
Walt Disney isn't Mickey Mouse, so that didn't equate.
What are you saying, huh?
That's a bold
That was a good
claim.
impression.
Thank you.
I did look this up for fun. You can lose hearing in one ear if you fall into cold water, but it needs to be repeated. So I
Yeah.
assume Georgie has just saved his brother many times in order to facilitate this hearing loss.
Yeah.
Or
What you
just
can
falling in
assume.
cold water a lot.
It's also true. I mean, they are skating on ice. It's definitely a possibility.
Doesn't always
that
have
it's
to be
happening.
for Harry.
I'm there's something about this. I will say the only thing I don't really have a problem with it, because I know like cold water. It usually it's much different than if you're just
This is for the audience to clarify. This is like ice cold water. There was a sheet of ice
yeah
above it.
yeah
So.
yeah sheet of ice above it. Yeah,
Maybe he
I
broke his stirrup. Maybe he
and
banged his
then
head on a piece of ice and
yeah. Well, because I was saying
broke his
like
stirrup.
I remember it being like a bigger pond, like a bigger body of water from when I saw this before. So then when I was like, oh, it's a little pond, and he was just kind of almost looking like treading water. I was like, I don't think he would have drowned. But I'm also gonna clarify that when you hit cold water, your body reacts differently than if you're just like in
The
ice cold water, your body will react differently, and you'll be in shock. You won't.
the
Uh,
only the only note I'll add to what you're saying, Sinister, is that the larger the body of the water, the more it tends to retain heat. So the smaller the body of water, the colder it can get
okay.
as easily. So
I don't. I mean, I
So
guess they're just stupid kids, but just them sledding down into an open end of water seems real dumb.
yeah, that was a weird. I kind of wish there was a little bit more of a safety
um,
precaution or something.
They didn't have phones to distract them. They had to
I guess you're
Oh
find
right.
no, no,
whatever
no,
they
that's
could.
fine. It's just it's already cracked open at the unless it's supposed to be a hard cut of it breaking when it goes to Harry. That's not
No,
how
I
I
think
saw it at all.
I think it is supposed to be a hard cut slash break when it comes to Harry. Because I'm trying to remember when Georgie slid down. I don't remember there being a break in the ice.
Well, he didn't slide as far.
That's also true.
Well, no, but you get an angle to see the end of the lake, though.
If it was
Puddle.
and if it was an open ended side of the river or the pond or whatever that they're sliding down on, yeah, I'll definitely take a little more issue with that because the kids would be smart enough to angle their sledding away from it.
I don't
One
know
would
about that. I think there'd just be more talk of like,
be
oh, how
careful.
close can you get?
Oh, you mean like a daring situation?
Yeah,
That
because
would have
that
added a
seems to be
different.
the only hill to be able to
Yeah,
sled
there would
down.
have been that would definitely added a variation to the scene if there was a sort of like daring bravado kind of thing to the scene.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I'll say I didn't see it as a hard cut ice break. I saw it as it was broken the whole time.
And
That's
I always
odd.
saw it as it breaking, but I never really paid too much attention to it. So I'll next time I watch it, I'll be paying attention to that.
Wait, you're not watching it right now?
I'm not
Oh,
crazy, I know.
great.
We get Mr. Gower because we get introduced to
Yeah.
so many characters in this film,
Oh my
at least
gosh.
through names. There's
Yeah.
a lot of names in this.
I kept thinking because of his appearance, I kept thinking his name was Mr. Dower. He was really dour man.
Yeah, I also wrote down Dower with a D for a fair majority of whenever he's brought up.
I also did in the beginning until I put on subtitles and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm doing that wrong.
I guess to go along with this, I had it as Gower. The G.
Dower.
Yeah. On that note, because this is the store owner, right? The
Yes.
like the
Yeah,
ice cream shop
the
owner.
druggist. The druggist.
Yeah, the
Yes.
druggist slash ice cream shop owner, whatever. It was I think that like they do a good job of like Georgie figuring out what's wrong and why his boss is so distraught, and also just the actor does a good job of playing just a broken man.
I mean, the introduction to
Yeah.
the character is day drinking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they do a
But
wonderful. Yeah, they do a wonderful job characterizing. Actually, this is a comment that I could spread to the rest of the film as well. They do a very good job of quick characterization with whoever you're being introduced to. They do it with Mr. Potter. They do it with Mr. Gower. They do it with
Billy, Sam, Harry,
Mary.
even
Harry,
Nick,
Violet.
Bailey Senior.
Martini,
Yeah, they do. It's one of those.
Tom.
It's one of the. It's one of the. I think both the actors and their script working in close tandem because the actors are doing a good job with what limited screen time they have to get across their character, and also the script is just very efficient with how they introduced all their every character on screen. And Mr. Gower here being one of the focal points of Georgie's early life, I think is very. It was very important for them to get this first one right, and I think they nail it pretty much.
Yeah, put enough time in them because we get a lot of introductions, especially at the dance at the end of this act here, where they're very quick with names. Oh, this is my friend. This is his friend. Or all the relations. Hey, my sister. Very quick.
Sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get introduced to Sam, who pops up here and there throughout the whole film. But Mr. Gower here, I think they put just the right amount of focus on.
Yeah. Needed the extra bit of focus because this is most of George's childhood is in a flashback pertaining to him. So I think they did a good job with it.
And then them using him as like a transitional piece to him being adult, I guess air quotes. He's like 18, even though he looks 30.
Yeah,
Shopping for
Oh,
luggage.
yeah, he's getting a luggage bag, and Mr. Dower is the one that fronted the money out for him. It just shows that he maintained the good relationship the entire time, which is going to be one of the themes of this film.
How old do we think Mr. Gower is?
well, he lived for about another like 20 years at least, so I think he's supposed to be like 50,
Yeah, I'm
60.
going. My guess would be late 20s, early 30s when we first meet him, and then in the next scene we see him here, he's going to be adding on years to that, pretty much. That's what I assumed that they were
You
trying to do.
think he's 30? I don't know.
Well, we're going with the timeline. How old is you think is between Kid George and Adult George by the end?
Well,
Well,
he's
there's
a little.
points where they talk
He's not
about it.
40.
like he's not 18 when
When he
we
makes
see him with the suitcase. He's like in his 20s because he
Yeah.
had to wait an extra couple years to save up money
no, he makes
for
the
college.
deal with Mr. Potter, and he's 28. When he wants to go to college, but because of his father's death, it's 4 months, and then he has to wait for Harry, which is 4 years,
4 years.
He's 24.
and then
Well,
he's
no,
28
then he's
when he has the meeting.
yeah. So
So when he has a family and everything, I guess he's 33, 34 is my best guess because of the age of his children.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what
no, his
I was
oldest
thinking
kid
around
is
34.
probably like 8. He might be a little older.
no,
Trying to think
well,
how
no, because the
we don't
war would
really
have just
know.
ended. So that would have been 1945, and it's like starts in 1918.
Well, true. I'm trying to think of the end, like his son, his oldest son. How old do you think he is?
Looks like 6 or 7.
6 or 7? Okay.
I'd say
I will
around
have to go.
7.
He's the actor's probably not 6 or 7, but we have to kind of go with
Yeah, I'm
somewhat of
thinking of
a
that, and
yeah.
then the 9-month period of being pregnant. When we see Mary talk about the baby, she doesn't have any signs of pregnancy, which is what shocks George. So that's about 8 year added on. Yeah, George could be like 37 at the end of the film.
He's in his little mid to late 30s. I guess we
And
can
is young
call it that.
George, how old's young George? 12?
Probably safe.
It's
I
weird
thought
though
they made a
because
comment of him like going to
He's
school and then
working.
his job afterwards.
yeah, but
Yeah.
Showed
they
how.
don't say like how old he is though.
Oh, okay.
They just say like, oh yeah, for a couple of weeks or like a month or something, he couldn't go to school, back into it or something.
I mean, I guess we could try to calculate because the opening is from
19.
1919.
Yeah,
So it's,
Yes, and
yeah,
the party is
1919.
1928.
Yeah.
so 9 years.
So, but we don't know how old he is there. We
Well,
can go off the
he's
27 mark from Potter, though. We know what year that was. Was
yeah.
that 44 when he said that?
No, that would have been so 1928 or whatever is when the dance is, and then 4 years or whatever go by while his brother's at college. So he's 20. So that would be 32. So 1932 is when he has the meeting, roughly 1932, 1933.
So 14 and so that would be 12 then, around 12.
Okay, so 26 years have passed for Mr. Gower. So if what
Yeah,
the writer's saying he's 30, then when we see
like
him
50.
older, he's in his 50s. If we're going
Yeah.
off of what Sinister said, where he's like 50 or 60, then he's like in his 70s going on 80.
Which is possible. He doesn't look young.
Man hasn't aged a day.
No, that's
neither is
Mr. Potter. Yeah, Mr.
Yeah.
Potter hasn't aged at all.
Yeah, that's one of my more minor issues.
I don't know. I think that kind of, I mean, because he's supposed to be like evil or whatever, and I always thought that kind of fit. Like, oh yeah, of course, like the most,
You
and
found
he's not physically
the
very
fountain of
well.
youth.
No, like just like like a theme or something of like, oh yeah, there's always going to be like this bad, element or whatever, I don't know, people that are really, you know, not good for, society or whatever, usually live a really long time. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Usually
That's
the good people,
horribly funny, but true.
yeah, usually the good people die young.
So I'll jump to Mary and Violet to get introduced to both of them as well here. Very quick to get their personalities through, even at the age they're at.
Oh, George Bailey, I'll love you to the day I die.
Into your deaf ear, but you could definitely still hear it with your working ear.
No, you can't,
Own a
remember?
quiet drugstore? Yeah.
The funny thing is, I always you're right, which is why I just assumed that he just pretended not to hear.
But no,
That's what I have to
no.
go with, but that's not how they played it off.
Yes, I know.
It'd be nice if they referenced that at some point in the film. I heard you over the counter when we were kids, Mary. That's when I realized
Mary.
I didn't want you. I still wanted Violet for some reason. I don't know.
I will say, going forward, we'll probably bring it up a couple more times. I feel like Violet is kind of one of the fat characters of this, and that I mean, like I think you could take Violet out, and the film would still basically play the same.
Yeah. She
Mostly,
doesn't
yeah.
have any ties to the money problems. She doesn't really cause any drama. There's the lipstick stuff, but that doesn't really play a big part
Yeah,
in
that doesn't like
anything.
go anywhere.
So he could be removed, I suppose.
Yeah, I'd
And
agree with that for the most part. I think if they wanted to have Violet have a stronger presence, I mean, because Georgie, I think in her later scenes, Georgie's just one helping her out, like loaning her money to help her with things.
Yeah.
well,
Which it
like,
would be interesting to show that they still have. It's interesting to see that they still have a deep friendship between one another. Um, but they don't really
I
do
feel like,
anything with it. So, which is
yeah,
why I'm in agreement that I think you could remove her.
yeah, because I know it seems like they set up a couple of things, or some potential for her to like maybe it's like, oh, like the scandal or whatever, that, oh, he's married and he's with this woman, or whatever, something like that could have been a factor, and they kind of hint at that, but then it doesn't really go anywhere, and yeah, she just kind of is there. There's potential, but I don't really feel like they do anything worthwhile with any of it.
How do you feel about that, Springs?
Um, I don't.
Why?
Cutting out the character in visual, fine. Keeping in talks of a character of another girl, I don't think. I think should stay, because there's jealousy shown to Mary at points. It's brought up with Potter as just another point to make against George. I think those should stay because they have an effect.
Yeah, a little effect, but there is an impact. Yeah.
I mean, hey, if the point of the movie is one person's impact on life can change everything, taking away Violet changed the whole film.
You bring up a great point. The fact that we could discuss she could be removed could be a problem. She doesn't leave an impact, really.
Now, something I noticed that this film does a lot, because I think it's just the time of the film, but the first one I caught, it has a lot of hard cuts to next scenes
Yeah.
or continuations of scenes that are real jumpy. And one I caught
I
was in Mr. Bailey's office when George goes in trying to talk to his dad, and Mr. Bailey cuts from the back of his desk right up to the front.
Yeah, I have that note in my notes too. Yeah, there's a few continuity errors like that are in the film.
I feel like most of them, I mean, I noticed, but didn't. I mean, they didn't. Wasn't a big
They
thing.
don't break the film. It's just
There's only no. I was gonna say there's one time in the whole movie where like they were really, really bad, and we're not there yet. I'm gonna save it for that point. But
Yeah.
yeah, there is a point where I'm like, okay, these are bad cuts, but I'm not.
The location start with a B.
Yes, it does. Yeah, it's
Okay,
very.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
We'll get
it's
there.
yeah, we will.
Yeah,
But
it's
I feel
just
like for the
on
most
to
part,
the time
yeah.
of the
Well, yeah,
film being made, because like the camera could have just run out of film and they just had to like, you know, put in a new roll of film, and then it's like stay in your position. It's kind of like how they did Bewitched, the show. Anytime there was like magic, or I Dream a Genie, where everyone had to freeze and then they put something in and then
yeah.
unfreeze. So I guess they could have done around that a little.
And they did
It
that
was
with the was it Ernie the cop? No, Ernie was a taxi driver.
Bert,
Bert.
yeah.
Bert with Clarence. They
when
did
he
that.
vanishes.
Mhm,
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, there's a. I think for the most part, it's just like of the era editing stuff. It's not so much, you know, a problem. There's only, like I said, there's only really one
Byproduct
scene
of
where
the
I'm,
time.
yeah, there's only one scene where I'm like, okay, that's just bad, and I don't know how they how anybody ever kept their job after editing that together, but
There weren't
If we're
many
thinking the
editors
same
back in the
thing,
day.
it's not great. I agree.
yeah,
And, a good moving on a little bit. Good thing Gower has a bottle that just says poison on it.
Yeah, it's true.
yeah. I was trying to read what it said on the back that was like what it actually was. I mean, it's still poison, but I was trying to figure out what it like.
Well, the
You know,
label is kind of scratched off. You can really tell what
it
it
looks
said.
like fluoxetine or something, or Flintstein or something. I don't know.
I actually thought he was trying to kill himself at first,
Yeah, that's
and
what
then
I thought too. Yeah,
then I realized it was a prescription that he wasn't that wasn't going to go out.
I thought Mr. Gower had something against Mrs. Blaine about his son's death,
that would
like
be
putting
He's
blame
like,
on her
"Good
somehow.
riddance, good riddance. Your son's dead, Gower.
yeah.
Give
You
me
have
my
like
prescriptions."
diphtheria or whatever. The kid that he was supposed to give the pills to, something
Huh?
like diphtheria. The pills were supposed to go to a kid who had like diphtheria.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hope they got the right prescription eventually.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think they. I hope so.
Um, one of the things I do like is that Georgie wishes for $1 million over the fire lighter thing. Both when he was a kid, and he also does it as an adult when he stops by to thank him for the suitcase.
What
It was
is
a
that?
nice. That's one of the examples of where I thought they do a good job of bringing just the thoughtful echo, kind of helping to echo the character, I suppose. So it's easing our transition into an older version of Georgie.
I agree.
I'm trying to figure what's that novelty thing. What is it? I don't really
I
understand.
I looked
It's a
that up
lighter.
a couple of years ago. It's a cigar lighter.
Oh, okay.
Because
So
I was
what?
also like, "What the heck is the point of that
So it's not
cigar
like
lighter?"
a wishing thing or whatever. It's just like
No,
he's just doing.
no.
Oh,
Yeah.
to a
Okay.
He
kid.
just turned that into. He just turned it into a tradition.
Okay. Kind of like hee haw.
Yeah.
I like the detail that after Mr. Gower kind of beats on George in the confusion, George is on the right side of the screen while backing up so we can clearly see the bleeding of his left ear.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
cloud him pretty
Actually,
good.
yeah. That was actually what caused the deafness, not the frozen light.
So
Probably.
finalized it.
That,
He
that's
was on the road to recovery.
Yeah. There. Yeah. So it's amazing. It's really lucky that he didn't fling like. I'm sure there's some like goofs or whatever. What do they call
Gag
them? Out.
reel.
Yeah, a gag reel of that kid just throwing chocolate ice cream on the little girl who plays Mary several times.
Why?
Early out there. You know,
Yeah,
somebody
like,
takes these things are.
cause you look at him, he's got the spoon and he's just like tossing it at her. He's like goading her.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Unless,
she doesn't know where coconuts are from, so that's why he felt
that's
the need to.
it's a very common thing for 1918 or 1919 or whatever. Most people didn't even know, what the sky was.
But they're from
Yeah,
Tahiti, the Fiji Islands, the Coral Sea.
Now, actually, Writer, how accurate is that to now? Is that or is he just naming off a bunch of places sounds smart?
Where coconuts come from?
Yeah.
I think that's accurate. I don't remember all the stuff he
A
said.
baby coconut and a
Tahiti,
male coconut.
Fiji Islands,
Doesn't
Coral
say
Sea.
much.
The only one I'm not sure about is the first one. The rest of those sound correct to me.
Edie.
I do like
No,
that
this
at a
no,
young age, we're introduced to him wanting to have a fascination of travel.
yeah,
Yeah,
which
Dreamer.
will ironically go nowhere.
It's the characters that went on the journey, not the person, not the physical.
Oh, you got a nice little thing in there.
He
It's
traveled to an alternate dimension.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's true. I will say Tahiti does have coconuts because I remember Marlon Brando. He had an island in Tahiti, and he would make like those what are they called?
Pina colada,
No, no, no.
lime in
The
the
candy
coconut,
with the coke. No, the candy with the
almond
coconut. What's it
joys.
called? He would make almond
Yeah.
joys with yeah, he would make almond joys with like he just melt chocolate on coconut or whatever, and make little like island almond joys.
Also in Agents of Shield, you get to see some in Tahiti
What, coconuts or almond joys or
coconuts.
coconuts? Cool.
Thankfully, there's no almond joys in Agents of Shield.
Well,
What about Mounds bars?
Just as bad.
worse.
Shots fired. Bam, bam.
Bam. Never seen a human being eat a Mounds bar in my life.
You know someone in here that does that.
We can change that today.
All right.
It's true.
I don't think there's anything else. I feel like they do a pretty good job with is it Anne or Annie, the housekeeper?
Annie.
Annie.
Annie. Okay. I feel like they do a pretty good job. Not. I mean, it's still a stereotype. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's still a stereotype, but I feel like she gets a couple lines in that I feel like for the time wouldn't
Yeah, it's
normally have.
got some back sass in there.
Yeah, so I think they did a pretty good job. The only thing I don't that made me uncomfortable was when Harry like slaps her back.
Spectre and
Yeah, I was like, okay,
yeah, there's definitely like, oh, this is a product of its time moments for me. Like when the boss was slapping the kid. Like I don't condone hitting
yeah,
kids. We got this Harry over being overly flirtatious with the maid who can't really do much but poke
yeah,
fun at it. There's definitely some moments like that where he's like, yeah, the film's showing its age, but
yeah,
I am happy that she's still like you said, sinister. She got like she didn't take she wasn't verbally abusive, but she got some back sass in her, which was nice.
yeah, yeah. Which, like I said, I feel like most like 30s and 40s movies, most of that would not be in there. So I got to give it credit for that. But yeah, that's the only scene that really was like, that's really showing its age is. I mean, other than the kid getting slapped around is that one scene with Harry and Annie. But like I said, for the most part, it's surprisingly pretty up to date, I think.
Yeah, I mean, she almost felt like a family member, not just a worker. And
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of how it was back then. There was a, I mean, this is gonna be a terrible segue, but there's stories of like slaves going back to their owners' families even when they were set free because they had attachment to their children because they were they helped teach them and stuff like that. There was a level of interconnectivity that did happen while it was on the rarer side. So like she does come across as a member of the family, which is it works, I think, in the short time that we have with her.
on the topic of things being like aged out, in particular the slapping thing, the interesting thing to think about, because if they were to remake this movie in like a modern setting, I feel like the Gower scene without the slapping wouldn't be as impactful.
Yeah.
Because if they made it today in a modern setting, it would just be like a shouting at him. But I think it adds more with the whole physical part as well. Not
I
that I
agree.
condone hitting kids. I do not condone hitting kids. But I'll throw that.
I only condone it if it's fake and funny.
Yeah, fake and funny.
Yeah,
Fake and
I
funny.
agree. I tend
Well,
to agree with that.
actually, I mean, this wasn't funny either. It just fit
No, this
the
was not funny.
It
Yeah,
was
but
fit what they're
uncomfortable,
going
but
for.
the discomfort adds to the scene.
yeah, because I don't think you're supposed to find it uncomfortable. That's like you're not supposed to enjoy it. Yeah, like it's supposed to be like, oh wow, that guy's really off the rails or whatever, which he is. His son died, and he almost killed a kid twice. He slapped George around, and he also almost gave the kid poison pills.
What you throwing down?
Okay, okay, all right.
Something I think they did well as well is the narration and with all the flashbacks. I don't think they threw in too much. They came in when they needed to be. I like how they paused the movie when George was like, "And I want it this big," and I
This is
like the space
George.
during that.
Oh, this is
They know how
George.
to pace stuff. I think in this
Yeah,
pretty well.
I agree. Now I'm curious. I'm trying to get all these kind of asides out of the way kind of early so we can get through this. Do you think this you could kind of have we kind of lost something in storytelling a little bit? Because this movie is sort of I mean this movie didn't do very well at the time, but now it's considered like a classic. In the same way that kind of Casablanca was sort of like a people were just like it's an okay movie, and now it's that's also a classic. So, do you think it's like has something to do with the timing, or is it just it's like oh you don't know how good you have it until it's you don't really have those anymore.
Well,
Uh,
interesting history of this film that might actually help answer that a little bit is in 1974 the copyright lapsed, so every network was playing this during Christmas because they didn't have to pay for anything. So it started to become a family's traditions watching it, and then copyright got back in 1994, which was quite a gap. And I think it just stayed within the public at that point because everyone at that point watched it as kids, and then they show it to their kids.
yeah, got good word of mouth, I think
Yeah,
for sure.
the
And
same
I
thing
guess
happened with like George Romero's Night of the Living Dead that didn't have a copyright on it, or the copyright never got filed, and so it was just public access for years.
yeah. To I guess my take on that is that when something has a particular quality about it, whether it be from its writing or if it's groundbreaking in filmmaking or both, it will typically stand the test of time fairly well. Um, and then when something lacks, the quality in writing or the quality in filmmaking or something to that effect, it typically won't usually. So
It's forgotten.
mm, I mean, that would be the only pattern I can really draw over the broad spectrum of everything that I've seen from when film for everything that I've seen by the early films
Yeah,
like this or modern ones.
and I guess like right now with this with I think just specifically with Casablanca and It's a Wonderful Life, we have about 70, 80 years of hindsight, almost
It's true. Yeah, it
to
helps a lot.
so like okay those have lasted 70 odd years or 80 odd years, and uh where and I wonder if some of the things that are out now for us or came in the last 5 or 6 years, will those have the same staying power? And we won't know probably until
We're in
many
our
many years,
50s.
yeah, until we're in our 50s, or
Like I
whatever,
said,
or, if we know.
usually you can guess just based on the quality of whatever you're watching or experiencing. You can make guesses, but that's pretty much the best you can do. You know.
Yeah, I mean,
I also
yeah,
think back then, at least with the stuff I've watched, they focus a lot on character stuff, and I feel like a lot of movies today, a lot of it's towards whatever the plot is. So like Star Wars, you gotta destroy the Death Star, stuff like that. But in here, it's all about just the characters' hurdles over themselves, stuff like
Yeah.
that, or
Well,
against other characters, like 12 Angry Men. It's all just people talking to each other. There's nothing going on there.
Mm.
Casablanca's plot, it's a bit more in depth, revolving on the plot and less characters, but still pretty character focused on that one as well.
In a strange way, you bring up Star Wars. Star Wars is a good example of where I think both characters and plot work in tandem. There is definitely an aspect to the plot that's now included because we've reached a point where technology can start showing that sort of fantastical things, but it's still deeply focused on the characters. Where because a lot of people remember mostly the characters from that story, and the same goes go for Indiana Jones. I would say picking another thing from around that era, which was people mostly remember the character Indiana Jones from that film, even though there is a plot aspect. There's a MacGuffin to work around in the plot. Again, it's still a character that's driving the inherentness of that story forward. So
I guess when I said Star Wars, I was thinking sequel trilogy in my head.
well, you said Death Star specifically. I'm like, that's why I didn't go to sequel trilogy.
I didn't remember. I didn't remember the name of the super one from Force Awakens, the giant one.
No, that's fair. It's Star Killer based.
The planet-sized one, Star Killer.
Yeah, the Planet Destroyer, so the Star Destroyer.
I've only seen Force Awakens once.
Yeah, it's fair.
Most in the rest of the world. I guess Sprinks, did you have anything to on this topic?
On this topic? No, I don't think so.
Anything on any topics?
Yes.
Pacing, narration, anything of your own.
Who's the luggage owner? Is it Joe?
I think
the guy who's selling him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ones that selling the luggage.
Yeah, the guy's such a prankster. Why do he was like playing George for like, oh yeah, this luggage. By the way, while you're looking at that, this one's already paid for you. Why not start with that?
Yeah. Well, because you don't get the fun.
Well, was he trying to be like a sleazy businessman trying to get him to buy 2 luggages or?
No, I don't think. No, I don't think if Georgie was prepared to pay for one, I think he would have surprised him. That's the thing is I got from it that scene was just he was just having fun with Georgie in a harmless way.
Gift. Like if George just walked in like, hey, Mr. Gower gave you this luggage. George, oh, cool, that's awesome. But he's building up like, okay, I'm getting this suitcase. And like, hey, turns out that's been paid for. Oh my god. It's a bigger reaction.
Oh my god!
Oh my lord! I still talk to that man.
Oh good heavens!
What am I doing talking to him still? I haven't worked for him since I was 12.
So then it was a good assumption on Mr. Gower's part that George would just come in to get luggage.
I mean, everyone knows
surprised by
George wants to leave. He's surprised by the
surprised
gift.
he's surprised that like, oh, I don't have to pay for this.
Yeah, but Mr. Gower knew he was going to get luggage then, right?
Everyone did.
Yeah.
When he was walking down the street, everyone's like, "Go, George! Enjoy your adventures and stuff." So
it's definitely small town vibe here for this one as well.
Everybody knows.
Seems like everybody knew he was going somewhere at that point.
He was gonna I think he was gonna go to like New York and Europe or whatever and then go to college, something like that. Something like that.
Yeah. Trying to remember the events. There's a lot of timeline stuff in here.
Yeah, we're kind of a lot of.
I think he was going to travel while his brother took over the business for 4 years and then come back, right? That's what the.
Yeah. He
was going to go to college, travel to where his college is, build stuff, and then come back.
Build stuff.
100-story buildings.
I don't think it reached that point quite yet because his father has to pass away, and that's what keeps him here.
Well, yeah, no, but that's like right after the dance.
That's the first
yeah, which he then ends up spending on his dad's business or whatever.
Always focused on everybody else.
I guess that falls into another geography question I had is like, how far is New York from Bedford Falls? Because Bedford Falls is fictitious.
Yeah,
but it's relatively close to New York, I'm guessing.
I've read that it's supposed to be like, well, there's Rochester, which is, you know, close to is in the New York area. It's kind of the sleepy area of New York, like Woodstock. I read somewhere where it's supposed to be based on, but then people said also that that wasn't true. So I don't know. It is supposed to be like adjacent to New York, or I mean, it's supposed to be set in the state of New York, but I don't know how far any of those places are technically to the city
Okay.
of New York.
Because towards the end, I got a question about something, but I just didn't know about geography.
Yeah, everything I looked into was pretty much what Sinister said. The going theory is like upstate New York, but there's no definitive actual answer.
It's just supposed to be like kind of any town, really, anywhere, any small town anywhere, basically. But for somewhat geographic purposes, to make New York be somewhat of an attainable dream, it's in New York.
Well, I guess that does help with sight a bit more, being at far east for the time period. Because that would be
Yeah.
most civilized, built up than if it's on, West Coast.
Like you said, civilized.
Well, yeah,
They
being
have
in
more buildings.
1919
Yeah.
or 1928 on the West Coast at the time, that's a little more wild and untamed. Probably not as many towns built up.
Right, this is 1940. It's not the gold rush.
No,
But,
1947 of the film being made. I mean the time period of, the dance is 1928. But 1928 New
The
York.
California Gold Rush is in 1848. So the West Coast would have been probably more expansive. So like it hasn't reached the level of how built up the East Coast is, but there is definitely heavy expansion work going on right now. Especially with all the or as this story goes along, there's all the FDR and policies to get out of the Great Depression and things like that will it helped speed that process along with all the all the international roads and highways that are built during that and stuff like that. Because by the time we reach the 1940s, we have a very booming economy.
Yeah, so I think
And
it's just helpful
at that point, the
this
West
is
Coast
set
is built up.
New York.
So we would just like to iterate that the East and West Coast around the same time would have been much closer than originally we assumed, I guess.
well, I think like L.A. became like a city in like the 1910s or something. And
Well, yes, we also have to remember the Great California earthquake of San
Yeah,
Francisco earthquake of
San Francisco earthquake of 1906.
in 1918.
Yeah, bunch of earthquakes. But yes, in general, to sum it up, New York would be more advanced and more established than the West.
Gotcha. Well, following that, when Harry comes out of the kitchen to go to the party and he's got like pies with one on his head, and George asks if he has a match, is that supposed to be a joke that he looks like a candelabra?
Yeah, well, he was originally testing out for Beauty and the Beast, but I don't think they were making that in America yet.
That's funny.
Thank you. I don't know. Yeah, probably. I thought he was wearing like a chef's hat for a second, and then I realized it was a pie. It might have been one of those things where they were just like he just did it, and then they were like, "Oh, can you? Oh, you didn't know you could do that," or like balancing or whatever. And he's like, "Oh yeah, I could do this all the time." Like somebody was like, "You know how to juggle?" "Oh yeah, I know how to juggle." And then they put it into the character or something.
Okay. I couldn't tell if it was either A, he looked like a candelabra, so like to light him, like that, or if it was B, he has his hands so full that asking for a favor to do anything else would be too much. Because then Harry
I
replies,
don't know.
very funny.
Could be both. Both
Could be.
Could be applied to that.
I don't know.
Okay. And then I guess onto another thing that I think this is a very Sprinks thing that I'm guessing no one else caught. What the heck is the noise that is made when Annie puts down the 2 cups on the table?
Right.
Because to me, it sounds like a baby's crying in the background. and I didn't know why there would be a baby. And then it's explained there's no other kid. There's no family member or anything. There's no baby. I didn't know if that's a mistake on the crew's part of a noise in the background, or someone brought their kid to set, or something. I don't know what it
Couldn't
was.
tell you. Didn't hear anything. And
Didn't
maybe
hear
there
it.
was a kid crying outside the store. And
I replayed it 4 times, and I couldn't figure out what it is. The closest thing to me, it sounded like a baby crying, or like
I just
a little
wanna
wail.
now. So you replayed that 4 times.
Yes, and I couldn't make out what it was.
What's the timestamp?
I didn't write down a timestamp, but it's right when Harry's already walked out, and George is talking to his dad, and Annie puts down like 2 teacups onto the table.
You guys go about yourselves. I'll be.
Also, George at the party, when I forget which one of his friends says his sister's there, Mary, and he pokes his head up to look in the direction. I can totally relate to that. Being the tall, not looking for Mary, but being the tallest person in a room.
yeah, Jimmy Stewart's pretty tall dude.
He's a head above everyone else in the party.
Dude.
I've definitely had that experience before, but I'm not the tallest person in the group anymore usually. So
I mean, it's easier now though because everybody else is really short.
People were smaller back then.
People were smaller
true.
way back then.
We covered that in Billy's Balloon.
That is true.
Check
All that
that out.
math.
That's it. Check that out.
Check that out.
Springs, having listened to it, my thing was I thought you were confusing the sound of the teapots being putting down with something else. And no, I heard what you're looking for. It's either a baby crying or it's a high pitched tool in the background.
Okay.
It's
not the teapots making the noise.
Yeah.
It's something in the background, and I didn't know what it was.
It's foreshadowing to the kids that will come.
It could be. It's odd. I didn't know if that was a fact you had, Crimson, on some set problem.
No, the only set thing I came across was the one that the writer also came across.
Okay, the prop box.
Well, okay, I have another one, but it'll be covered later in the.
Okay, a fibber. Nice.
It was running through my head.
Another thing I have
Didn't have that one.
Probably. I think it's just like a on-set thing.
Okay. At the dance, when they're opening the pool, the crowd's like in a commotion, and everyone stops dancing except George and Mary, and there's a scuffle going on, like the pool's opening. I can understand with the music playing and George being in the moment, and with a bad ear, that he wouldn't really piece everything together, that there's a commotion. But what is Mary's excuse to not understanding what's happening?
They also should be able to feel the floor moving. That's also
she to kind of appeal to George. She went deaf in both ears.
Well, turns out
I didn't expect that joke. Good one.
the platform doesn't split 2 ways. It's actually the stationary side and one side that moves.
Oh,
there you go. That's not true. I made that up. But
yes,
that would have
you
been
did,
a
because
did. They're
we
both
see
moving.
We see it move.
that's your big problem with that statement that he just.
It's funny. Has anyone actually? This is definitely like total swim center knowledge nerd. Has anyone been to a swim center where they actually closed off pools and opened them up with
Yes.
covers like that? Yeah, so you would know that
No.
they both sides move. Ow, that was a
I
hiccup.
just got the hiccups.
Give me a second.
That sounded painful.
podcast first, hiccups. Boom. Award goes to writer.
Don't know if that's
Yeah.
true.
Pretty soon we'll
As
get
someone
a.
who's listened to all of them, I don't recall any other.
Pretty soon we'll get a Crimson yawn on the.
Oh, that's
podcast.
every podcast. I just mute myself.
That's before every
Alright.
podcast.
That's during every podcast and after every podcast. Really all
Every
day
second of
long.
my life. My wonderful life.
Yeah, I've never seen a. I mean, I know they have pools that open like that, but I've only ever seen like where they put the plastic covering over it or something. I've never seen like
an actual floor.
Yeah. Which it seems
And
like
at
it
a
would be really.
school.
Yeah, it seems like it'd be really dangerous.
Well, it's not
Would
going very
seem like a
fast.
safe answer.
Oh well, no,
But if
no,
you're
that's not
trapped
the part.
underneath and it closes, yeah.
It closes while you're you're
Yeah, that's
underwater.
not the part I thought was dangerous.
Uh, but this is a real pool
Is it still
in
there?
Beverly Hills High School.
That's not
Yeah,
in New York.
that is still here. No, it's not.
Because where's Hollywood? Oh, that's right. It's in California. I don't know. Did they? They didn't really do any. That's like a 50s, and I mean, I'm sure they did like on-site stuff or like on location things. But I think in the 40s it was all just sets, right? Or like sound stages. Sorry. Yeah.
Most of this film was set. That obviously the pool scene was not. As I just mentioned, it was at the Beverly Hills High School. But yeah, the whole town's a set. The buildings are sets.
At least the outside of the buildings are
Hmm.
at least one
Yes.
big set. I'm assuming. I'm
No,
assuming
I know
obviously
they
the
have.
building
didn't find
alone
any.
and
I
stuff
didn't
like
find
that
anything
were
on interiors, but usually the interiors are fake.
Yeah, fake.
I didn't see anything to confirm or deny.
Usually the outside is like somebody found like a neighborhood or whatever, and then the interiors, set.
Like a Truman Show situation.
Yeah, exactly, like a Truman Show or a Goonies.
Goonies.
But yeah,
I thought it was pretty rude for one person to try and ruin the party for literally everyone else. But it was I guess it was in character.
Who
I
was
like
that
how it
saved
standing
the
up?
party.
backfired. Yeah, it backfired because it made the party even better.
Yeah, and they just dived right in. Yeah.
Yeah,
Who is
well,
that
because they're
guy?
like, oh, that's like
Somebody who doesn't like
Mary's.
George Bailey, I guess. That was the
Yeah,
brother, right?
no, that was
That was not
Mary's.
Harry.
No, that was
No,
That was Mary's
Mary's
first
brother.
date.
Yeah, who was like
Oh, was
being
that Sam?
annoying. No, not Sam.
Oh, okay.
no.
There's like a weird love triangle thing here happening where Mary seems to be involved with everybody and George. It's very weird.
Um, No, the guy who originally had the key that then gave it to the guy that was crushing on Mary, wasn't that Mary's brother?
Maybe.
I got to go back on that. That's what I
I
was
don't think
thinking
so
too, but I
though.
don't remember.
Because
There's
he
a lot
was
of.
like, "You remember my sister? You should dance with her." And
You
then
remember my sister?
then he gave the guy the key. And I'm not 100% sure if it's the same guy, but
That would be weird if it's true.
I also like that. This is not has nothing to do with the pool thing really, but I know like him George and Sam are supposed to be like really long time good friends and everything.
yeah.
Like in this scene, I feel like he's like being like really condescending for some reason. I don't know.
Oh, where it's like, yeah, we don't need this old timer. We
Yeah, I
need
don't know.
that. Yeah.
It seems to, yeah, I don't know. This is kind of like the only scene I can really think of where it stands out to me. Otherwise, it seems like okay, like it seems more playful than but this is like the only one where it's like his whole thing is like doesn't really seem like he's being very friendly, very nice.
Well, yeah, Sam and George. I never really felt their friendship. It felt one way. Every time
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Sam was brought up, George was like, this guy." He was never like, "Hey, best pal George or Sam."
yeah,
Sam
that's
was
why
like that to
George.
George.
Yeah.
Well, because George like basically gave him his whole career or whatever, and then really for most of the movie doesn't really seem to get anything out of it other than like, oh, you should have invested with me.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely does feel like a one-sided thing. I think what happens at the end though with Sam
Yeah, yeah,
fronting the money, I think that's still well within character because Sam still obviously loves George because George helped him. So
yeah.
I would have liked to see something a bit more expansive between them in terms of the friendship, but uh, yeah, I agree. It's left a little to the side in the dust.
I think it might be her brother who does the whole key thing.
I think I have a problem with that then,
Wait,
because if
it's
it's
hard to
her,
tell. Wait,
Well,
if it's
because
it
her,
might not. It might not be. Hold on.
yeah, like, if it is him, I have a problem with it because it's weird that he would encourage her. Like he essentially encouraged the occurrence where he didn't get his date with Mary.
Um,
That original person didn't get his date.
I don't think it is I don't think it is, but it's hard to tell. They both they look very similar.
Okay. Like I said, I
Okay.
wasn't too sure.
Also, I will say Sam, he's supposed to be like 22 or something, and he looks like he's like
Yeah, there's a few actors who look like that.
yeah.
They
I mean,
all.
well, yeah, yeah.
I mean, even Mary, I don't think passes as like high school or barely out of
No,
high school.
Yeah. One of the things I did like about this pool scene, though, is I love it that the high school teacher just eventually just gave up trying to control it and just jove in with his students. That was cute.
yeah.
If you
I
can't beat
quite
'em,
That's a
like that.
very
The
that's a
principal,
very like
sorry.
the principal. Yeah, that's a very like 70s movie kind of thing of like, well, I guess we're getting into it now.
Everyone, get out! Oh well.
Oh well.
Yeah,
And then
wants to
he
have
had a
wants
heart
to have his
attack.
fun.
Anything else in this act?
I'm good.
I'm yeah, yeah, I think I'm done.
Everything I got.
All right, Act Two. The dance to Billy being drunk
Unc
and looking at his hat.
Uncle Billy.
Uncle Billy, opposed to Papa Billy and Santa
Well, there
Billy.
could be. Hey,
And Miss
I'm
Claus
one
Billy.
specific.
God Billy.
uh,
And of course, Adventure Time.
Yeah, that
uh,
cut out.
I know,
So
I know.
Do it.
perfect.
Yeah, I know.
Billy
uh,
Billy
There you
Butcher.
go.
Billy and the
Billy Joe
Kid.
Billy the
Billy Joe
Kid.
Shaver. Billy Bob Thornton.
Crimson, correct me. Is Billy the name
Jigsaw
of the?
Billy.
Yeah, that Billy. Okay.
Yeah, Billy Russo. There we go. That's what it was. Billy
Billy
Russo.
Russo.
A lot of Billies.
Yeah, Big Billy.
I
Uh,
quite like their I not really small talk, but this they're just bonding. You know, they're both singing terribly on their way home. And
Oh, Buffalo Gal.
Yeah,
yeah,
Buffalo Gal, when you come out tonight.
yeah.
Come out
They're both
tonight. Come
they're
out
both
tonight.
singing terribly and just they're having a good old time
Well,
of it.
she's singing pretty okay. I think he's singing not so good. He also only has one ear, so it's
Yeah, it's
fair.
true. Might not have the best ears for tune.
Mhm. Um, I like the scene 'cause I feel like it's kind of the only really I mean, they have a couple other, like, little moments down the line, but I feel this is, like, the only, like, really bonding scene where I feel like they're both, like, very much, I mean, both are, like, very much into the other person. So I feel like George kind of has, like, that coldness in, the second time they kind of get together, and then, you know, I
Yeah,
think it's a little more
this one
mutual.
felt mutual. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Um,
this set the groundwork for their entire relationship. I mean, they bring up the building. I mean, they end up
yeah,
moving in
Yeah.
it.
building
The
wishes.
broken glass for their dreams, the moon thing, the song. It all stems from here, which I think was very well done.
I agree.
Yeah, I
Uh,
am inclined to agree as well. I
though
think
I will
my
say
sorry.
if my wife bought me that house, I'd be really pissed off.
Well, I don't think
Like,
they bought it.
oh.
They just moved in.
Yeah, I don't yeah, that was like okay, that's something I was gonna bring up later on of, like, if there's, like, I guess I still can. I'll bring that up later on.
One of the weird, the funny thing about it is, did they steal those clothes technically?
Yeah.
I
Technically,
don't imagine it's theft, but
I mean,
they're
it's
George
school
George said he had
property.
to raid the locker room.
yeah,
yeah.
with all the other people. So presumably the locker room got raided by all the other
I
people who also stole
I
Or those
I
who
stuff.
jumped
kinda
in.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
I
I
kinda
are they? My question is like, are those
yeah.
ever returned? Or
Well, I'm sure probably, old Honest George probably would, return them at some point, though. I will say I feel like he should be wearing the robe and she should be wearing, like, the actual clothes. Just I don't
out of
know.
politeness, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And the rope covers more, and it's
Well
warmer and actually kind of made to dry off people.
okay, then let me rephrase that. I feel like she should be wrapping the wrapping around
Yeah.
herself and not
Yeah,
just like, uh
she can't. She didn't go to sailor school, so she can't tie knots apparently for the robe.
oh,
We
yeah, you're
don't
right.
know what her intentions were.
Well, her intentions is
That's quite
clearly to get
flirtatious
George to
here.
kiss her. So
Quite
Yeah.
flirtatious.
yeah. One of the things I do like though is that yeah, as you say, Crimson, it's just a very good scene that became the foundation for their relationship.
Hmm.
I would like
You know,
to have seen like a deleted scene of George having to fight off the principal for that shirt in the locker room where they're doing like tug of war. My shirt.
That would have been
my
funny.
shirt.
And
Prince,
George is still clumsy as a character trait, which was kind of nice to see. I suppose them keep that as they go along, even if obviously it ties to more exposed legs than anything else in this.
Exposed leg. You know, a man doesn't often come into this situation.
And let's
I wonder what
really
about
think
that.
about this.
They're way downtown. They'd be on my side too.
Drinks, what do you think their relationship, at least the building blocks here?
Believable. Mary's putting on a bit thick though, because she just got reintroduced. I mean, they both got reintroduced to each other that night.
Yeah, that's fine. Then again, I don't really have it.
Wow.
I don't have issues for people developing feelings
It's on a
over
spectrum.
the course of a day. So yeah, yeah. As I said, it's on a spectrum. Eyes narrow towards the computer screen.
I agree. It's believable here.
Gonna come after me or something, Crimson?
No,
No,
no.
Not yet, anyway.
I'll only
I
do
think
it
this is
when your guard is
a
down.
well-made romance. I think this is a great example of a good romance. Dare I say?
Of a classic romance, a Christmas classic romance, even.
Yeah. Um,
Springs, do you have a popcorn point to bring up?
Well, there's another hard cut of Mary turning around, which is pretty easy to
Yeah.
spot.
Mhm.
I think it's a funny line of George commenting 18, why it was only last year you were 17. Like, no duh. That's how age works.
No, der.
it's
He's a funny guy.
There's my favorite moment that made me laugh here is when he looked down at the robe on the ground that when Mary was outside. Well, clearly not anymore. He just looks at the robe and went, "Mary."
Where'd you go?
He thought she got turned into a frog.
Definitely, that's what it played off as. I don't know why, but that made me laugh.
I like the practical effect. But I mean, it's pretty easy to identify because of how bright it is compared to everything else. But the practical effect of breaking the glass on the window with the rock.
Practical effect.
Well, George throws it, breaks the glass, but you can clearly tell the reflection of the glass is set there, and the rock isn't what breaks it. It's someone who's in the set who does it. And then when Mary does it, it's just a sound effect.
Going to have to correct you on a secret fact I was holding. The George one, I don't know, but Mary actually did break the window on her first try. They had a guy ready to break the window, but she actually hit it.
Oh,
Damn, honey, nice aim.
Yeah, she did. Apparently, she did baseball when she was in school.
That makes sense because she's wearing like a baseball hat later on.
An interesting cap. She wears it later, yeah.
Yeah, it's very tomboyish.
Yeah. There is what's it called? There was an odd moment. I know obviously it's just the transition us to his father passing away, or re-included into Georgie's father dying. I thought it was odd that it just a random truck drove by with people that he knew. Like obviously they were out looking for him, but it's like, hey George, get in. You know.
oh,
My-
Yeah,
my
that was the
ass-
problem I had. Is what are the odds they found him at this point? How long have they been searching for him? I guess is
Yeah.
the main question. Because I doubt they knew he'd be going to this house.
Yeah, presumably, like they went to his house with his mom. They went home first, and then they went out searching for him.
Small town.
Small
People
town.
talk.
Yeah.
There was a continuity error here,
Oh my
where
god.
George puts the rope on the bush, and then the car pulls up, and the rope isn't on the bush. The bush doesn't move to indicate she grabbed it or anything. It's just cut and it's gone. Continuity here.
Yeah, didn't catch
Um,
that. I just took it that she took it.
No, with how quick the cut was, it just was a continuity.
Continuity, because they couldn't pull away.
Continuity.
Continuity error.
No, because the time it took, you would have seen the bush at least move if she grabbed it. But completely still.
I will say that's probably the biggest tone shift I think in the movie, from cheeky flirting to father stroke.
Yeah. Definitely threw a wrench in his life.
the first of many.
Yeah. Your father had a stroke. And then Mary just staring from the bush.
Yeah, she's fine. We do.
Just
I'd
a
say.
little poke.
I mean, I know how Ryder comments in the past of coverage on things that he likes it when you can tell actors' emotions, everything, and how they act through the eyes. Mary not telling George her wish of what she wished for clearly can see it all. Can see exactly what she wished for.
Yeah. Like I said, that's one of the things I look for in good actors. If I can see the inner monologue for the character, they're doing a damn good job.
Damn fine job.
Yeah. I have a point potentially. Uh, yeah, I want to skip ahead a bit to when Harry returns. He
You're
comes
gonna say
back
one thing
married.
about Sally. Yeah.
Yeah, married to Ruth.
Harry comes back married. I really love Georgie's acting in this scene, or the actor does a
Yeah.
really good job. Georgie's character in the scene is wonderfully acted in the scene because you can see like whenever his brother or his new wife isn't looking at him, you can see the distraught in his expression, and when he obviously goes to greet them, he has the smile on his face. It's one of those things where the character is really shining through, and we're getting he's clearly portraying the audience to like what the character's going through, and I think it's beautifully done with that scene in particular.
Yeah, I think James Stewart and Donna Reed were the best actors in this. I think they excelled on everything. Being
Agree.
Mary and George.
Yeah, no. Donna Reed. I've never must not I mean, it must kind of be like more of a conjoined thing now. Is his job just specifically for like building loans? That it like they don't do anything else? Like, because I always assumed they were like a bank, and then they're like, well, no, like there's
They
a
seem
different
like a
bank.
local bank, but
Yeah, but it's like buildings and loan. So I and by the fact that they could technically dissolve it in the scene, that means that it's not like an actual bank. I mean, you can dissolve a bank too, but I feel like that's a very different thing. Then I
my
don't really understand the job, I guess, or the
my
business.
best guess is that they're an investment sort of like program where you put in like your money and eventually you'll get like they'll eventually help you get property. So like it's one of those. That's kind of where I got the buildings and loan kind of aspect of it because they're loaning. Huh. Yeah, it's confusing, but that's my best guess. It is sort of a pseudo investment place where you're loaning out property or where you're getting loaned money to own your own property that you eventually pay off to them.
Looks
That
like
sounds
it
right.
is not really much of a thing anymore.
Yeah. Well, obviously, all the Potters of the world ran them out of business.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, yeah, and probably yeah, banks taking over more of the same kind of setup.
Yeah. Banks didn't like losing business. How about that?
There we go. That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good point.
uh, I guess
Yeah,
while we're on the scene with that whole business potentially being dissolved and kind of absorbed by Mr. Potter, I quite like. I, hmm, George's rant was odd to me. When it was zoomed in on his face, I actually thought the rant was really good, and then when it expanded out, like including the rest of the room, I didn't really like it as much. And I'm labeling this under subjective. Um, I could see why the build up to, I guess, his conclusion of his monologue is kind of found in the incoherencies in his voice. Like he's building up to his point, and he's finding himself in what he's saying. But I guess the deliverings of his more rambly statements were a little bit off to me. But as I said, I'm literally under subjective because I don't know if I have a I don't know if that's an objective problem. I just it was a little off for me.
Mm. Yeah, I didn't get anything off with it personally. I think the speech was still strong throughout, so I don't think it would be an objective issue.
Yeah, it might just be a me thing then. Because I think the main issue that I took with it again is just that I understand why they're there. Like when he is the speech is a little more on the incoherent side. It was because it's. I took it as him finding his voice to speak up and trying to find the point that he was going to make.
What do you
Yeah.
think, Sprinks?
I don't have much on it either. I just no.
No.
Well, not
I
that
like
really
that.
much. It didn't. The
No,
scene
no,
didn't
yeah,
exactly
no.
stand out to me much that it did to Ryder. It didn't impact me as much.
There's the classic Jimmy Stewart stutter. I mean, it's not as good as Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, but it's okay.
Uh, anyways, my bigger issue is the whole thing that's they're using Georgie. What's forcing Georgie to stay, pretty much. He could
Well,
the avenue of which they're forcing him to stay in order to keep the building open.
Mhm.
I don't know why he can't just appoint somebody to do his job while he goes off to school. Like that's totally something within his right to do. Even if
Well,
they do name him the business owner, which he does become, he could totally still
I
he could still totally make he could still totally appoint someone in his place to operate the business and operate it remotely through telegrams and phones, since that's a regular common thing at this point.
it's like what Potter said, where the building and loan was the dad, and
Yeah,
so the board, I would imagine, saw it through that lens, where we have to keep it in the family, or else this place is nothing.
well, yeah,
So,
it's still kept within the family. Like he's still the owner, but he could still appoint someone to work
but he
under
wouldn't
him.
be the face though. I mean, he worked there every day. He's not just in the back office
yeah, he
doing
like knows these
numbers.
Yeah, yeah,
people.
I
Yeah,
know that.
he's
But at that point, he is already, at that point, he's made the decision to stay. My thing is that this ruins his trip, and I don't know why they didn't run through the other options of why he can't appoint somebody, because
Yeah.
that's still something that could be averted. As you say,
I mean, it kind of
it is like he does become the face of the business like his father before him, but it for me, I guess it lacked the other options exploration, I suppose, in order to make it more pointed as to what's forcing him to stay. Because for
yeah.
me, that was a very obvious out. The fact they didn't bring it up and shoot it down was very.
Well,
It
they
kind of
kind of
a little bit.
it's kind of his. I guess his appointed person is Uncle Billy, and as
yeah.
we've seen with Uncle Billy, he's not a business. He's actually a worse businessman probably than his father was,
Yeah,
because he forgets things. Yeah, yeah,
I'm not
yeah, yeah.
saying he
No,
would appoint Billy though. I'm saying he could just find someone to appoint in his
I
place.
don't. Yeah, I don't. There's a possibility there.
And the only reason I'm critiquing this scene very hard in particular is because this is what facilitates the pattern that we start to see right here,
Yeah,
and then the fact that he's going to be stuck here. So this is the catalyst for everything else that follows.
yeah. This is kind of. I feel like the first really kind of like shitty thing, or I don't want to say shitty thing, but like where his life has to be put on hold for the good of the whole or whatever.
Yeah,
Because I feel like him saving his brother really didn't. I mean, it has a. I mean, obviously it has like ripple effects later on, But him saving his brother, him saving, Mr. Gower from killing that, or whatever, don't really have terrible outcomes immediately for him.
And this is
This
obviously the one that puts his life on hold.
Yeah, this
As
is
you
kind of the
said.
thing that sort of this is what creates the rest of his life, basically, yeah.
Yeah. Mind you, to clarify, I don't think this scene is bad. I just think they
No, no,
needed
no,
to.
yeah.
This is one where they need to cover their bases a bit more because this is the catalyst for everything to come after.
I
Yeah.
feel like he didn't just roll over and accept it, though. I mean, he did bring up, well, why not Uncle Billy? And then he retorted back saying, no, they'll only, I mean, they'll go with Potter otherwise. I think is what I said.
Yeah, they said they'll go
Uh,
with Potter otherwise, and I'm like, well, he could just accept being in charge of the business and then make a decision to go, okay, I was in charge of the business, now I'm going to appoint this person to be in charge of the business in my
Well, I feel
stead,
like I
and he
also
could
feel like
still
they're
run it,
kinda
and he could still run it remotely. Like that's a thing you can do at this point.
I think, though, they're like with something like this financially, you have to have somebody who's there. You can't really, I mean, especially in this point in like history and everything, you have to have somebody there, and they want that person, and he has that spirit, that they're seeing. Okay, this is a guy because Billy isn't really. I mean, he's kind of, but he's not really standing up to Potter, and they know.
Billy
I'm
does a good
sure
job of
they.
making fun of Potter and fucking up at the same time. But
Yeah, yeah,
enough
but
of
like,
that.
yeah, like he doesn't really can't like hold his weight. Basically, he can get a few jabs in and everything, but I'm sure he would be easily overpowered one on one, as we kind of see later on. But so they're like, okay, we need somebody who is both knows the people that this business works with, and someone who has some sense and keeps can keep, the main guy who's kind of causing trouble for it in line to a certain extent. And I think they do kind of set up like, okay, like we'll send the brother away to college and he can have the college experience and whatever, and then he'll come back and run the business. I feel like that's a pretty adequate, especially for the period and the way to do it. Because and your argument of him having Telegram and everything could also be reasonable. I'm not saying it's not, but I think for how specific the situation is, I think this was like the only really surefire way to have it work. But I also understand that even if they just had a throwaway line of like something else,
Yeah, like I
that
said,
would
like I said,
that would do better. I'm not going to say that they couldn't have added to the scene at all. I think
yeah, like I said,
you have the right point with that.
yeah, like I said, ultimately, obviously the goal for the writers and creators is to keep him here, and I'm
Mhm.
obviously that works. I'm okay with that. I think the scene itself is still good. I think this would have just helped strengthen it to perfection.
Mhm.
Um,
Fair enough.
so yeah, like I said, just to clarify again, I don't dislike the scene. I
No,
actually
yeah,
really
yeah,
like
yeah.
it. So
Sprinks, you got a point?
No, I actually have nothing else for the rest of this act.
Really?
I had like 2 lines.
Really?
Yeah.
That's okay.
um, my favorite. I mean, I just had a bunch of
So
stuff,
go.
but I got another point. So my favorite scene is probably the conversation when after his brother gets home and they had take the picture outside and him and Billy have the drunk cat talk.
Yeah.
That's probably my favorite scene. That was my favorite scene thus far into the film. Because we got the humor and we got the setup for the train bell being one of those beautiful sounds in the world, and we got a payoff of that here. So again, the use of the thoughtful echo being used effectively in a manner of just as it pertains to Georgie's character.
Yeah, and then didn't really think about that. Yeah.
Said there's a
Yeah.
bell sound?
Yeah, the
Train bell.
train horn. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's the train horn that he hears in the distance. He talks about how that's one of the most beautiful sounds in the world to him. And then once Billy walks off home and he's outside by himself, he hears one in the distance, and we get that sense of longing from him. So, and then his mother comes out to bug him, which I'm putting that in quotes. He doesn't. She's not really bugging him. It's a cute scene. She's
Nudge,
being
nudge.
supportive.
Mary's in town.
Yeah,
Nudge, nudge.
Mary's in town.
I
Now,
want grandkids.
is that scene this act or next act?
That's
I know that's kind of
technically
within
next, I guess.
10.
That's after that, I guess. Uh, I guess another thing for me, it was the whole rope gag in the first place. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that probably don't like it and kind of see it as pervy, but I quite enjoyed it.
Oh,
It
the
was
rope gag.
yeah,
Yeah, I thought you said rope,
Robe,
and I was
not
like, what?
rope.
Yeah,
robe.
I heard rope like tightrope. Not robe. I'm like, okay, got it.
Yes, the robe. I thought it was very funny. I think it added to an understanding of their dynamics because she wants a robe, but she's also kind of going with it as well, uh, to a degree. So I think it really adds to the goofiness of their relationship. Even if,
And add to the
yeah,
playfulness for
yeah,
sure.
yeah. I feel like I don't feel like he's being too. I mean, it's really towing the line, or
well, it's not like he
it,
tries to peek over the hedge or
yeah,
anything.
yeah, yeah. Like he's obviously kind of playing it up, a little bit, and kind of
Yeah,
making a
there's
joke out of
it,
it.
I quite like the. It's definitely a more teasing relationship, and I think it's okay. I quite
Yeah,
enjoy
I
it.
agree.
It's a scene they would remove if they made it today.
Absolutely.
It would be changed. I don't know if it would be removed.
Well,
What do you think
they
they'd
did a
change about it?
Oh, they just have a They just have a one night stand. Is what what it would be.
yeah,
Because
yeah, you're right. That would be the change.
It would cut to a window and the curtains blowing. It wouldn't show anything.
pretty
You
much
just
they're already in bed because they're not afraid to show nudity these days. So I'm assuming
Well,
Oh,
I'm
you think
assuming
they
they
would
would
have
just go straight
escalated the
into bed.
scene?
But then again,
it
that
would
would
have been
change completely from the father stroke bit. You don't really want someone banging on her door to get a half-dressed George running out.
it would have been like
Well,
the
I'm
Fast Times at Ridgemont High
in my
scene.
head, it's a modern interpretation. So they would call George's cell phone.
Oh, they'd be in a car.
Yeah, be in a car.
They probably call.
Uh, no, it'd be like that Fast Times Ridgemont High scene. But obviously, like with like the bushes like covering the naughty bits.
Unfortunately, I don't think everyone's too familiar with that scene, Sinister.
No, but I can picture what he's saying.
Yeah. If the audience will know, you guys might not, but the audience will know exactly what I'm talking.
Guess my last thing for the act is George is a great guy.
Hey
We
George, he's
praised
a
his
great guy.
acting at the train station at the revelation of the wife and his brother potentially not being able to uphold their deal, and him caving in eventually. Obviously, like go with your wife, get the job, all that stuff. I don't know. It's an endearing character that at least I don't watch a lot and stuff.
Of the Sam Goody.
Yeah, Sam Goody.
Sam Goody. Yeah. I don't, yeah, it is a very I think the director of this movie was because he kind of had a bit of a decline beginning with this. This is the first movie made kind of post-war, and mentioned that a lot of his views on on I think filmmaking I didn't really agree with, but I do think there was a little bit of a loss kind of after this, or after the previous era of kind of these just stand-up guy characters that were both. I mean, obviously, this is a little bit, I think, far-fetched, but still, like this, the stand-up guys who are just willing to, because only up until the very last like 30 or 40 minutes does he really like crack. Like at no point, kind of before it, does he really, like this is kind of the closest, but he still like does the good thing, of
Yeah.
just like my life is like threw my life away or whatever, just helping everybody else out. And it is like I think my problem through most of the movie up until the ending was I felt like he was literally getting like nothing out of anything really except for up until like the end where he wasn't really getting much support except from a few people that really weren't going to be giving much support anyways kind of situation, you know what I mean?
Yeah, things weren't really going his way,
Like, I mean,
the way
yeah,
he wanted it. And
yeah,
things
yeah,
were
yeah.
working out for him.
Yeah, I'm not saying he wasn't supported at all. Like his wife, Mary was being very supportive of Uncle Billy and his family, obviously. But I mean, like they weren't really well off either, so it wasn't like he was getting, I feel like up until the ending, the same level of care and support as he was, somewhat being forced to give out. I guess in the one hand, not to say all's fair, but you know. So I was kind of happy that there was kind of more of a catharsis at the end, but it did feel like what's the like oh you gotta eat this yummy bowl of shit or whatever for most of the movie.
Anything else this act?
Not from me.
No,
Not for me.
You don't say.
it don't say.
All right, we'll go on to Act 3, and the Billy drunk cat thing to the honeymoon.
What part of the honeymoon?
Lots of coverage.
Oh, you know which part.
No, I don't. That's why I asked.
He brings up a fair point.
Yeah, no.
We'll cover the whole honeymoon.
Whole honeymoon.
The
Okay.
guy getting the hat pressing down the hat
Okay.
in the rain. I think that was
Okay.
pretty much the end of it.
Okay, so you mean the moving into the house, not
Yeah,
necessarily
the house
okay.
honeymoon.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
two cops
Okay.
outside.
House honey. Well,
Yeah.
or Bert and Ernie.
Okay, the one cop outside. Okay,
Well,
sorry, it just
who's
helps
not
me get to where my notes
Ernie
are
was
for
the
that.
doorman. I think it was
Well,
two
yeah,
cops. Yeah, two
No,
cops and
Ernie's
Ernie.
Ernie's a cop. No, the other guy's a poster dude or something. I
There
don't
was
know.
there was a fun inconsistency that I think I spotted in this act. When the record that Mary's playing is different from the record that she smashes, I think.
That would be a weird inconsistency.
Is it?
Yeah, yeah, it is. In the
It's not
there's
just a different track?
you could tell by the labels that they were different records. Like one of them is yellow and one of them is black.
You saw color in a black and white movie?
It's supposed to be yellow. Yeah, funny.
Boy, that was quick.
Snap
One of
it.
them was colored and one of them was not.
Okay.
But obviously they both lack color. So
The grays were off. Gotcha.
I wish you could get that tone every single time. That was perfect.
it's good.
Perfect-
Even
perfect
I'm proud of that
delivery.
one. Even I was the victim of it.
Could he have flipped the record? Or she, either one of them could have flipped the record.
He-
or-
She
That would have been just another
She
hard
pretty
cut.
much picks it up and smashes it. So.
I think
I mean,
Crimson Saint is prior to that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's. I don't remember it. Them ever having the opportunity to
I
do
don't
that.
know. It was the same song the whole time, wasn't it? Anyways.
Yeah.
It was Buffalo Gal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, won't you come out tonight?
Won't you come out tonight?
Early in the morning.
See, it's a reference to earlier in the movie.
Oh, wow. It is.
Whoa.
How
I picked up
considerate
on that.
of Mary being so thoughtful of putting up the crochet little lasso drawing and putting on the music to really set the mood.
And Georgie just not being in the mood for it.
No, you
Yeah.
can clearly tell with a great detail that he sits to the left of her, giving her his bad ear.
This is like a very uncomfortable scene.
It's uncomfortable because the mom's being so nosy.
Well,
She needs to
that,
butt out.
I thought the
And
mom was
that,
comedic.
yeah.
I thought the mom was comedic relief. To be honest with you,
Oh, she
Well,
was.
like
That was
absolutely
like-
was the relief from how awkward this scene was.
Yeah, because I don't. It's really. I think the only reason it's like uncomfortable because she is so
She's
Yeah,
trying
she-
to connect with him. and
she is
not
laying it.
having
She's laying it on thick, and she's like putting all this effort in, and he's just I'm not saying he's being a dick because I feel like he has a reason to be a little bit put off, but like because he's just gotten like the worst news of his life where it's like, oh, I'm stuck in this fucking business.
Yeah, for me, I think I don't know. What would have strengthened their relationship for me more so than what we got. I think I would have preferred him just caving and being open, or her noticing that something was clearly off about him.
Mhm.
Even if she has been away from her a long time, I think like she probably would have picked up that something was wrong, if she could have just directly asked him, and that could have made him snap a little bit, and then him just pouring his feelings out and them being honest with one another. I think that would have been more meaningful than what we got, which was more like uh slow building tension, I suppose.
Yeah, it was like a unspoken build up once they're pressed up against the phone, pretty much.
Yeah.
He's sniffing her hair.
Yeah.
Sniffing her hair.
Which, mind you, I do not find creepy if the lady's wearing perfume. That's clearly the intention of it. But it's just I because they're pretty much getting married the next scene. I would have preferred more than what we got here. Um,
I think with the
I
use of
do.
phones, George doesn't give his mom enough credit of to what she is doing because he constantly
Oh,
says, "I don't know how you knew I was going to be here."
The
Just like
yeah, the
5
wing woman.
times.
The Wind Woman.
yeah. His mom made a bet and won.
Just so you know, Mary, I didn't tell anybody.
I didn't
I
tell
don't know how she
anybody.
know. I was just walking by.
That's a really good Jimmy
It sounds
Stewart.
a bit familiar to someone in my life. I'll say that. Someone who repeats themselves over questioning.
Hmm. Hmm. I wonder who this could be. Hmm.
Someone I won't disclose.
Hmm.
Private information. But I guess, Ryder, in terms of you saying you wanted more out of this scene, or at least a better balance
I
throughout
would
with her
I would have preferred to.
acknowledgement of
Yeah,
the
I would prefer
situation, um,
because
I
yeah.
could see that being better. I think what we have is still good, but I can
It,
see that there could be
I
improvements.
I
it,
would
it
argue it's very, very close to Blade Runner levels. If you watch their previous podcast on Blade Runner, you know what I'm.
I don't think it gets that far.
I said it gets close,
All right.
dangerously close.
On the spectrum, if Blade Runner is at like an 8, this is probably at a 6.
Yeah,
Wait, I'm
it's
confused.
um,
it's it's rem-
the,
it's
the
removed,
forceful
but not.
scene.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
like, I was trying to connect. What's the connection here? Okay, the forceful scene of Deckard and Rachel.
Yeah,
Yes.
I
Uh,
don't think it's that close to that.
Ryder, you said an
But
8 and
It,
a 6.
if Blade Runner is at an 8 in the terms of like, getting to the nondescript things that YouTube would flag us for, and one being most wholesome relationship ever, I put Blade Runner at an 8. This would probably be close to a 6, I think. To
now I would like
explain
to.
why, to explain the
I,
random numbers that I just threw
yeah,
out.
I would like to. I think she is definitely more interested in him, enough where I don't feel like it goes there that far, but it just comes kind of out of it doesn't feel like there's the build up there that really makes it feel like
his
correct. I don't
his
know.
longing or his longing for her doesn't really start to show itself until they're like so close to each other on the phone, which I'm fine with. I think I would just preferred a more character focused discussion rather than a what
using
we
an
got.
outside
Yeah.
uh, element
I I
being Sam.
I think what I would have preferred if it was a little bit more of a back and forth where she would be putting the moves on him and then she would be, responding to, oh, he's not really interested, and then he would kind of be going back and she would be doing that. That I feel like that would have made this feel not quite as weird as it is because he does just kind of come out of seems like nowhere.
Yeah, it definitely it does come out of left field considering how he was acting the entire scene. Um, and don't get me wrong, I understand like point of it being the awkward tension
Yeah,
in the
the
scene,
awkward tension.
the awkward tension. But because they are getting married next scene, and their first scene together was done so beautifully in terms of their relationship building, I felt like there should have been something more here to help set the groundwork. Because we time skip again, so this scene needed to do it needed to be very efficient with what it was trying to do, what its place in the script was. So
Yeah, and I was just using
I
Blade Runner as a touchstone of where we could. That's on the very
reference.
end of the spectrum. Yeah, reference, and so it's like, okay, if we had a problem kind of with that, I feel like this is inching very very close to that same sort of thing as far as the setup wise. So
I do like the added detail where Sam was like, "This is the chance of a lifetime," with the whole putting stock in his new business.
yeah,
But it's also doubled with the relationship they're building. Like, this is your chance, take it.
yeah. Like I said, I
yeah,
actually,
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's good.
Sam's third wheeling here is actually not something I would want to remove. I think it has its place, but I think the
Oh,
scene prior to that is what needed the amending in order to make the rest of it stronger.
right. When you say third wheeling, you mean you saw it as Sam was present to acknowledge the events of what was happening.
No, he clearly wasn't. I mean,
Okay.
unless they hung up the phone, he might have been present to hear everything that happened afterward.
Well, no, not
Uh,
not
He
present
did
to the,
open
but
saying, "You're not trying to steal my girl, are you?" He
While
said that in
he's
the
getting
beginning.
like a massage from
Yeah.
some
yeah,
woman, yeah.
yeah, we're
all
not
right.
supposed to feel too bad for Sam.
Mhm.
Okay, so the truth of that is to be he's actually serious in the remark versus like comical approach for George to continue or to move on or
He's just
move
saying
it, I
third
guess.
wheeling, like he's just in the scene too, but he doesn't really,
Okay.
Yeah,
technically,
I,
yeah.
I'm not. I don't mean
Outside
that in the.
element.
I don't mean that in the literal sense, like he's tagging along with their date springs. I mean that third wheeling in the jokey sense of like, yeah, well, he is here in. He is present in the scene by technicality, is what I mean.
Okay. Gotcha. Sorry.
I
After
wouldn't.
what if
Remo- I,
Crimson just said to what you just said, it seemed like two different approaches in the
yeah, yeah,
scene.
yeah.
So
Yeah, so I didn't. Good question. I needed to clarify that. I actually wouldn't want to remove Sam from the scene in the sense of his presence on the phone, because that information he's giving is important to the script, and I think it would be interesting to have their conversation interrupted by both Mary's mom and Sam.
Mm.
So
And I was building a hypothetical based off if we were to believe he was a true. That's
okay.
going for.
I mean, Crimson, with what you said, I think that's great. Like take the opportunity, but it's actually just a line used in the film of like also speaking to George about Mary.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. That one
George,
I'm behind.
that was a
you're
good.
behind that one.
That was a.
I think that was pretty intentional.
Oh yeah,
Otherwise, that'd be quite coincidental.
absolutely intentional. It has to be. I do. I like I said. Things like that is what makes me want to keep that part with Sam in.
Yeah, I mean,
Eh,
there's a lot of good elements in the scene. I just kind of wish there was a little bit more of a back and forth, so it didn't feel quite so left field.
yeah, more
Because it is,
connecting rather
yeah, or
than
connect because I know it's not supposed to be, but it does have that air of like uncomfortability with it because of the
yeah.
just the the nature of it. But I know
Uncomfortability.
that's not the intention.
Did the
She's like
scene make you?
crying. He's like crying and like he's forcing himself. I know that's not how the scene is supposed to read, but that's how I read it because everything kind of prior doesn't set it up in the way that they're going for.
The other thing to talk about in the scene is the mom, Mary's mom.
Mary's
Hilarious.
mom, she is very funny.
I think Mary's mom is the perfect break from the drama that's going on in the scene.
She's good.
Agreed. Too bad she doesn't have much of a presence. Perhaps the
this
Yeah,
rest of
for the
is
it.
rest of
true.
them. I kind
I,
of wish she was like she didn't like George or something, and it would
I
have keep
I
coming
don't.
up or
I thought it was funny that at the wedding she looked the most displeased with it when
yeah.
she's standing next to George's mom and George's mom is super happy.
Well,
And
she's got
she's just
something
kind of like
against him.
mixed feelings. Yeah.
I don't know.
She,
It's a story we
she really
never
wants
know.
Sam.
I guess so. I guess she has some
Well,
connection
yeah,
to Sam.
yeah. I don't know if it's whether or not she doesn't like George or she just really likes Sam. And I
Well,
don't know
Sam's
which of those two
rich.
options it is. Well, she liked him early on though, before
Yeah.
he was successful. So Yeah,
Well,
I
he
don't know
had went
which
to
of those or
college. He had
both.
prospects. I'm just saying, not that
He had a
everybody who goes
future.
to college is
Yeah.
successful, but yeah,
He had a future setting up.
George just has the building and loan. We don't even know what that means.
It means he owns a building and gives out loans.
Yeah, I guess so.
and has a pet bird.
He doesn't have a pet bird. Uncle Billy has a
No,
pet bird.
Billy does.
And a squirrel.
It's not Jake
And a
though,
bunch of others.
right?
No, it's what a crossover. I don't think Jake would be 50 years old. Even
no.
even though ravens do can live up to being 30 in captivity. So.
In case for anyone
This is
confused,
also-
Jake is a reference to Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah. This the director did another movie with that same raven. It's like it was at least 10 years old by this point of this movie.
I guess with more connections with other films. Uh, George's mom has acted with Jimmy Stewart as his mom in 4 other productions.
The same thing as like
That's funny.
Prior,
that lady
after,
from-
or during?
yes.
His whole filmography.
Yeah, his whole filmography, like she's been his mom and like
5 times she's played
Okay,
his mom.
so I guess we'll I assume then during.
Yes, I didn't look specifically timeline how many were before this or after.
Okay,
so we'll assume middle of it something. But very interesting.
because it would be funny if they were all 4 prior, and when they got signed on for casting for this, their one caveat was, "I don't want to be his mom."
Well, you're his mom.
It's like, okay, but you're gonna play a mom.
That would be funny. This
Before this scene though, with Mary, George goes to Violet and actually gives like a heartfelt idea of how the night should go, and Violet like takes it like appalled because it's like not a fancy dinner or going out on the town or something. It's going up in the
It's
mountains.
100% not the date she would be into.
Yeah, and I wrote down that sounds exactly what she needs right now. Is just like a free, going through the meadows, barefoot, freeing adventure thing. Which clearly
I
shows
honestly
that
thought
George and Violet were not meant to be together.
Yeah. I thought it was funny though that I feel like the only thing she really didn't like about his idea was the barefoot part. She was like,
In this dress?
In this dress.
George, have you gone crazy? Why walk in the grass in my bare feet?
Yeah. That was the only part
Her
that she
face
really
was
had.
priceless though. That was
It's
a
true.
great
What?
face during his
She was
whole outing
finally
off.
getting what she wanted and realized she didn't want it at all.
Yeah, this is not what this is getting more than I bargained for.
And then she causes a scene and a crowd.
The
Scene.
crowd
That was
just
my
appears
problem.
there.
That was a magic act. I
that
don't
was-
know where they came from.
Yeah, that was my issue as well, Crimson. I have no
They all
idea where
laughed
the crowd
at-
came from.
They laughed at George Bailey.
They're in the freaking street as well. They're
They
just
are.
Yeah.
Well, also, doesn't Violet comment like when she's introduced in that part that she's talking to 2 other guys and says, "Hang on, guys, I'm gonna
I have
try
a
to get a
date."
date,
Well-
but hang on, it might not go.
Yeah, hang it.
Don't go
Then I
anywhere."
go, just in case.
Yeah.
He did perfect.
I thought it was funny that
I also thought it was funny.
that Georgie could not open Mary's gate.
It ended up breaking it probably.
Probably it was.
I'm
Unopened.
sure that I'm sure that's not like a theme that will continue later on of him not being able to open doors.
That would be an interesting production thing. Like if it wasn't supposed to be jammed, but it just sucked, and he played it off like that.
I don't
that'd be
know.
cool.
I like
I didn't
those
see
in
anything
movies
on
where
that. But
yeah, I like those in movies where it's just like incidental things and then they just keep them in.
Yeah, and that's why Crimson and I maintained that fact for you about the crashed box of props.
Yeah. Good. That's good.
Well, then they get married.
Then they get married and it's a whole to do and I don't know how
they're carrying
long
around
the-
$2,000 on them for their honeymoon.
yeah, where that came from, nobody knows.
And just saved
The building and loan.
I mean, we
Yeah,
don't
you
know the
picked
time
up-
jump
He's finally
exactly.
laundering the money to get
Yeah.
I guess they could have said no. Well, there's
I
a
know, I
dowry.
imagine
Your money's in Joe's house, and Joe's money's in blah blah blah's house. Actually,
Well,
it's all in my pocket.
presumably,
It's like what
presumably,
Potter said.
presumably, Mary came into the relationship with some money. She's got a pretty fancy house.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
she
she
was
did
planning
say
on.
she worked overseas while she was in school. So.
Yeah, so she probably saved up some. I like it.
I don't know if it's overseas. Wherever she
It-
went for schooling,
Well, it was some C's
she
were
worked a job.
involved.
Yeah.
She worked. She worked job. She worked job.
I am job.
I am job.
I do job.
I'm sorry, but
Job do's me.
the
Uh,
what's the line?
Top shop.
I'm sorry, but the position has been filled. That's it.
So goodbye. I like it. That was a really good like rabble rouser scene with all the townspeople and everything outside the bank.
Yeah. This is supposed to be when the stock market just crashes, right? That this is supposed to be the start of the depression.
Roughly, yeah. This is.
Yeah,
I think like this is like.
Yeah, I tied it to that because it would make sense for the time period, and also it just adds into more as what everyone's just trying to get their money out of the banks and stuff like that.
To me, it was very
Man,
being how calm and quiet the mob was. It was very eerie.
it was eerie. It was almost like a Twilight Zone thing.
It did. Kind of felt
You're
a
just
little.
you're
So,
you're
so
just
did,
saying that because it's black and white.
I
so
am.
did, so did Billy just give away all the money they had?
Well,
The bank
no,
called their loan.
yeah, because they wanted the money. They were doing the same thing that all those townspeople were doing, basically.
Oh, so it really was just. It's supposed to be related to the depression, but it's also Potter's scheme to just destroy the
Well,
building and then.
Potter referenced later that George and him were the only ones that survived. The businesses survived the depression.
Yeah.
So I think that helps hint to this being part of that.
Like I said, this is definitely a part of the depression, but it's very early.
Yeah.
Yeah, they know stuff. It hasn't happened yet, but this is like the beginning of kind of what causes what makes the depression even a Great Depression.
What
Instead
made
of just
it
a
terrible?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, of all these people just
Everyone
immediately
pulling
yeah,
funds from the banks.
yeah. So that was a
Okay.
part of it.
I should have counted how many people were in that room.
There was a lot.
Because if they were all like, oh, $20, $17, with the first Tom, the
Oh,
first
Tom,
guy,
what an
Mr.
ass!
What a jerk!
$242. I'm
some-
closing up my account.
Yeah.
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 This is a loan. You're still signed up.
He's like, frick you.
Well, one lady
Give me-
did 1750 and he's 242. It's like, come on.
Now come on,
Yeah.
how much do you need? Really? Come on now.
Well, and Tom came back at the end with everybody donating money, like it's supposed to be a happy thing, and I saw him like, you?
You
Why
will
you?
scum.
Why do you have to be here? You're just like Potter in my book.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
you know what
kinda.
you know what I think, Mr. Potter? I think you're a bitch. That's right, and I bet you like to suck it too.
That's a pretty good impersonation.
Thank you.
They made it out
If
with
only-
$2 whole bucks.
They're not
Yeah.
bankrupt.
hold
I,
up.
sorry,
Okay.
you ready to say something, Springs?
Oh, they got $2.
Um,
what Crimson just said.
Oh,
They're not
at the end of the
bankrupt.
day.
They got $2.
I do. Yeah, I thought it was very sad, the whole scene, obviously, because it's keeping him there. But I think Mary is just sweet and wonderful.
Oh yeah.
She gave up her honeymoon.
Yeah,
And then made a new one very quickly.
Oh no, she had like presumably 6 to 8 hours of time to do that.
Yeah. Takes a long time giving out $2,000.
Well, I was also kind of confused how this actually saved the store, because the banks don't open for a week, is what
Yeah.
they said. So, what do they do with the rest of the week for the building and loan?
Well, so the bank was closed, which is why they were coming. And so the building and loan is a separate thing, I guess, in that like it's mainly for mortgages and housing, right? That's kind of but it's so obviously they probably also had loans in the bank or their own technically finance, like their cold hard cash or whatever, like the physical money that they actually had, whereas the loan was just like stuff that they had put in, right? So while the bank was closed for the week, which is part of, I'm sure somewhat part of Potter's plan to get rid of the building and loan, they would go over there and technically default all the loans because they'd take all the money out of it, so then they couldn't pay essentially the money that they owed. So so they probably still took the money out of the bank eventually, but this was to get them through so they wouldn't default on all the loans that they had with the building and loan people. So once they default on all the loans, then the building and loan doesn't exist anymore, basically because they don't have actually any equity. It's very complicated. It's very. I probably messed up a bunch of that, but
I was following you.
yeah,
That makes sense.
yeah. So the money that they got from there was mostly just until the bank was supposed to open, and so they're like, oh, let's just get rid of all that because we need it now, and they'll be open, or the bank is federal, so it won't open. Mom and pop shop, I guess. Yeah, it's complicated. I don't really. It's it's old time financial stuff. I don't really understand it.
Don't worry, neither does Billy, apparently.
Neither does Bill. I, more and more, I would have gotten rid of Billy. I feel like Billy causes a lot of problems.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I would have kept him on, but nowhere near the top.
Well, if it
Yeah,
wasn't for
yeah,
George, Billy would be in an asylum.
yeah. That's
That's
yeah.
true.
After his 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 building and loan goes bust in 20 years ago.
Yeah.
He ran out of fingers to put strings on, and he just couldn't keep everything straight in his head.
I never. That's like the freaking remember ball or something. Like
Yeah,
you don't remember what you forgot. You just remember you need to remember something.
pretty much.
Yeah. Obviously, there's supposed to be like, I get like the essence of it is like, oh, I tied that around, so I have to remember what was preceding it that made me tie it around, somewhat. But I feel like it's still like this, like, because even he's just like, which I don't remember which string it was. It
I don't get how he
was
could
a
go
nice
into a
little.
building, have a whole thing about the money, leave, and then not know where the money is.
I like the way you said money there. That was really fun.
Money,
Money,
money, money, money.
money. I
Well,
don't
yeah. I
know.
mean, it was just like 2 minutes. It's like, holding money, talking to Potter, going to the teller. Oh, where'd my money go?
I'm thinking,
Weird.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
I left it in the, back at the bank and loan, the building and loan. Yeah.
It's too bad it wasn't a check.
Well,
Cold hard cash.
I guess I have a question, and I'm guessing it's a time period thing, or it's something to do with like a bank-like building or loan. Why does a clock have 31 numbers on it?
You mean when the scene where they're counting down their
Yeah.
time? Well, they also have they have like Eastern Seaboard, right? Or like the clock. I don't know. I don't think it
Shoot,
had
I
30
didn't
on it.
even notice that. That's shoot. I don't
I'm
know.
like, it's
I
got to
don't know
have
the
some
answer to that.
significance either to the time period or the type of building and occupation it's being used for, or
How many
profession.
hands did it have? Was it 2 hands still?
Yeah, it was
Or
2 hands.
like there
It was
three?
normal, but going from around the whole clock, it was 1 to 31.
I I don't think that's.
My
I don't
only
know.
my only guess was it had to do with like a date, like 31 days in a month, but I I don't know.
No, bring it up.
Yeah, I've never heard of the 31 clock. Weird.
It just stood out to me.
Yeah,
Fair enough. I mean, that's a weird thing.
I got the scene up. Hold on. Hold on.
Well, I do like the line pretty much right after that of I don't want Mrs. Bailey, I want my wife. Mrs. Bailey, oh, that's my wife.
I assume it's a calendar, but that would also most months don't have 31 days, or a couple months don't have 31 days.
But
So
there's
that
nothing to
would make
indicate
sense.
what day or what number around it.
Well, yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's nothing moving to like highlight which
Yeah.
number.
30. I don't know. I think it's a 32 clock. You count the one as. Uh, yeah, 31 day. It's a movement dial.
Good
Ryder,
catch.
you have any thought on it, or you just didn't catch it, or
Yeah, I just looked at it right now. It looks like it's a second counter. It's like it's counting the seconds to a minute.
But there's more than 31 seconds in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, which means it would go around twice for a minute. I'm fine with that. It's just it looks like that's what it's designed to do based off of the limited screen time it has.
Well, it was 31. It was 31, not 30.
Oh,
Right?
there's actually a whole Reddit dedicated to this. Hold on.
Okay.
research?
I'll leave
What?
that to you.
Sorry, I didn't do it prior. I thought Crimson may have covered it with this.
No,
It's a
I didn't.
regulator. It's a regulator. It's a 1 to 31 is a calendar.
Oh, so it is calendar. Okay.
Yeah, so you
Okay.
just have to adjust it for the months that don't have. So it is a thing.
All right.
Not a
Interesting.
mistake.
Well,
Just an
no, I
oddity.
didn't see it as a mistake. I just thought it's a usage of something I just didn't understand.
Yeah.
Oddity.
Something that's not really used anymore because now we have
Yeah,
calendars.
technology that no one uses at this point. A calendar clock.
Calendar clock.
What was I going to talk about? Oh, the honeymoon.
Yeah, the house.
George.
The house.
Yeah, George wasn't too happy in the beginning, giving a tip with water on his hat. But once he saw the bedroom, he got happy. He wasn't happy looking at Mary. He was happy looking at the bedroom.
Looks
But
to his right.
really-
Ooh, a bed.
Yeah,
Ooh.
his face glowed. He's like, "Oh, okay, I see what's happening here."
Oh, I see what's happening here.
She put a robe on the bed. There's my shoes and her shoes.
She should put a robe on the bed. She remembers that perverted scene I did years ago.
That'd be nice if it was the same robe, because that had the school letters on the back, but I don't think the one on the bed said anything.
No.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll say this is the one scene in the whole movie that got my eyes teary.
Really?
This is
all right. What aspect of it?
How caring and thoughtful Mary is to George.
Oh.
Yeah, she knew what he gave up. Well, what they both gave up, but she was being super supportive. You know, she wasn't. I'm sure she did feel dour and stuff, but you know, the fact that they get to be here together, yeah, I can totally vibe with what Springs was picking up there.
It was very touching.
Yeah, I've always liked Mary for this scene, but I've never teared up on it. I don't actually. I'm trying to think if I ever teared up in this movie. If anything, it would have been the end, but I don't think I have.
Well, no, Tom was there. Remember, he got more
It's
hatred.
true, he ruined it. Fucking Potter's son.
Potter's son?
He could have been.
I don't think so. He's like a goon.
That's
No,
a
Potter
theory.
wouldn't have his son work. Wouldn't have his son have an account at the bank.
No.
Unless he's a
Yeah,
spy.
Building loan.
Could be.
That's why he took so much money to run him dry.
Like
I will take $2,000.
I'll take $2,001. Don't have it, you're bankrupt.
Oh
Tom, please be reasonable.
no!
I am
Reasonable's
reasonable.
out the door.
I want 10,000, and I'm asking for 2.
And 1. I'm asking for $2,001. Don't you have it?
I'm sure this would be a whole different scenario if every member of the mob had seen Pawn Stars.
Pawn Star.
Let me call an expert in.
Let me call an expert in.
Let me call Mr. Potter.
Let me call Mr. Potter.
He'll tell me the true value of your.
He'll
building.
give me 50 cents on every share. I wonder if they would have come out. Oh, yeah, a little parrot. Yeah, the Pawn Stars. It's a wonderful pawn.
Yeah, it's a wonderful pawn.
I guess it also shows how dire people were to get their money ASAP because they'd rather take half than wait upwards of 60 days for the full.
Oh god.
Well, they have to
I
wait
mean,
a
yeah.
week. People can't survive a week without the bank, or that
Oh, a
was
week.
the
Yeah.
idea
Okay.
Yeah,
behind
that
it.
I mean, yeah, Great
Wait till
Depression.
the
A lot of,
bank reopens.
yeah.
And I mean, that is also what happened during the Depression. People tried to scrounge up as much as they could.
This movie is accurate to the Great Depression. I felt depressed when I was watching it.
Yeah, probably because a lot of the people working on it lived through it.
Yeah, they were like, okay, yeah. Those old Dust Bowl pictures. Yeah. I think the scene where they make it through the working day is, up until the ending, probably the happiest I think I've ever seen George be.
Oh, that they're not bankrupt when 6 o'clock hits?
Yeah, like they have $2 left. That's like, I think, up until the very end of the movie, I think that's the happiest he is in the whole movie, really.
They introduced a couple new characters, Mr. and Mrs. Bill, and they're gonna be making
They're gonna
some
come back
some
in It's a
change.
Wonderful Life too, yeah.
They're gonna make a change.
Is there a sequel?
There was one in the works in 2015, but Paramount pulled the plug on it.
It was gonna be It's a More Wonderful Life, and it was
I wouldn't want to see what that would look like, anyways. A sequel in 2015, or they'd have to just recast everybody.
Well,
I don't want that.
it's not as dire as a time cut, but with a Christmas story, or Christmas Story Christmas.
Doo doo.
Yeah, but that's still a sequel, far like a good time jump kind of thing.
You got the
no.
Crimson
My big thing
Snort out
is
of
that everyone involved is like dead,
except for the
or
kid.
old.
The kids, yeah.
Yeah.
The kids.
So my problem is just everyone being recast and not feeling the same because of it. Not that it's a long gap, because there's a lot of properties with long gaps.
If you did a sequel to this, I would just do an entirely different set of characters.
Yeah, but then I guess
Like
you
an
just be remaking it
anthology.
up.
Yeah, more an anthology. You know.
I think the only connection you could do is like someone who is anointed an angel by Clarence. Just do something like that. Like, oh, I know the story of George Bailey.
Well, do you know the story of his son, George Haley?
Yeah, they
Haley's
do a
Comet.
story
What was
about
the son's name? Pete?
Zuzu
Yeah, Pete.
being a grandmother.
Yes,
Why is she the only one with a weird
Zuzu's
name?
still kicking.
Yeah, she is still alive. Yeah, I don't know about the rest of them, but Zuzu's still alive.
I think she lives in Portland, actually.
Portland, Maine.
Crazy world. Yeah, Portland, Maine.
Portland, Oregon.
Portland, Oregon. Not Seattle, Portland. Not Arkansas, Portland. Portland, Oregon. The forgotten Portland.
Portland, the faraway lands of
Yes.
Bedford Falls.
I tied it all together. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't really, because I feel like if you would do this now, it would just be the exact same story, just updated or whatever. I don't know. It like feels like it's like, okay, this is like a one and done thing where you can remake it probably, but I don't think you could ever continue it.
I
Yeah,
think
you
have
can't.
it still
I, I don't
too
think
many
I'd want to
people would be
do.
mad.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to continue the story of these characters. Like I said, I would do more of an anthology thing.
With
I
like
wouldn't want them to
angels
touch
working
this at
on
all.
people. I don't want anywhere near this.
Well, that's how the movie
Yeah.
starts too. It's the story of George being retold to angels.
Yeah.
He's a very, very big man.
At
Richest man in town.
10:45, he's going to make a big mistake.
He's gonna make a
Go,
big
Clarence. Do things.
Well, speaking on that, anything else for this act? Because I don't have anything
Uh,
else.
No.
I do not.
Other than Bert and Ernie are two stand-up guys,
And the other guy.
and the other guy, he tried to put up liver pills or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sinister, I literally just pieced that together. I just made that connection. Are Bert and Bert and Ernie named from Sesame Street after this Bert and Ernie duo?
I knew you were going to say that. I have the answer. No.
Okay.
one of the co-creators of Muppets, confirmed it is just a coincidence.
But Ernie, if Ernie ever comes out with rubber ducky or something, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I really like the rituals they do to open the house to someone new. They give them wine, bread, and
Yeah.
salt, which I think is it's very symbolic. Obviously, all those things, but I still, uh, I don't know. It feels fitting for what they do. So we get to see the fruits of their labor. Of
Mr.
how the
Martini.
good work that
Yeah,
from
Mr.
Mr. Martini,
Martini.
but we see the good work that Bailey is doing for everyone, the Baileys
Yeah.
family.
I guess we are in the next act.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I guess the last thing I have for the act is just the song that they were singing outside the window. I love you truly. They did a good job. They harmonized, not perfectly, but it sounded
Do you
all
think that
right.
was actually? Do you think that was actually them, or do you think that was somebody else and they just lip synced?
It sounded
I
like
think it was
them,
them.
but I don't know.
Definitely not recorded on set. It was
No, it
definitely.
wasn't recorded in the rain, probably.
No, there's a good section I think in the last act we'll cover that has a voiceover part that was not synced
Yep.
at all.
Yep. Yep.
Garp, garp, garp. All right,
I didn't
that
say
is
that.
the end of that act. Going on to the next. The honeymoon to the bridge.
The
Well,
bridge.
the
So like
bridge
right
before
after
Clarence
he hits his
jumps.
car.
Yeah.
Yeah, right after the car crash.
Okay.
It just helps me get to
Um.
that exact point in my
Yeah.
notes.
Yeah. I know.
Yep.
I have a
Yippity yippity
thing.
dandy.
I'm a little because Ryder brought it up of they have like the bread and the wine and the salt and everything. Definitely shows a more like personal touch, involved with kind of their involvement, especially with the community, you know.
Mhm.
And I kind of wish we got to see how. We get like the gist of how Potter kind of is insulated into the community and everything, but I kind of wish we got like a juxtaposition between like the two different kinds of, like how somebody gets a house from Potter versus how somebody gets a house from, George. I think would have been a nice added touch. It wouldn't have really expanded much because we kind of do get the sense, from just like little character dialogue and everything that like, yeah, Potter makes like slum houses or whatever that are really expensive but aren't really up to code or, standards.
Mhm.
But I would have liked like, oh, there's like a scene where like he's in his office and he's like talking to somebody, and giving them the and it's just really business formal or business centric and money based and not, there's no like emotions or anything behind it other than greed or something. Would have been nice.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
That's the only thing I really think would have added much to, and especially in this kind of act where you kind of have they really focus on the two,
They're heading
'cause
on a collision course now.
yeah, because now, I mean, they're not. Bailey isn't doing gangbusters, but he is edging into like their prospects, and I think it would have been fitting to have the two kind of differences between the two more shown.
The thing I guess I wanted out of Bailey Park is like a middle between them barely surviving the depression and then them having an entire community. It seemed like quite a large leap. They explain it away with like Sam and stuff, but the stocks. But a middle would have been nice, I think.
I agree.
They show, yeah, they show the what was it? The growth over 10 years, and when they bring the map to Potter,
Yeah,
Yeah, this is
that
15
was over
houses.
10 years, right?
Yeah, 10 years ago or something.
Okay. Yeah, there would definitely need to be a middle ground then for sure. 'Cause it is pretty expansive how quickly that grew up.
I'll go with a confusion I got hit with, which is right after the honeymoon thing. George is telling like, "Where's the baby?" and getting kids in a car, I thought that was his kids. Until we find out those are Mr. Martini's children.
Yeah, they're driving him down there personally.
Yeah.
You know?
When he goes like, "Where's the baby?" and Mary's got the baby, and it's like, "Okay, kids, into the car." I'm like, "This is all his." Whoa.
These are
Hard
hard.
Martini's
Whoa.
actually his uncle.
Mr. Martini.
And they
Martini.
got married.
No, I
and
agree.
They got busy.
Busy.
The whole family of Baileys.
There we go.
Oh,
Thank you, Redder.
oh, Bailey's
I would
Family
help.
Circus.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Martini has such a large family also helps fuel how much George has helped everybody to even not even just survive, but be quite successful as well. And Martini even gets his own bar.
That
Mr.
is-
Martini.
It's funny that Martini gets a little bit of like drink jokes. I think there's maybe two or three drink jokes about it.
Oh, about his name.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm sure they wrote it. So like, what's his name? Well, he's Italian somewhat, and he's gonna own a bar. Okay, his name is Mr. Martini. That's good.
Sir, isn't that a bit trending towards caricature?
Nah.
I think it worked. It was he's not in the movie enough to
Yeah, no.
for that to be a huge problem.
They know what they knew what they were doing. It's fine.
And let's see, this act is George yelling at the teacher.
Oh, Mrs.
Man.
Welsh.
Yeah, he did not hold
Ooh.
punches.
No, he was.
laid into her. Damn.
I thought that was gonna have a lot more repercussions than it ended up having.
Not just
You
one
gotta-
punch at a bar.
Yeah,
you
just
gotta-
one
you gotta
punch at the
punch
bar.
face.
It got to
Yeah.
the connection of the bleeding lip.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it doesn't have relevance, but
I thought like there was like that George Bailey, he's a jerk. Like we should be friendly with him or whatever.
I wouldn't surprise me if they did not show up to the Christmas party at the end.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, probably a safe bet. It is kind of funny to think about though. At the end with the bell rings, he's like, "My teacher tells me that every time a bell rings."
I wrote that down.
So
I don't
that
want
would be
to.
Mr.
That's
Welsh.
next act.
Well, we're talking about the Welshes. We'll hold it.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
fine, we'll hold it.
Because I wrote that down as well.
It's funny.
What I will bring up here, though, however, and I have a timestamp: 1 hour, 16 minutes, and 52 seconds, which is more than halfway through the movie, is where they finally say the first word of Christmas.
Christmas Eve.
Be my first time watching this. My biggest question was like, how is this a Christmas movie? Watching all the way up to this point.
Yeah, it's something with me, every time I see this, I always underestimate how long the setup is to this movie. I always picture it like the half hour being most of the movie when it's not.
It's more than half the movie before they even get to Christmas
Well,
Eve. And then
yeah,
the whole bridge part, I guess the last act is what, half hour? 25
Yeah,
minutes?
I mentioned before we started recording that I misremembered the whole structure of this movie. I thought it started at the end, and then all these like flashbacks and everything was throughout. And I didn't know that like the flashbacks and everything were like the most of the movie up until the end, and then the end is like the present basically.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's got Christmas values.
It
That's
does
true.
have that.
Yeah, it was very worth the wait once you realize what the point of the story is. It's a very it's the easy one to compare this to is Mr. Scrooge and the Three Ghosts.
Yeah.
It has a bit of that in here for sure.
Yes. There's a little bit of connection to Christmas Carol.
Just a little bit.
I will jump to Georgie meeting with Mr. Potter when he's offering to pay his salary. I thought it was funny that the chair that Georgie sits in is too small or too, or he
Short.
Well, yeah,
it
Floating
makes
for,
around.
yeah,
it makes you feel smaller when compared to Potter, which I obviously is funny and but intentional.
yeah, and the
Um,
point,
Power
yes.
move.
yeah, but I kind of like that Mr. Potter gets a pretty good accurate read of Mr. Bailey in this scene, and that they both dislike the building and loan,
For different
but
reasons.
for different reasons.
Yeah.
But I think Mr. Potter has a very accurate read on Mr. Bailey of how much he would hate it, even though he's running it because he feels obligated to. It's well, uh, best way I can describe it is just like he knows he's put all this effort into something that not something he wanted to do with his life. And I think that is done. I think it's portrayed very well in their conflict in this scene. And it's one of the reasons why Bailey gets so close to actually accepting Mr. Potter's offer.
Yeah.
Yeah. The physical touch of the handshake disgusted him. I can't believe I
I liked
almost
it.
made a deal with
Yeah,
this man.
yeah, you can feel that too, like the disgust in it
That's like
when he realizes, oh fuck, what am I doing?
made me think of the scene. I don't remember the episode, but there's a scene from King of the Hill where Hank, lifelong Republican and everything, he gets a handshake from the then sitting Republican president George W. Bush, and he gets the handshake, and it's a weak handshake, and he's just traumatized by the fact that his Republican president had a weak handshake.
Pretty funny.
That's how I was like read it like, oh, he's like, but on Mr. Potter, it's like it's slimy. Like he's obviously not he's not a physically well guy, so he's probably like there's some like the evil has corrupted him, and he's become this you know
Uh, all the demonic
disgusting
symbolism
man.
that surrounds him is hilarious.
Yeah, it's
I
it's hilarious.
I took the handshake as a slight possibility because there's another man present that would be a witness to the deal was made.
Certainly could be.
It
There
didn't
were the
turn out
Wells
that way.
papers as well.
Oh, you mean like if they decided to spread the false rumors of it?
Well, yeah, because they're
Well,
talking about it,
a
and he
nonverbal.
goes, yeah, non-verbal, like he shook his hand to make a deal of like the 24 hours, but the witness being present there with Mr. Potter could have been worded of no, he made a deal about taking the working for Mr. Potter.
Yeah, I mean, either way though, that would all. You could say that even if they didn't do the handshake, though.
I guess that's true.
Well,
yeah,
it just makes it more official.
but then it could also go to in a court case of George. It's like, did you shake Mr. Potter's hand? Truthfully, he did.
I think if they went to court though, he would lose anyways. Just it wouldn't even matter if he told the truth.
Against
Yeah,
Potter,
yeah.
And then he's like, "Look at the security cameras, sir. What's a security camera?
What's a security camera?" Fun fact:
handshakes have never been like. Well, at this point, handshakes are no longer the like business contracty stuff. So I don't know what would happen if they went to court. To be honest, though, the presumption is Potter would win just because
being a Christmas movie, I'm sure everyone in the in the stands would just stand up and be like, "Well, George helped me this one time. He helped me," and everyone's standing up talking for George.
Oh,
look at this. 6,000 letters to Santa Claus.
Mr. Potter would be like, "You'll lose your house."
Okay, I don't know why, but that for some reason sparked the scene of in an animated movie. I think it's called "My Grandmother Got Run Over by a Reindeer."
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Was that not a scene that happened?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they go to court.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they go to court and everything.
I got ran over by a reindeer.
Careful, DMCA. Careful.
My house Christmas Day. Whatever.
I think that part's okay because it's not
words. It's just melody.
Yeah.
Barely.
Hey, if we talk over it,
it's fun. It's if you're actually playing the song, Springs, not if you're singing it.
If you sing it too well.
Yeah, we did not sing it too well. I can guarantee you that. I was gonna say the fun fact that the goon guy or whatever who's always behind Mr. Potter, he's just there to keep the chair up because the guy kept falling out of the chair.
I didn't see that anywhere. That's
That's
pretty
not
funny.
true. I just made that
Oh,
up.
You
I'm like
freaking
Mr. Potter
liar!
kept falling
You
out of the chair.
liar!
The
No,
believable
I
lie
didn't.
too. Yeah.
I didn't make that up either. That was the how it should. That was the how it should have ended.
Oh,
In,
I'm like, it
in
would have
the,
been a little more
Well,
believable if
why?
you said Mr. Potter's actual actor name. That would have helped.
Joe Tyrone. I don't know.
Nice.
Some guy, Francis LeBlanc or whatever.
Something I caught, and I think it's just the distress of Uncle Billy, kind of later on when he's looking for the funds. Harry's on the phone, and George is like, or I think George passes it to Uncle Billy, and he goes, oh, here, it's Harry, and he's talking to Harry, and then he gives him a Hollywood hang-up on Christmas Eve.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
He's got a lot on his mind.
Got
He
too much
just
on his
ruined
mind.
well, I guess at this point it would still be 25-year business. No,
No, because
no,
his dad had it
probably like
before.
30-year business.
Yeah, 30 years long. Yeah.
Just thought he just killed it.
So speaking of that scene, we come
Mhm.
to the bad editing or bad editing, bad cutting. However you want to look at it. Of Billy in the Bank.
Yeah.
There's I think between 3 or 6. I don't. Like I said, I'm saying editing, but I don't think that's what it is.
There's one very clear one that I caught.
Describe
Which
what you
is
mean by
when-
editing.
Well,
editing
you
is
kept
like
when
cutting
you
the
bring up
film
cut. Yeah,
together.
when you brought up cutting, you were meaning specifically the camera cutting out stuff because of ran out of film or whatever.
Yeah, one
And
camera movement to the
trying to-
next.
And I'm trying to convey that in the sense that without saying if it's bad editing or not, it's just bad cutting.
Okay, cutting. Okay.
But
Sorry, when you said editing, I didn't know what term of editing you meant.
how
It's
many
very
are
general.
there?
Okay, so in cutting.
Well, since we don't know if
Yeah.
camera ran out of film, it is what I'm going with to assume the editors who cut it. Because we can't just say, oh, the film ran out here. That's why it's a bad cut, because we don't know that information.
Yeah.
So the safe assumption is the editors cut it, which I think is the issue with the one I'm going to bring up, which is when, Uncle Billy, yes,
Mhm.
Uncle Billy looked at Porter and was handing him was looking at the newspaper, and then there's just a hard cut of him open with the newspaper instead of him opening the newspaper, but trying to frame it in the same spot. So they just cut like a middle section for no reason, and it looked very bad.
I did catch that.
Yeah.
It would be funny.
I
if
didn't
you,
catch
if
the
you,
5 or 6 Sinistro was pointing out, but that's the one I grabbed.
There's one when it's Potter's like first in there, first enters the place or whatever, and it cuts to like Billy showing him the thing, right? Like that's one. And then there's at least 3 more after that are these. I don't know what they're cutting away. Like they're not like they're I'm trying to, because I know I'm going to get jumped on if I'm not using my words correctly.
I'm in the pounce position.
Yeah, you're in the pounce position. So
We talked
I
about
know
it.
that
I was gonna
I
say
know
we
there are
talked about it in
problems.
Wizard of Oz with the I forget the technical name for it, but like that black dot that happens in film, like on the top right,
The film.
the film bubble or
yeah.
film that thing.
Yeah.
Do you think the cuts were to remove those from the film? That's why they're so minor, but there's a many.
It's possible,
no,
but we don't know.
it's possible. The thing that's weird that the thing that's weird for me with it is that I feel like in the situations they would have had multiple takes of the scenes, and these are like 2, 3, or 4 different like camera shots and angles basically then, which seems like it would be not, and they're, I mean, contextually they're all within like that same scene. So I don't really know what happened there. If it, it could have been edited out for there was something wrong in the picture itself, but they've got like three different camera shots with these. And I mean, I granted they could, I know that like if something runs out of footage or whatever, you have to reset it, and it's not going to be the same. But they are very very different, and they're three, at least three
No, yeah,
different
I
shots.
believe there's 4 different shots. There's the
Yeah.
the one behind the teller, the one of Uncle Billy over the desk, like writing, the wide one to show the front door, and then the one from inside Potter's office when he's peeking
So
out the door.
yeah, so I do not know, and I feel like I'm gonna go on the limb to say it's bad editing, because I feel like a cameraman probably wouldn't have taken. They're not normal camera movements, because they're like very jittery, and they're not the normal style for this film in this era.
Yeah.
So I don't. It's not an option of shots. It's just like it's just
No, no,
poorly
no.
put
Yeah,
together. But I
because
don't know why it's poorly put
because of
together.
that, it gives me the impression they only had one camera to use. They didn't have, 4 separate cameras all lined up and filming at the same
Well,
time.
possibly. But this was also a pretty big. I mean, this was a pretty big budget movie. It'd be weird if they didn't have
Well, wouldn't it
coverage.
make more sense for them to just use footage of a different camera rather than using one that they had to edit and cut through for a shot?
Well, my argument is I don't understand why the shots are different, because you would have shot this ostensibly you would have shot the whole scene from the one angle. You wouldn't have. There's no reason for them to move it around really scene, because it's all there. That's why I'm confused of like why there's these different angles, and only like slightly different,
So
which is the
essentially,
weird
to you,
part.
it should have just been one wide shot of like Potter on the
Well,
left, Billy
so
in the center, Telegram.
so what do you think is that? Let's say there's a shot of Billy and Potter talking, and then there's a random cut in the middle of conversation, and the camera's like 2 degrees over to the side. So it's the same scene. It's just the camera got moved, and they
Got
spliced the
bumped.
two shots together. I believe that's what Sinister said.
Yeah. So I don't really understand what I mean. There may be something an issue with the film stock that they had to change it, but it's just odd that they had. It's weird they had coverage that was so different, I guess, in comparison to the original, and not like multiples of like the same one. I guess is what I'm saying.
I agree. I saw it as an issue, especially.
Yeah. I think there's
Uh,
another one later on that's kind of has a similar thing, but it's not as close knit as these ones are.
mm. uh, so I have a question to pose to y'all. Was Potter, Peter Porter,
Porter.
going to return the money?
No.
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 No, I don't think so.
He's the richest,
Uh,
meanest guy in the county.
There's no
The
indication
way
that
they
he.
played it off looked to me like he was.
It looked like
until
he was coming up with a
Billy
scheme.
left.
Yeah, I thought
No,
it
he
was
took
going
the
to be a
money. He's like,
scheme.
Take me out there." So it seemed like he was actually going to return the money. He's not a thief. He's just a legal thief. He takes people's money illegally. He doesn't just
So
rob them.
the point you're arguing is that he would have given the money back if it had been like some random person, but once he found out that it
looked
was,
like
yeah,
he was going to return it, and then he saw Billy be frantic and then leave. And then he's like, "All right, just take me back to my desk."
yeah. Once he found out that it was the Bailey's money, he then became more.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I don't think he had any intention to return it once he figured out that it was important to them in some way.
I don't know. It was interesting, yeah, that he looked to see who. I don't know, because granted he wouldn't technically need the money, but I'm sure like it's cash, so I don't think he'd be like, well, I'm just gonna give this, just gonna give this back to whoever.
Yeah,
I don't know. He doesn't.
yeah,
He,
because
he's on a weird. He's on a weird moral ground. Yeah.
the necessity is not really what he considers here for himself. Like he clearly doesn't need it, but I do think that once he does learn it's the Baileys, he has no intention of giving it back. I can sort of see the idea of him potentially at first considering it. Um, but I think because it could also be interpreted that he just went to the door to just see how important it was. He knew it was presumably Billy's because Billy's the one that grabbed his newspaper.
Yeah. I think he was just trying to figure out whether or not it was,
He's a greedy antagonist.
well, yeah.
And it's Christmas Eve. And he kept the money still.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
like I said,
no heart fart lessons for this one. For at least for him, he keeps
at least
the
he
money.
made it. Like long term, maybe, but yeah.
Well, the FBI actually put out a post of some sort calling this movie communist because of how they portrayed Potter in this.
Oh.
Why?
That's funny. No, that makes sense. We're getting towards the Red Scare in our history, so the FBI absolutely would have done that in the late 1940s.
Crimson, do you have a
'Cause
date
that-
on that fact? Is it of the film's release?
There was a date. I didn't write that down.
I don't write that down.
I
Even-
didn't
even-
write that down.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It could have happened when the movie got blown up and popular, or it could have happened right after in 1946, because at that point the Soviet Union was our greatest rival coming out of World War II. So
Speaking about World War, Ryder, would you like to touch on anything of the war depiction in this act?
Sure, Harry, you did a damn good job. You had a very important job. Yeah, I think he said he was escorting troops or whatever, and fighter escorts were very huge. So I presume he went to the Pacific. And I do have a fun fact. I didn't know victory against Japan was nicknamed VJ Day. I never heard that before this film.
I always thought it was some weird like double entendre or something.
Yeah, like there's V Day obviously for when we beat the villains from World War II in Europe, and I never heard VJ Day when referring to Japan, which was an interesting. I don't know. It was an interesting thing I found in this film, and I actually haven't looked up whether that was true, and that's what people said. But it wouldn't surprise me if that's true because V Day was a big thing.
V Day, yeah. V Day was a big thing. VJ Day was also a big
All I can find is from 1942, 1958. The FBI investigated over 200 movies fearing of communist propaganda. So this film would be within that window.
Speaking on the war, I like that Potter became head of the draft board.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's seemingly very fitting, isn't it?
Yeah. 1A.
But yeah, I think they did everything. I think for the brief segment of the war, I think they covered it pretty well. They covered the home front. They referenced at least the battlefront part.
And everyone that got drafted made it. Made it back.
Yeah, Bert got shot in the leg or whatever and got a silver star.
Harry came back
Marty
the
took a
hero.
bridge. Yeah.
Everyone was doing their part.
Yeah.
Sorry, when it comes to days or anything, I'm more familiar with E-Day.
Emergence Day.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
More than D-Day.
Well, I know of them.
Did I
talking
actually
about
get the
the same
reference
guy-
right? Springs?
I
Yeah,
think you did.
Emergence Day.
Okay, all right. Just making sure. I'm like, what? The locusts are coming?
We're talking about the same guy who didn't know most of the presidents on the money. So
That's true.
just
Low
to give some
blow.
context,
Hey,
That's my territory.
I'm not a history buff.
not a fan
You know,
of history.
hold on. Yeah, that's not an out. Not knowing who's on your money is not a history question.
All right, let me clarify. I'm not a U.S. history buff.
That's the same thing. You just
It
rephrased it.
clarifies.
You don't need to know your history to know who's on your money.
Are they not
Ugh.
historical figures?
He's
Yeah, but you don't
arguing
need
you
to
don't
know
need.
anything about them. You just need to know. Oh, that guy's on the bill. That's not a history fact. That's just
Is George
Aren't there names
Washington
on
a
the bills?
pop culture icon?
Yes, especially after
You do not want to ask
yes,
this question of writer.
yes, especially after the musical that's come out for I'm forgetting the name of it already.
Hamilton.
Hamilton. Yeah,
Hamilton.
he's definitely a pop culture icon now because of that.
Well, great. I know who George Washington is.
Not Bioshock
He's on the
Infinite.
$1 bill. Ha!
There you go.
I
He's
love
also on
Bioshock.
the quarter.
You didn't let me finish.
Who's both on the penny and the $5 bill?
Asking the tough question.
I'll give you a hint. He lived in a log cabin.
He was the 16th president.
You really
See, now that's a history fact.
Okay, well, let's move on.
Okay. You can't answer it?
Well, Abraham Lincoln's on the penny, but I
Oh,
don't think he's on the
there we-
$5.
Holy
he is
crap.
on the he is $1.
That's getting cut out. Anyway, moving on.
Okay.
Oh. That was worse than I ever imagined.
All right. Okay.
All right. Okay. Back to the
Yeah,
war on terror.
I don't have much on the war aspects of terror.
In terms of the background footage, because
Yeah.
they didn't really have a green screen back then, so I guess the projector they utilized, it didn't look half bad. Usually
I
when you
think,
look at films like this, it's usually really, really cheesy, and I don't think it was really, really cheesy. It was
No.
Well, you
And
could
they
you could tell with focus.
yeah. I mean, because there was a grain to them, because
Oh,
it's
yeah.
all like 16 millimeter or whatever instead of the 30, 32 or
Yeah,
35.
the people in the background were very fuzzy. The people up close looked fine.
Yeah, no, it's probably some of the best, at least from the era, some of the best like stock footage use, I think, for backgrounds and everything. Sam's like factory, like the more you look at it, the weirder it looks because he is like slightly shorter than all these women carrying the stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say the angle's a little off on that one.
The angle's a little off, but the fighting scenes, those are really good. I think those are great.
I had a very weird thing that I picked up from the
Okay.
film when sorry, I got a point I'm gonna jump to, which is when Georgie goes to help, ask Potter for help after all the horrible things happen to him in a row, and let's be honest, he's also the cause of some of them.
Yeah.
But when he goes into Potter's office, there's like a statue bust like behind him. Is that supposed to be Napoleon Bonaparte, or is that supposed to be a bust, like military bust of him?
I didn't look at that.
I don't know.
Because
It's funny to himself.
it's funny if it's himself, but I obviously there's no indication that he's served in the military because I don't think he ever could.
No.
But if it's
Well,
a
maybe
bust
World
of
War One.
there's a reason why there's a reason why I'm leaning toward wondering if it's a bust of Napoleon Bonaparte. Like it's just supposed to clue us in on the fact that he has a Napoleon complex.
The crippled man.
Could be. Well, when was that term coined?
The Napoleon complex.
Yeah.
Good question.
know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. And it's not really even a real thing because for France in that era, he was actually fairly tall. It's just in like
Oh yeah, it was what 5'6" or something.
No, I think it was like 5'4". But for French in like 18th or 19th century, he was pretty tall.
The 18th century. No, wait, 19th century's right. It was coined. The phrase was around 1956.
So this was a few years after.
Yeah.
They predicted it.
I
They
think you're right. I
predicted
think it is Napoleon.
Yeah, so it fits all the same though, whether it's like supposed to be a Napoleon complex or not, a reference to that, because it fits our business villain here.
Yeah. He's a small man who's really his only like
Well, I
his
mean,
only
he also, his chair is designed to make people feel smaller than he is. So,
well, yeah, no, I was meaning more like he is like in any other facet of life, he would be just like in the worst shape possible, but only because he's like rich and he's basically through unscrupulous means has made a fortune. That's the only way he has power. Which is kind of like the same. I mean, Napoleon was a genius tacticianally, but he
oh
was
yeah,
a peasant, and everything. And if it wasn't for war, he would be nothing basically.
yeah. Napoleon's been a fascinating study because I've been studying a lot of the Napoleonic Wars as of late. Um, for what I can understand of him as a person, from what I've managed to gather, he he didn't really have a Napoleon quote unquote complex until he became emperor.
Seems about
Everything up
right.
to that everything up to that point was I'm putting quotes reasonable.
Yeah, as reasonable as you could be in the yeah.
um,
Well, I guess I
but
just got
yeah,
to watch the Joaquin Phoenix movie to find out.
no, please
No,
don't.
no,
No, you don't.
it's not historically accurate. But
It's not histor-
I do respect Lee Scott for telling anybody who's a historian to go fuck themselves 'cause it's a movie, whatever. I
I will say
respect the
this:
man.
go watch it for the battle scenes. They are good. But
They are awesome. Yeah, it is probably visually amazing, but historically not at all accurate.
I don't think it's a good portrayal of Napoleon at all, unfortunately. But which is a shame. He's such a fascinating person. I think Waterloo does a better job of capturing a particular version of Napoleon. Anyway,
What
Yeah.
Back to the film.
Waterloo? Yes.
There's another, I guess, push for George not to leave Bedford Falls, and that's the whole military stuff. Wait, he couldn't even leave to go to war. He still got stuck here,
4F.
even as
Yeah.
not favorable going to war would be. I'm sure some part of him's like, oh, I get to experience this other
hey, I get to go to Europe finally. You know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop looking at the same people and freaking Potter's face all the time.
Fate
Mm,
wouldn't allow it.
yeah.
My ear's gone bad.
Which
That's a line from the movie. My ear went bad.
kind of plays into a little bit of a question of how relevant or shown is fate or destiny. Was it
Well, and this
well, okay, I don't
yeah,
mean
yeah,
to get
yeah.
super religious here, but with the use of angels
Mhm.
shown here, was it God's plan all along from George's birth to get to this point?
Isn't there like a song called "That's the Way God Planned
they
It" or something?
they implied that at least within the context of this is that the greatest gift that God gives people is life itself.
Yeah. Which is yeah.
So y- I don't think there's much fate or destiny playing into it. I think it's just kind of a bunch of just they do a very good job to make it not seem contrived. All the reasons that he has to stay, he ends up staying.
Yeah.
So I
It
I tend to not tie that to fate or destiny unless they start edging towards more contrived reasons. And I'm not saying that in a bad way this for once.
yeah. No,
So yeah, sorry, sister, go.
I was gonna say like yeah, because it from the nature of it, if it was like because when they kind of bring it up in the beginning, which is a long way away now of this movie, of it was almost like oh there's a lot of people wishing for this fella to get all right or whatever, and so I if it was preordained they wouldn't even need all that. They would just be they'd just be like oh well okay we're gonna send somebody down now to help him out. We know he's in trouble now or what kind of thing. And I mean they kind of do, but that's just mostly based on the wishes and everything. So I don't know if it's preordained. It's just kind of it's more about like even though he's had, technically by most accounts kind of a shitty life or, it's not about that he was destined to have a shitty life. It's like you had a worse off life so that everybody else could succeed and, you could do good things and good works for other people or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess getting into like the religious territory, you could argue the same thing of like, Jesus or something. Like he's destined to die for the sins of mankind, but it's not about, the fact of him being preordained to die. It's about all the stuff he does in between that creates the
Okay.
goodwill and everything.
I'm sure there's one of those books of like, It's a Wonderful Life and philosophy
Oh
that
God,
might
yeah, no,
ponder over this.
Some studies on it, I'm sure.
yeah. I mean,
Well, also
people
it
say
depends
the
on how
movie.
hands-on God is in
Yeah,
this movie, I guess. If we don't want to go through real life setting here,
yeah,
but through this film, God himself doesn't have much of a play that we see. The angels do, which in of itself you could say is an extension of God himself. But it's interesting enough that George remembers the everything, which could
yeah.
imply why doesn't anybody else have this scenario? I mean, the fact of the matter is a lot of people do take their lives, so
Oh
why
well,
is George special?
I think we'll get to that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was
and
gonna
you
say
could
this
argue
has a
the
different.
prayers or what did that.
Yeah, this is because I offhandedly I mentioned to Crimson because I was like, oh yeah, there's like some magic in this, because it's a Christmas movie, so it has to have some magic in it. And I was like, but at least it's religious, so there's a little bit of a leeway there of, I
Still
don't
got to
know.
be picked. But
Yeah,
Spence wants to hold on for the next act for that, it sounds.
yeah.
So
Yes.
we'll bookmark it.
I think it's odd that after all this time, George or Mary have not glued down the banister, the little knob.
It's on a list of things to do.
I thought that was a nice little detail because there's a lot of households where there's like, oh, we'll get to that project later, and later never happens. It's just like, oh, we'll get to that.
I
We'll
like,
get to
Well,
that.
well, I like
they're
that it
too busy on
happens
the family
here.
project.
It happens here, and he's angry about it. And then, Act 5, it happens, and he's real happy about it because it's just a part of his life. However, the first instance of it, when he's on the honeymoon and checks it, I kind of wish it wasn't there.
Mm,
Because it shows
I
that they
guess
spruced up the whole house for a family, but they never fix that one detail. And they don't give you a reason for it.
I mean, they have bigger fish to fry than a loose thing on the stairs. They have a lot of other things to
I think
worry
they,
about.
yeah, I mean, they like Mary seems to be doing a lot of the home repair stuff because George is busy with the building and loan thing, and he's working late every single day for that. Which I guess then like the last thing he wants to do probably is like fix something or just like I'm just gonna go to bed. And I think it's kind of I think I agree with what Crimson said that it might be in practice look like, oh, why don't you just fix it, like it's broken, like just fix it. But it has the thematic thing of like if you're a truly a happy and well off person, even the stuff that annoys you will be like, oh, I'm alive and I can experience this thing, I can experience this let down or what or whatever, this like little trial and error kind of thing. I don't know. Or it's just something you can always depend on. You can always depend on that one loose bauble or whatever. I don't know. You know.
Brinks, you got me. I agree.
Oh my
I'm like
god.
thinking, I'm like,
The
they redo the
fact
whole
that they
house and there's
fixed
one room that
everything.
I'm like thinking,
They
like,
fixed
what if there's a room
everything
that
that
the
house
light
is.
doesn't turn on? It's like, oh, he flicks the light and he's in darkness and he gets angry over it. And then he does it again. He goes, oh, I'm happy I'm in the darkness. It's like, what's the difference between that and the knob on the banister?
He still complains it's a drafty house, but that's could just be indicative of the house itself. But
But I think he
so
needs. I
I
think he needs something. He needs something broken on the house though to annoy him to instigate that.
Yeah, no. That's okay. And that's fine. Like the second time when it
it's
breaks and he looks
showing
at it,
it
he's
when
angry.
it's run down.
Yeah. If the second and third time was the only times in, I'd have no problem with it. Because then it feels like it just broke in that moment. And it's just another thing on his plate. Like now the house is like in his head, it's like it's still that weary old broken down house because he's in a negative headspace. Like that would, I think, play a lot better to his emotions rather than from the first time of the honeymoon, married 8+ years. However, I think Sinister, you talked about like his oldest son looked about 7 or 8. So all those years never fixing it, but there's no reason as to fixing it. It's not like Mary said, "Oh no, we'll keep that one thing to remember what it used to be."
Or it also could be that it's fixed and it just keeps breaking over and over again. Like that's also another thing.
But we've
Because
never
those,
seen it
I mean,
fixed.
well,
It's not like
yeah, but
George
I'm
has
just,
bad touch and it only breaks when he touches it.
yeah, but I'm saying like that kind of stuff though. If you look at it or whatever, like it's on there. They probably have glued it and it just comes undone because you have several years in between, so that the kids could be messing around with it. I'm just saying. It could be they have fixed it and it just keeps breaking over and over again. It's like that constant little thing of, I don't know.
It's a
I don't think it's
possibility, and I would lean more that way if we saw it one time where it didn't break.
I feel like twice is I don't you can either have I feel like with this it either has to be it either has to work or it has to not work. It can't have like both. I can't have it be fixed and then be fine because if it was ever fixed, it should never break. I don't want it to be fixed and then break twice and then it's a thing. I don't think
All right.
that's the answer to the
And I guess that's where we
situation.
differ because I would have appreciated it if it was
He
fixed
he
and
should
never
have
broke.
he should have done what Clark Griswold did with his newel
And
post
chainsaw it, yeah, his
and
newel
just
post. There you
chainsaw
go.
it off.
See,
Fix
but
the
that's
newel
the same.
post.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing. It's not. He does it like 2 times, and then finally breaks it or whatever. And that's kind of what he does in this. He does messes with it twice, and then in the third time he goes off on it.
No, my problem isn't that it happened 3 times. It's just that
No, I know.
they
Yeah,
showed it before the repairs. Is my thing on it.
And Ryder, are you 50-50 on the matter? Are you leaning one way or
Yeah,
another?
no, I'm 50-50. Yeah, that's something I gotta think about because I can definitely have a preference for it having it shown not being broken when the house is run down. But obviously, at that point, it's to show that the house is run down. So it's yeah, I'm 50-50 on it.
like I said, if they fixed it, I don't think it should ever break then because it wouldn't make sense. Like it being a constant thing is kind of I feel like the what it kind of falls upon. Either it shouldn't be in there if it's fixed.
So being fixed, and then he's upset with the family, apologizes, goes to it, and it breaks. To you, that would be worse.
I just think yeah, because it's like I don't yeah, it's just something where like it the constant thing of it kind of falling apart or whatever is this it makes you it's kind of like his life of it's constantly kind of there's finally like the breaking point or whatever of like his life's going back to the tedium or whatever. If it was like fixed and it stayed that way and then it just finally broke at the end, I feel like it would also be weird because if it broke and they focused on it and then it didn't come back until the end and was a thing, wouldn't feel like it had the same punch. It being either constantly broke or re-breaking feels like it has more meaning than if it just was like fixed and just came undone the night where he happened to fly off the handle or it doesn't feel like it has that same message behind it.
And that same feel then with how the film depicts it of the three breaks, could that work for anything of the house? Like my example was like a light switch that never worked.
I see. I mean, it could. I just. I don't. We don't have that. But I also feel like. I feel like a newel post is less likely to be a crux than like a light or wallpaper or another piece of furniture. The newel post is kind of like you're really not. I mean, you can touch on it or whatever, but it's not like
A
you know the.
necessity.
Yeah, exactly. Like if a light never worked, you'd be like that would be a bigger problem than if a newel post just constantly broke. I'm not. There could be a better solution. I'm not going to say there isn't, but I think for me personally, I feel like if the newel post ever was fixed, because nothing else in the house really has the same thing really of the constantly breaking it. We just have them going flying off the handle because of the newel post, basically of like the house is a wreck or whatever.
Okay.
But
If we're supposed to have a happy family, why do we have kids around?
Who?
uh,
There are some things
boy, if
George
I had
said
been,
that should not have been said.
I was surprised by Mary's lack of reaction to that statement.
yeah,
The
she
kids.
really did not let him have it
No, I think
Yeah.
her
until like the
mindset
very end.
is the kids are present.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things I liked about the scene is that Mary eventually gets him to follow her to the kitchen. Yeah, Mary took him to the kitchen, and I don't think she does a good job of trying to tell him to be honest with her. Because, to be fair, he's also just super frustrated and balled up about it. Or, yeah. So I would just.
Yeah, I feel like his reason for being upset is justified and valid. But yeah, he definitely just like falls
Yeah.
off the handle. Really.
There's definitely. He definitely crosses the line of things you're not supposed to say to kids,
Yeah.
which is why I like the scene where he's apologizing to them, even
Well,
though
yeah,
it
he just
still
like
feels
yeah,
wrong.
he just
Continue practicing.
Am I
yeah. Then he one up.
am I the only one who thought Suzu's petals would have more of a significance?
Yeah. No. I mean,
It's just
I
Clarence
also
going,
thought they would
they're
have.
not there.
Yeah, they're not there.
I don't remember my early thoughts of this film, but I haven't had that feeling where I thought it would have.
Yeah, once the change happened, I'm like, oh, that's going to be a reference. That's pretty much what I
Yeah,
thought
it was like
going
a,
to be.
a close zoom in of him pocketing it, and I'm like, oh, okay, there's something important here.
Well, it could be read just as like she's like, I want you to glue paste these flowers back on, and it's like, okay, well, you can't really do that, so I'm just gonna put them in my pocket, and you're not gonna know the difference because it still looks like a flower, and you're like 4 or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, last thing I have in my notes here for this act is I like the introduction of Mr. Welsh.
Figured you would.
Bailey? Whap!
She's giving the old-fashioned solid pink face.
Also, but I guess it really got Mrs. Welch into a fuss that Mr. Welch got so hot and bothered that he had to leave on Christmas Eve to go get a drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
was
seems like the
something
worst person in the situation. I mean,
She was
all
crying
George did
for
was yell at her.
hours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
crying for hours, so I had to come in and get a freaking drink.
presumably he helped his wife first, but
As much as he
if I'm
could.
good,
don't have it.
if I'm reading generously into it, I suppose.
You're right, but it's funnier that way.
You're right.
It's like,
It is much, your interpretation is much funnier. Therefore, I
Yeah.
will. I accept it as headcanon.
I was excited as headcanon.
What was I going to say? Yes, another fact here.
Another one.
It was not in the script for him to cry during the whole prayer scene. Those were genuine tears he had there. He
Why?
suffered from PTSD
Oh.
after the war. So for some reason in particular, that scene really got to him, and he started crying while delivering his lines.
And by
Oh,
him, you
damn.
mean George.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
George was crying.
While he's
Jimmy
drinking.
Stewart was actually crying.
Okay.
though.
You kept saying him. I'm like, gotcha.
Well, who else was crying? But sure. Yes, George.
Well,
Mary cried a
Mary
lot.
was crying in that scene where they were embracing earlier on. So
Mary's not a him, but we'll move on. Jimmy Stewart actually cried because of the PTSD of the war, which I think really helped with the scene. It felt genuine because it was.
We're talking about him crying at the bar, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
George at the
there's
bar
so many
crying.
scenes.
Yeah.
If only we could all be
With a revolver.
with a revolver in his mouth.
Not yet.
That's a different movie.
I was trying to do a clue thing, and yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
a lot of references to other movies so far, and game franchises even.
You know what? Why don't we get an Operation movie? Okay, we got a Clue movie.
We have a
I-
battleship movie. Okay, I don't.
That's true.
That is unfortunately that is true.
And it is nothing like the game.
I don't know how much farther we need to go in board game movies.
I want a
Pictionary
sorry
Man.
game. Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry I pushed you.
anyway, that's all I have for Act 4.
All right. Anyone else?
Clarence's. Can we talk about Clarence's introduction because that's part of the bridge?
You
Not him
no.
just standing there, not him just standing there
just
jumping in the
staring at him
water.
with his
Yeah,
creepy face.
yeah,
with
because
the
he
fucking
has
weird
those.
smile.
Yeah, he had those weird. He's got those really bushy eyebrows.
Yeah. I think my last note on this is probably with relation to Potter turning Georgie down, because he's the one that tells him that there's got a reporter at his house, FBI at his house,
Oh yeah, you're going to jail.
and yeah, Merry Christmas. Um,
You're going to jail, haha.
Nowhere to hide in a town this small.
I think that's it.
My last bit. Really like that the writers had Potter bring up. Why don't you ask Sam for money? Because that's what I would have asked.
Yeah.
And then he's like, he's in Europe. I can't reach him. Even though Mary reaches him later, but that's
Well,
talk about that.
Mary's more determined and less distraught. So
well, they used to fool around, so she's
They
got a
used
little
to
bit
hee
of a,
haw.
yeah, they used to hee haw,
Yeah.
hee haw.
All right,
So,
we'll go to the final
kinda
act.
like, I mean, is it as drastic as freaking I don't remember the name of the character, but in Jurassic Park 3, where somehow or another the entire Navy gets and rescues them because that one lady can call them.
Oh yeah,
oh yeah,
she called the Army and the Navy.
Yeah, Ellie called the
Ellie.
Army and Navy.
God, that was not a good movie.
Well, let's put that aside.
Yeah,
'cause
we'll put Jurassic Park 3 aside.
Yeah, let's put that aside.
But final act.
Let's put Jurassic Park and that aside, okay?
You can't look at Dominion and say that's bad, and then the third one say that's bad, because that means they're equivalent, and that's just not true.
Okay.
Anyway, Act 5, I will say, being a first timer, this was a completely different movie. Act 5 went to a different movie.
This is your Back to the Future 2.
After a bit. One thing I really liked is that George could actually interact with everything.
Yeah, he wasn't
People
being
could-
shown. He was
Yeah,
living.
he's not a ghost and people going through him or ignoring him. He could actually interact and be heard.
Yeah.
So that was very clever. But after finishing the movie, I was curious how necessary the first hour of it was.
It's set up.
I think very necessary.
It's very necessary.
It's knowing all the characters and for the payoff at the end, knowing all the hurdles George had to jump to get to the point where he wants to jump. I think it's quite necessary.
It's quite necessary, and also it's contextualized. All this is being told to Clarence in order so Clarence can best help him.
Yeah, whoever was showing Clarence stuff didn't show the first time George was potty trained or something, because that's not relevant to solving his problems.
No.
So it's all important stuff. But that does bring up a question I was going to have. You, writer Spranks, you hadn't watched it before, but you saw clips. What did you know about the plot going into it? I guess how blind, I guess, were you?
Me, pretty damn blind.
Yeah,
You didn't know it was like an alternate
Nope.
universe scenario thing?
Nope.
Interesting.
I got the alternate universe scenario when he granted the wish. And I was like, oh, okay, we're actually going to do this. I'm like, cool.
I didn't
I
know
was on
angels
board.
were involved. I didn't realize it was an over 2-hour movie until I pressed play.
Well, it was made in like 1940, which is 2 hours was like the bare minimum for any movie to be considered a movie back then.
Yeah, I was
I'm
pretty
surprised.
blind to a lot.
As far as both of you didn't know about the what if world. That's
Nope.
That's pretty synonymous with this and
yeah,
referenced
that's
in a
like-
lot of stuff.
That's
cool.
I wanna
That
live.
makes me
I wanna-
happy.
The important part of the movie is what was surprised. Yeah.
I'm glad that was a surprise then. Well, I wasn't expecting that to be a surprise.
I like it. They did a Family Guy where
I
he's like
might
running,
see.
Peter's
I
running
might have
around.
known it, but I don't think I ever did. If I did, it was because I never saw the film. I just forgot it.
You knew it, but you just didn't attach it to the actual movie that it was from, or
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible I heard of it and just because the movie had no personal importance to me, it just was a fact that was known and lost.
I mean,
Uh,
would Clarence have died? That's the real question
No.
here.
would he have died again?
Well, the real question
Okay,
is he actually in immortal form?
I mean,
I
he was
mean,
being held down and
he's
tied up with
corporeal,
handcuffs,
at
so he's definitely
least.
corporeal. At least,
Yeah, it's corporeal, but is he?
But is this world even real to begin with?
Like, what's real?
Is this all in George's
Maybe.
head through Clarence? I mean, who knows?
It did feel a bit like a Twilight Zone episode though,
Yeah.
because the
yeah, it
interactions
had that.
he just got plopped into an alternate reality.
One of the details I do like is the Angel's drawing off the Tom Sawyer book, which he referenced, I think, at the very beginning of the film. So we're getting more contextual clues, even though we already know who this is supposed to be in theory.
I completely forgot. Yeah, there was a little niche of that when George goes to Mary's house. Doesn't know why he's there, and she asks if he's like picketing fence or painting a fence or something,
Hmm.
which is reference to Tom Sawyer painting the fence.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
So one could
I
connect that Clarence's understanding of George also connects to him reading the Tom Sawyer book. Where George and Tom Sawyer, I wouldn't necessarily compare the two of connection, because Tom Sawyer was very much like using people to do stuff for him.
Yeah. It's kind of an inversion, really, because George is being used by other people
selfless.
to help him. Yeah, selfless.
I just liked Clarence's line about Mark Twain's new book, implying he's still writing books in heaven.
Yeah.
Which is funny. Yeah.
What would he have to write about in heaven, though? Really, let's be. Everything's
Christmas.
perfect. Everything works there. Yeah,
What
Christmas.
are you
Yeah,
allowed
Mark,
to write
It's
in heaven?
Christmas in
Hey,
heaven.
you never know. They could just be getting the
in
books from hell.
heaven.
There's a barter system or something.
Yeah. Are there restraints on what you can write in heaven?
No, I was just saying, like, a lot of his, writing is a commentary on how kind of, things that are wrong with society, or things, morals and things. And I feel
Oh,
like
he
in
could be
heaven,
writing. It's so bright here. Why is it so bright? It hurts my
why?
eyes.
Yeah, that's what he's writing. That's it. Why is it so bright in heaven? By Mark Twain.
Every time I try to write a page about devilish acts, my page disappears.
Yeah, like
There's
I'm
no
just saying.
shadows here.
I'm just saying,
Why is
like,
everything
yeah.
painted in white? Hurts my eyes.
I feel like the only thing you can complain about is how perfect it all is. Like, it's so perfect. I have nothing to write about.
I miss the crimes.
I miss the crimes of humanity and morals.
I miss the crimes.
Nothing happens
Times to
here.
rhymes.
I guess it really does fall into what Crimson said of, is this alternate reality real or not?
It's real
Or is it
to
made up?
George.
True.
I mean, it's real to George,
but
and it's
is
real
the
to
things that
Clarence.
happen in it real?
Oh,
Well,
you're talking about like a
that
Rick and
gets the
Morty
multiverse.
timeline thing.
Because
Yeah,
well,
that gets the more multiverse
kind of
stuff.
get it to
Yeah.
like Nick when he throws him out of the bar, and then he's like just chiming on his register, and he goes, "I'm giving out wings." Is he actually giving out wings? Because the
I
bell's
mean,
going
yeah.
off,
That is something.
or is it fake?
But it was different. I wrote. So were there no angels before the bell was made? What happened to angels?
Well, I'm trying to think. Could it be really a problem? Like, if George knows because he kept all the memories of Clarence and everything, and a bell rings, could he literally just shake like just ring something constantly? He's like, I'm giving out millions of rings, and then it's a
so
problem.
This brings up earlier what you were mentioning about destiny, and is everything kind of ordained to happen or anything. So technically, if you're ringing a bell, like humanly ringing a bell, like you're technically doing it into the time that an angel is getting their wings. So an angel definitively gets their wings, and you're ordained to ring the bell, essentially.
Oh. So the
So
angel gets wings, forcing you to do the bell action.
I guess.
It's not the other way around. You don't ring thus an angel gets its wings. It gets its wings, and then somebody on Earth rang a bell.
Yeah.
Oh, it's beforehand. Oh, okay.
Well, because
I thought
look
the
at
bell
like how
rains, the
Clarence.
angel got its wings, not the other way around. Like as soon as it
Well, because
gets
then
its wings,
everybody
the
would
bell
just
comes
have
off.
wings. Yeah. That would. But then
Well,
because Clarence hasn't had them for 200 years. I don't know.
I mean, you'd run out of people to turn into angels.
Yeah.
It's
There's only
true.
so many people that have lived on Earth, and only so many of them are making it to heaven.
And we know
Yeah.
from Clarence's remarks that angels are people who lived. Because he
Yeah.
talks about
Yeah, because he lived
his
200
life.
years ago. Yeah.
Trying to think, what if
So-
George just went like, "Oh, I can help the angels," and just spreads the word of like ringing bells, and everyone in town is ringing bells.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
think that would be a problem. I think God would come down and be like, George
All right,
Bailey,
you gotta
you
stop.
must never exist. You must
None of
never
these
exist
guardian
now."
angels are learning lessons of how to claim their
No.
wings. They're just giving them away.
I feel like Clarence is a weird case though, because in the beginning they kind of, at least one of the these heavenly bodies or whatever is like, oh, he's got the brain of a rabbit, but he has the faith of a child, or whatever thing. And so he's not good because he's been like a second class angel for at least 200 years roughly, maybe more.
Yeah.
But he seems so good in the situation. So is it the situation is just really simple and easy, so even he couldn't like screw it up, or is he actually good at his job?
I don't
Or they
necessarily
never
think it's.
offered him a chance.
Now
do
we're gonna get to
anything.
the hierarchy of how the angels
Yeah,
work.
I don't
Yeah.
think it was necessarily
So,
easy because he even complains that it's not when George is going
Well,
against him.
I don't. Yeah, but see, like all he had to do was just take him to a place where he didn't exist, which is also
Which was George's
we-
plan or idea.
well,
Joseph and
yeah.
Clarence didn't come up with it.
which I'm gonna say this.
which bugged
I-
somebody upstairs.
I
because the
did.
whole wind
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. Which also bugged me because that he can't unborn himself. So that's he could never be unborn. I get the point of it. I understand the message and all of that. But he still has a shitty life basically. Just because him living makes everybody else's life better, him technically, going through with the deed or whatever, that's not him being unborn. He still does all the good deeds. It's not like all of a sudden, that's like, oh my God, my life is so great. It's like, well, no, you're still poor and you still do all this other stuff. It doesn't really seem like the message really comes across.
Well, the
Okay.
message is to appreciate what you have in
Yeah.
your life.
The
No,
perspective
I get
change.
that. I get it. I just feel like,
You think it'll wear off
I-
eventually?
well, no, I'm just saying, I think it is a very weird, it's a very weird way to get to that point just because where he's at right now, he can't physically, he can't, he can't not exist on his own terms or whatever. So that's like an impossible thing. But he could technically go through with the act that he's, going to do. And then, he won't exist from that point forward. I just think it's interesting that they show him the world where he didn't exist. And it's like, look at how many good deeds you get, which is not bad, by the way. That's a good, I'm not saying the message of that is bad. I think it's interesting though that that's where they go instead of like, well, here's what would happen if you were to go away, and then Mr. Potter takes over, whatever. Because that's something that he can do something about in that moment. He can't like not exist himself.
Well, I mean, the big difference between the two is if Clarence gave the what if he did take his life, then it's stuff that most people could probably predict. Potter takes over, his family's sad, his friends are sad. That's pretty much the events. But the what if he was just removed from existence at birth, then you have a bunch of stuff you wouldn't know the answer to, which would be a lot more impactful than something you could just think up yourself.
That's fair. I don't know. It just always miffed me a little bit because I was. It seems like the weird way to go in the I don't know. I'm just being contrarian. Everybody says, "Oh, that's such a great plot point. That's such a great plot point." Well, no, okay, no, it's not a great. It doesn't make any sense for the situation. That's me joking. That's me being joking. I'm not being serious.
Noted.
Noted.
Points to go around. Who wants them? I'm giving them out for free.
I'm looking for
Popcorn
notes.
points, by the way.
Clarence has an odd body.
Oh, okay. I'll go to the voiceover thing that I thought was really bad. When George is talking to the alternate version of his mom, and the camera is over his shoulder to look at his mom, and he's talking to her, his face and mouth, his jaw and mouth movement isn't moving at all with the voiceover work.
Yeah.
That was
That's
the
a good
"Oh brother, where art
old-fashioned
thou" problem.
Yeah,
Check that
that's
out.
no problem.
Check that out, everybody.
Go check that out. With Big Mike or whatever the heck his name was.
Check that out.
Big Mac.
Big
I don't remember what his character's name was.
What movie is that?
Babyface.
Oh brother. No, not
Oh,
Babyface.
I thought you were. I thought you were.
John
No, I thought
Goodman's
the name.
character.
Big Dan
The
Teague.
Cyclops. Antique.
Big Dan Teague. I thought you were saying like, check it out. Like you were referencing something, and you were mentioning what you were referencing.
I was.
No, but you're
the over the
check it
shoulder
out.
talking. The
I
over
know.
shoulder talking where it doesn't match was also an Oh Brother that we found out.
I
Okay,
know.
we already
I know.
covered this.
I thought you were I thought you saying check it out was you referencing something, like, and so you were clarifying what you were referencing when you said
No.
Go check it out. Check that out.
It's a bit of a Christmas carol again of seeing your own blood in a cemetery, which was Harry in this instance, but in Christmas Carol it's Ebenezer himself. You could go to even Back to the Future, seeing Doc's grave and stuff like that. Or actually, not more like Doc. Sorry, not Doc's grave. More of George McFly's grave.
Sprinks is meaning family members when he says blood.
Yeah, that's why I worded it as such. Own blood.
Yeah. I think it's a very interesting thing to start from there to show the impact. Or I don't know if it started there, but because this is after the bar, right?
Yeah, the bar.
This is when they go to Bailey Park.
And it's there's a cemetery there instead. Yeah, it was one of those things where it shows him missing, like, because he in this version of reality he just wasn't born. It shows that the impact that he had from the get-go. That Harry wasn't alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Harry was not alive. For whatever reason, because I haven't seen this for years, I remembered like somehow or another they lost the war because Harry died or something, or and so it was like there was a whole bunch of Japanese people around or whatever. I don't.
Wow.
Not like that, but like
different.
they somehow like they lost the war or something. Like he was really integral to that too, or something.
Maybe Harry was definitely integral. He definitely saved lives, but
didn't win the war.
It was a team effort, surprisingly enough.
I think if I had a real and not a jokey critique on this whole bit, I don't like how long it takes for George to figure out what's going on. I feel like it would be pretty obvious pretty quickly.
I think, yeah.
I don't know. You live 35 approximate years of your life. I would imagine it would take a little bit to completely give into something like that.
The only one that
tried to brush it off as other problems.
The only one that felt really off.
Yeah, you go.
Are you a hypnotist? What do you put in my drink?
Yeah, the only one that felt off the only one that at that point that was bothering me was the Mary, the being a librarian and
like he wasn't a librarian.
Yeah, like at that point, first off, Mary looks great as a librarian. Second off, Georgie at that point, I thought it would have sunk in. So like for me at that point, it was a little too much. The fact that he was still in denial, even at that point, because I think everything else before that made sense. There was an escalation at least to a point.
I guess
I feel like two things, and then you would be like, oh, you know, like he seems like the tomb. I feel like at the tombstone is when you would be like, oh, my brother is dead and he is not dead
Yeah, the
in my
entire town
reality.
being different.
Yeah,
It's a sick joke.
a sick joke.
You don't actually see the death of him. It's just tombstone.
Well, he died.
Yeah.
He died under the ice. So
Well said by Clarence. George
Yeah.
doesn't actually see
Okay,
the
well,
event.
I-
It's
I
much
see
like
what he's saying.
dangerous
to
territory
me. It's
with
playing
that
in George's
statement.
character much of like when he's at Mary's earlier, and he goes, "I don't know how you knew I was going to be here or anything," and like he says it 5 times. Like I think it's 5 times of like can't believing it. And again here where Clarence is like giving him example after example, and he goes, some sick joke, or you put something in my drink, or like he's not just going with like trying to flatter, or I guess flatter Clarence is like, okay, I'll try to believe you, kind of thing. If I were to say, something like he keeps going against it with more and more proof, or I guess lack of proof. Clarence keeps giving proof.
You were saying something, Crimson, in response to that.
No, we'll leave it.
Okay, never mind then.
Sprinks voided it, so I will avoid it.
Okay. I don't.
I
Like I
will,
said, I don't know. Like I feel like I'm fine with like 2 maybe 3 things depending on the level of like pushback he gets from him. But there's like 5 or 6 things he doesn't realize it until like really really late,
he only accepts it after Mary screams at him because he doesn't know who she is.
Yeah.
She doesn't
and
know
he
who
punches
he
out
is.
Bert. Yeah.
Which is, you know,
Nick doesn't prove it. Mr. Gower doesn't prove it. Bert doesn't prove it. His house, Harry's
Martini doesn't
tombstone.
prove it.
Yeah,
It's a
nothing
tree.
is getting to him.
The entire town has changed.
Yeah,
It's
Pottersville.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, where's Bailey Park? Where is it?
he also brings up. I've heard stories about this. People putting spells on people, and I know how to counteract it.
It doesn't counteract
So
it at all.
he
He's
goes
not to do
through
anything.
like 3 different like explanations to himself,
Yeah.
being something in the drink, hypnotist, and then just a flat out spell. So
Does he
I
think the
feel like
counteracting of the spell is just not believing?
they don't.
They don't.
I think
Yeah,
they threw that in as just an alternative and didn't actually
Yeah.
explore that. But I don't know. I feel like there's enough there, or at least he's giving reasons why he isn't believing, and it's not
I mean,
just him running
yeah.
around town. I don't believe it. Oh my god, well, this can't be real. Okay, it could be this. I still don't think it's real. Could be this. I don't know. I
I
feel like they struck a balance to me, anyways.
I don't know. I mean,
I
I'm sure
I think I think that it's imbalanced, but not by much. I think there's just some quick. I think some the issues that I take with it are, like I said, they're pretty minor. I think he's just very slow at accepting it. Like I said, I'm fine with him throwing out his counter arguments or reasons as to why he doesn't believe it, or excuses those to why he doesn't believe it. Because that could lend towards the progression of him eventually having to be forced to reconcile with the fact that it is a real reality in this moment. Um, that being said, I think the imbalance of it for me is just by the end it just seemed like a little too much. Like his denial at some point became unreasonable, and I couldn't tell if he was going manic, which was preventing him from acknowledging reality, or if it was, uh, I suppose I guess the realization that it is real,
I
or
definitely think
the
he was getting
reflections of denial.
manic. He was losing his mind a bit.
Yeah, by the end.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm nitpicking just a
It's a hard thing to judge objectively. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can
How do you balance
understand.
how much is too much or not enough
Yeah,
in
like
this scenario?
Oh yeah, I
I
forgot the
think it's
taxi driver conversation too.
yeah. My wife left me 3 years ago, and I live in whatever or something. The kid.
Well, I left to Ernie. It sounds like he was sleeping with his wife or something. I've been to your
Yeah.
house. I've met her hundreds of times.
That's true. But by the way, one of the small details I like is the taxi driver gets the Bert's attention, the police officer.
Yeah.
as they drive off, which I think is actually a nice little detail. Like he
Yeah,
knows
that's
he's
good.
driving around crazy, pretty much.
Drive around crazy.
Um,
Oh yeah, I mean it's fine in and of itself. I was just it got I feel like it got old fairly
yeah.
quickly of just like I know listen, I know you got to see the whole town and everything. You got to see all these people and all these, things. I get it. But at a certain point I was just like, okay, there needs to be more of an acceptance here at some point of what's going on because this is getting old. Hello, movie house. Goodbye, movie house.
I'll jump to what I thought was a bit wild is when I think it's after Mary screams or like faints and
Thanks,
George is trying
thanks.
to get out of there and he punches Bert in the face and
all the
Bert,
bullets missed.
well, yeah,
No,
but
it shoots
Bert
out a letter.
takes out a revolver and fires it single-handedly in open public. Like he's not
It was
two-handed aiming, he's just firing
it
towards
was the
George's
40s.
direction.
Yeah, he doesn't get much action out there.
Could have
But
shot
I
anyone.
thought you were gonna.
He's so quick to pull his gun regardless. I mean, he pulled it out at the house when
It was different.
he
It
didn't
was a
need
different
to
time,
at that
man.
point.
It was a different time, different place.
At that point, he just needed to restrain Bailey and cuff him.
There's
He
no
didn't need
For
to
the
protocol.
drama.
pull a gun out on him.
Yeah,
Well,
they
there's no
don't really do any
protocol.
escalation with the protocol there. I think when he gets assaulted, when he gets punched in the face,
That's more understandable.
that's more
Yeah, like,
understandable. At the
okay.
house, there needs to be a little more of an escalation. Though I do like they show us the reaction to Clarence disappearing.
Yeah.
Joseph. And
Uh,
I think the edit they did of him vanishing wasn't too bad.
no, that's pretty good.
The cop didn't really move too much when they layered it over. It's the two images over.
Mm.
His arms were in a different spot, but his body was pretty close.
Yeah, I think it was
Something
fine.
something I caught that was a cool little detail was that when he's firing off his gun, just kind of indiscriminately, he shoots out one of the lights in like a neon sign lettering.
Yes, I do
Yeah.
remember that. I don't remember what the sign was for though.
Yeah,
Either a bar or a club.
Yeah.
Oh, Violet got arrested. That's how that happened.
Yeah, that was.
I know that
was,
girl. That's Violet, whatever her last name is.
Violet Bick or
Wow.
something. Or
Probably
Yeah.
everyone in Pottersville knows who that girl is too.
That's what it seems like.
Oh.
It's got to pay her rent, okay?
I'm not saying it was a bad thing. It's just pretty.
A problem I had, and this was regarding to the cemetery we covered. Why is that different? Are we to assume that Bailey Park was built on top of the cemetery?
I think it was built on top because it was brought up in the blueprints to the guy to
No,
Potter, wasn't it?
no, you can't. You can't build on
I
top of a
don't
cemetery.
Well, you can. It's just frowned upon.
Yeah. Wasn't Potter or the guy with the blueprints talking about Bailey Park before their meeting of going through the blueprints and he talked about an old cemetery used to be there?
No, it didn't used to be. It was still there.
Oh, it was still there?
Yeah, he was just pointing out that's where the old cemetery is, and
Or is it the implication that it became a cemetery because Harry
I
wasn't there to save all the volunteers and draftees from the
well,
town?
that would make sense, except that Harry died, and
Oh yeah, he
you
died
know,
when he was 6. So like
yeah,
so the idea that, but actually no, that still sticks. Was that they all still got drafted? It's just that Harry died too early in this particular timeline in order to
well,
save
I
them,
was saying,
allowed the expansion of
Well, I
that.
mean, the cemetery's there the whole time and not just later,
Okay.
because that could have changed things.
Yeah, they didn't build the
by George.
cemetery over one 9-year-old drowning.
Yeah. Well, I found it interesting and maybe an issue.
you can remove bodies from a cemetery and then build on top. You can't build on top of an existing cemetery.
So did Bailey Park, when made normally, have a cemetery in it?
Possibly. It wouldn't be too far fetched to imagine that. Cemeteries can be found within small communities all the time.
And we get a semi-wide shot of the community, and there was no graveyard in the shot, but we didn't get a full shot of the entire community. No, it'd be weird living in a house, then looking out the window and seeing a cemetery like in your yard. But it happens. I mean, look at Mustaches Man's upbringing. He had his family member buried in his backyard.
Mustaches Man?
Mustache Man. That guy's from World War II leader.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
Oh, that mustache man.
Wow. Yeah, that.
He had a grave in his backyard that he saw every morning.
Notice how that language makes that guy sound really cool and awesome, but
Yeah, that's why I
It
prefer
does.
to
Never agreed to
challenge
that.
Chancellor.
no, I said like makes him sound like whimsical. Mustache Man. Mustache Man does not sound like threatening and awful.
I only say mustache man when I've already set context. I usually refer to him as testicularly challenged Chancellor.
I call him failed artist man.
The guy who signed Indy's book.
Yeah, Mr.
There
Shuriken.
we go.
George Carlin is rolling over in his grave right now because of this injustice we're doing right here and right now. That's all I'm gonna say.
Injustice.
Yeah, this is soft
But,
language. This is
Blame it on YouTube's algorithm. I would more than happily call it like it is.
Well, it could be an algorithm more than YouTube. I don't know the Rumble rules.
I just refuse. I just won't say anything. I'm not gonna do any of this soft
No,
language stuff
we
anymore.
we wouldn't actually have to. Well, we'll talk about that after, I suppose.
Yeah, a lot of rules. We're just being careful. Okay.
And I have said now I am abstaining. I will not say the thing, and I will not say the soft language version. I refuse. I'm out.
All right.
Can't stand it.
Moving on. I'll go to my reason for the geography question to begin with is because at the party it said Harry flew from New York. I didn't know how far away that was. Because he's like, I hopped on a plane because of a phone call that happened 10 minutes ago.
If you flew over, yeah.
Yeah, no, you can.
Like I said in the beginning, the going theory is it's New York, but there's not an actual definitive answer that it is.
Okay.
It's
Because
New York
thinking of the
State,
timeline,
not New York City.
no,
Yeah.
thinking of the time of the alternate cut was not even a second. So George going in his car, hitting the tree, going to the bridge, and then Bert, the cop, coming up to him. Of that to then going home would have been maybe. I mean, we don't know how far the bridge is from his house.
We actually do have a time frame. We actually do have a time frame for that. So in the beginning, we had whichever angel was saying George Bailey is about to make a mistake at 10:45 p.m. So that's when he was about to jump, 10:45. When he goes home and the police are there, you could see the clock and it says 11:54. So it took about an hour to go from the bridge to his house.
Okay, the bridge to his house, but then double that, I guess, from the house to the bridge. So it took Harry about because George left. George left first. So it took Harry about, if Mary called Harry first, about 2 hours.
He can fly himself.
Yeah.
So I'm not too worried about that. That is something that they allowed you to do. If you can fly yourself from place to place. Back in the day, anyway. They obviously don't do that now because jets cost way too much money. But
plus airspace and all that restricted stuff, especially in New York.
Yeah,
and
back
in the
then,
snow.
yeah, back then he would have been able to fly himself back. So I'm not too worried about that.
Oh, yeah, he was a pilot and everything.
I guess they would have allowed
Yeah,
it.
he fought in World War II.
It wasn't a blizzard warning or anything, but okay.
I don't think
he would have
cared.
He even flew through the storm, is a line they said. So.
Yeah, I don't even think he didn't care that there was a blizzard.
No, he
It's
heard his
George.
brother needed help, so he flew on over.
He flew on over, they said, and he said, "Get out of here, you silly Harry."
Because a detail as well that'll point that, I guess, because of the Tom Sawyer book that's in the pile, which again, well, not again, but how to get there? I don't
Again.
know. But it says thanks for the wings, which means the bell that rings that Zuzu comments is not the bell that gave him his wings.
Unless we all agree that it happened afterwards, which was the whole shtick, right,
Then
guys?
he
Like,
wrote
I know.
that knowing in it. Well,
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 they
he knew
start
this
out
mission
as
would get him his wings. So.
yeah.
There. Oh yeah, we forgot to cover. One of the things I liked was Gower. Gower was at the bar, and he was thrown
Mhm.
out
the
because
panhandler.
he ended up. Yeah, he ended up killing the kid. That Georgie
For
saved at the
20
beginning of
years.
the film. Yeah,
He did.
nice. It was very good. Another very in your face hint that something's off with this world.
George, you're a good
Yeah.
boy.
I
Um,
enjoyed slapping you across the face.
Well, I don't know if he enjoyed it, but
No, he did not.
How
there's
did you know exactly where Crimson was gonna go with that and then before you even said it?
we're talking about Mr. Gower. There's not many scenes with Mr. Gower.
Well, yeah, but he got war bonds. He almost poisoned a kid.
He gave a jar full of money at the end.
Yeah, and he gave him
I
a suitcase. He's a wholesome man, Mr. Gower.
I think I
Great
forgot
guy.
to. Oh, I think I forgot to cover the banker from the last act.
Well, put a blanket
Um,
on him.
Not because yeah, this is kind of a minor issue that I had with the conclusion is that the banker actually makes a whole. They actually talk about this, so it's one of the few clues into the character traits of the banker that we have. As the banker just wants to be home on time for Christmas. Um, and obviously he doesn't get a chance to do that because Billy loses the money and everything else
Mhm.
happens. So the banker shows up with the FBI to more or less arrest him. But he's not home for Christmas, so I actually was kind of annoyed that he wasn't annoyed a little bit. So I wouldn't have the banker give money to Georgie in this final scene.
It's
I would
weird
have
that he's
had
giving him money too, because he's gonna be take.
yeah. It's weird. It just didn't land with me. I get the point of it. Everyone's happy, la di da. But if they wanted to get that impression, it could have been one of the FBI agents looking at the banker, and the banker could just give them a nod, and they tear up the warrant to arrest thing. And you could have one of the agents donate money if they
Well,
wanted to go the route.
did he say
But
Christmas or Christmas Eve?
I don't know.
I
Christmas, I think.
I can blanket as Christmas, but why wouldn't you want to be with your family on Christmas Eve?
Good question. I don't know.
So
I don't know. I never
the
not
same
wanted to.
the same
If he
criticism
just
still
says
applies.
Christmas, though, he could technically be talking about Christmas Day, though.
Technically, yes, but criticisms still apply because he's still here and not with his family. He wanted to get done with it over with quick. It didn't happen quickly. That was the whole thing. That was the whole
Oh,
conversation.
Crimson, question for you. You
Yeah,
said when George gets home, the clock tells what time it
I
is.
knew you were gonna bring it up.
Yeah,
Yep,
that just question. What do you say? 11:54.
yep,
Okay, and if it's going in real time, are there an additional 6 minutes of the film left?
yeah. I think that there's 8 minutes.
Okay, we're okay. All
Is
right.
that what
Um,
mattered?
Well, it helps that
What are you gonna?
Christmas Day
George
is
has a
then
very
present.
specific
It
criteria.
helps.
Um,
Christmas Day is present. Crimson said something to me earlier, I think last week, that
go crazy.
really blew something out of water for me, which I think would be a great topic on the recap about the difference between Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, and or if there is a difference to begin with.
And wasn't your argument that if it's Christmas Eve, it's not a Christmas movie?
I can answer that in the recap.
Well,
Open ended. Make
I
sure to
hope
check
you,
out this recap.
I
Since
hope
I'm
you
plugging
will.
people, I'm hooking people.
I know. I hope you will, because I have something that will destroy one of your arguments
Ooh, wonderful.
Ooh,
with
we got bullet points. Write it
bullet
down.
points.
We can't afford to forget them.
Anywho, something I wanted to go into that we hinted at earlier about Mrs. Welsh. And Zuzu
Yep.
says that her teacher said, which would be Mrs. Welsh, the famous line, every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. That means Mrs. Welsh knows. So did Mrs. Welsh go through the same experience that Mr. Bailey did? Or George Bailey?
It's not the direction I thought you were going to take with that. Well, no, not necessarily, because that could just be like
just
an
be
actual thing.
just be a nursery
People,
rhyme.
yeah, I mean, it
Yeah.
could be a whole bunch of things.
But if
Doesn't
it's a
mean that
nursery
she lived it.
rhyme, okay, if it's a nursery rhyme that she was told, is this then going someone experienced what George did and then told this tale because George retains his memories as shown of Clarence to then spread that into something about angels, much like George has the possibility of spreading about ringing bells himself that we talked about.
You know, a
No,
real quick
that's
way
the
to get in a
direction
lot
I
of
thought you were
trouble.
going.
You know, a real quick way to get in a lot of trouble. Just go around telling everybody that angels are real, and I've experienced, and I've experienced a separate dimension of things. That'll get you real popular real fast.
You know what will also get you in trouble
Asylum.
apparently. You know what will also get you in trouble apparently is if you think Santa Claus is not real.
Oh,
No, it's
violent
saying it out loud
plug.
in front of kids.
You know,
That's from last week.
that's
That
a
is
hard
me
one.
from last week. Go
podcast.
check out Violent Night.
Yeah, go check that stuff out, man.
To answer your question, Sprinks, I am on that ship. That
Which one?
this had to have happened to other people.
Okay,
The
other
chip
people.
lollipop.
Well, I didn't know if you were on the ship
I
of
don't think
other
the
people or
teacher-
Mrs. Welsh.
No, I don't think the teacher did. But I think other people had to have had, because why would George Bailey be special when there's been at this
That's
point what
a good
4
point.
billion people
Well,
on Earth?
The one thing
So-
to show how special he was to get the attention of Joseph and Clarence and all to begin with was everyone in town was like praying about him to draw
Check
attention.
that George Bailey.
Well, at that
He's a
point it
good
was just
boy. A little
hit the
confused.
kids and the mom, right? Well, the town didn't
No,
know
there's a
that
couple.
yet.
No, there's a
There's
couple.
a few
Yeah,
townspeople in there.
Yeah, at the very
they
beginning.
did that little
it
passing.
wasn't a cut
Yeah, they
in
did that
two
little
different
passing.
houses.
Yeah, 2 different. It was like 3 or 4, at least. There was a smattering. Let's be real here. There was a smattering of people that were praying for George Bailey.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was everybody.
Yeah.
It was a smattering.
So I don't know if Mr. or Mrs. Welsh was someone who experienced what Georgie did, but it might have been something where they do occasionally do this, and that'll be the rumor or nursery rhyme of the bells is spread. So that's why it's just like a nursery rhyme thing that she could have said, or you could be right and she did experience it. We haven't met her though, so
And probably for good reason.
Like, why is walking under a ladder bad luck? Unless a lot of people have experienced that. Or any
Did
of
that-
those.
Yeah.
did that answer your question, Springs? Or
Partially, I guess. I mean, it's a
It's open.
element of unknown, which
Yeah.
goes with the question. So it didn't. It's a viewpoint on it, but it doesn't necessarily answer the question because there actually is no like.
there's no
There's-
definitive
yeah.
answer. Yeah.
Unless
What's
coming
your
from
take
the
on it?
director.
Then?
After watching the film, I took it as Mrs. Welch had a connection of some sort of knowing Angel because Zuzu says it came from her teacher of the
Alright.
line.
Fair enough.
Now, what her story is and everything about Mrs. Welch, that could be the canceled 2015 Wonderful Life 2.
That could
Yeah.
be the anthology when
Yeah.
they decide to finally try to make another version of this film to everyone's detriment, I suppose.
Do you guys think it would be amusing if, because we get a whole thing full of cash and stuff on the table, people keep chucking money in, and then someone just says, Sam's like, here's a $25,000 whatever cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like 2,500.
It would. No, it's 25,000.
No, they
what?
said 25,000. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Never
Big
mind.
number, and
But you're right.
it would be funny if some people just on the sides were just taking their money
Like Tom?
back from the pile.
Yeah,
It,
like,
Tom
definitely,
took
it,
it.
definitely it would definitely be comedic if they were going to go for that.
I was
But
like, why are we giving you money
I
when you're
think-
covered now?
I think if they
it would
did it
ruin
with just Tom.
ruin the feeling of the film.
it would.
Yeah.
It would ruin the moment. But
Tom the
I
asshole.
feel like Tom would do it.
Yeah. If,
For
like I said,
sure.
if they were going for comedy,
For sure.
absolutely, 100%, that's what you do.
Or
But,
they could have do someone who's about to give money and then that announcement goes back and then they put their money
Mm.
back in their coat pocket and just clap. It's like, oh, I didn't
What's
have
he
to
gonna do with that? What's he gonna do with that money?
pay
He was
the.
just going to show him his
8,000?
ID.
See though, that's okay, but legally that's a thing. He still lost the $8,000 that was
Yeah.
already invested.
That was the problem I had. Legally, the cops would still want to arrest him for fraud of some sort.
But per
nah,
ripped up the
Billy's still going to
warrant.
jail. It's fine.
Yeah, Billy's going to
It
jail.
wasn't. It wasn't Bert.
And
Yeah.
when when Georgie
You're right.
kind of snapped at Billy, I
I felt bad.
I was kind of in the middle. Part of it was satisfying, and the other part of it was like, yeah, I do feel a little bad because it's a poor old man. But I was 50-50 on it. I just
I.
think I think it's a great character moment for both of them because I think Georgie was pushed to that point
Mhm.
for it to be believable that
Stupid,
he would snap
forgetful
because
old fool.
because
Let
he
me just
doesn't really
say,
snap at people. So
yeah. Let me just say, I've known several Uncle Billies in my life that have
sorry,
worked
I'll do
worked.
better. I
Yeah.
promise.
No, no, no. I've known several Uncle Billies in my life, and yeah, they they stick around long after their uselessness has usually worn out something. But he redeemed himself. See, that's he redeemed himself in the end. He got the whole town.
He and Maria, I imagine, teamed up for the
Oh,
whole
I'm sure
shebang.
Mary did most of the heavy lifting, but
Oh, obviously, like Mary had to go over to Billy's house, pick him up, clean him up, and said, "You're gonna help me."
uh, the one thing he has going for him, at least, he's not an alcoholic.
He does drink booze, but not
Yeah, he's not.
constantly.
No, yeah, he's not. He's just kind of a fuck up.
Yeah.
I find it a little odd that everybody's pitching in money, and then Violet came in like, you know what, I'm staying.
I'm
It
staying. Here's
doesn't
your.
solve my problems as an individual.
Yeah,
We already talked about
that
it.
was a little
That's
weird.
my gift to you. I'm staying.
Oh yeah, because she's a character that didn't need to be cut out of the film, right?
You didn't need to be in the film in the first place.
Yeah.
She's
Did
the
he-
only one.
They
Did
gave
she
her
lose
more
the
screen
money?
time.
Did she lose the money he paid her already?
No, she threw it back. She
Possibly.
put it in. Yeah. No, she put
I
it
didn't
back
see her
in.
put money in there, did she?
I'm
She
pretty.
did.
I'm pretty sure I saw it.
Yeah, she
Okay,
did.
then I don't have a problem with it then. Scrap what I said.
She
She can
instantly
throw in
lost the
money
money.
and say I'm staying. My problem was her whole thing was I'm staying.
She still
I'm
has a thing for
staying.
George.
I'm staying, George. I'll be
Yeah,
your.
she doesn't realize that she
secretary.
lost horribly.
No. She actually got to the party and went, "You have kids? You're married?"
See. This is the thing. I actually this is the thing. I think one of the things that could have strengthened her place in this film is if they expressed like the deep friendship they still had because they knew each other since they were very very young. So we had that moment where like he's helping her get money to leave. I think something more in that exchange could have helped alluded to their deep friendship. They didn't really do much with it, and I think that would have helped the ascending here. But again, that's just me changing the script to justify her place here. So
We
Was
finally did it, ladies and gentlemen. We changed the script to better our our worldview of it.
was Violet in the
Slightly.
crowd at the wedding, like
I don't know.
throwing the rice and sending them away?
I didn't look for her.
Probably.
Admittedly.
I wasn't looking either.
Okay.
I would guess so, but I
Everybody
don't.
else was.
It'd be weird if she was the only one.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think Harry was there either. Hmm.
No, he was off at school or something, right?
No,
was off at
no, this is
school.
much
It was
later.
kind of weird that Potter wasn't there either. That was
Yeah,
That was
Potter.
no. I didn't have a problem with that.
No, Potter wasn't
Yeah,
there. There
I
were
know.
steps.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Ooh, shots
oh,
fired. That was great. I
mm.
love it.
you know, the actor is the same physique as Potter. Interestingly, kind of insulted the actor there.
It was aimed for
Was
Potter.
he also a cripple?
It was aimed at Potter.
Potter would have been a good person to play
Potter.
Winston Churchill. I think.
Yeah,
cool.
he's got a good build. Got a good build for it.
Good face for it as well.
Mm-hmm. He's
Got
a
that
little
trimmed
bit more
eyebrows a
hair.
little bit.
But it takes a chameleon sometimes. Looking at Gary Oldman over here.
Looking at my notes, I have one last point.
All right.
And Ryder had a little narc connection of it. Not exactly the same, but a little thing.
Narc.
Bert, at the end of the party here, has an accordion he's playing. Is that much like Dan Aykroyd playing an accordion in Christmas with the Cranks?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Thank you, Crimson.
Look,
Okay.
I
in
believe
Christmas
the
with Cranks,
pause
I
in
don't know
there.
if we talked about that being a reference to this.
No. Because an instrument
it better
in of
not be.
itself is not a reference.
Okay,
It
and
better not be because it sinks that
Uh,
film even further. Is what it does.
okay, because the reason I point this out to Ryder is because Ryder had a reaction to it of when he finished the
I
film.
did. I did. I had a reaction to this. So one of the things that happened was, as soon as the film was over, Amazon, in its infinite wisdom, decided to recommend to me Christmas with the Cranks, and I said, "Fuck no."
You're telling me you didn't rewatch it this year?
No,
Not yet.
I'm never gonna watch the film again.
I love the way he said that. No, are you crazy? No.
Look, I'd rather replay Monster Hunter.
He's got other things.
Finish any number of my Christmas stories for my fans out there, because there are a few.
I guess the last thing I think I have for mine is I'm so glad we didn't see Clarence with wings.
Me too.
That would look terrible. That would
Yeah,
have aged poorly.
I
I
would have
don't
been.
even think it would have fit either.
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess that's a good point to make. I didn't even think of that.
I don't know if it's been said yet, but Mary is a wonderful wife.
Once or twice.
Yes.
But no, I think I'm at the end of my points as well. That's all I got.
Sister, I think you're last up. Anything?
Mm, no, I'm good.
Okie dokie. We made it through It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah.
It's a
And
wonderful life. It's a wonderful life.
I guess the year as a whole.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Watching this, you're old. Sorry.
Ooh.
That's not what he meant.
Certainly a year older, but Merry
Clarence, I need
Christmas,
your help.
audience.
All right, we'll get into the ratings section, starting with thanks.
Oh boy. Let's see. I'll start with. Start with objective. Let's see. I think the acting was great. I think the camera shots were fine. There were some really good ones of tracking George in Potterville to then counteract him in town, saying Merry Christmas to everything. Both tracking kind of lined up. One was like facing him, one was a little pulled away from him, so I like that. I think the overall pacing of the film was very good, even though over half the movie, until I think it hit that Christmas mark of being a Christmas film, it still kept me engaged enough upwards, and I wasn't like bored until it got there. There's little pacing changes that I think were a little harsh, like the cheeky flirtation of the bush to then your father has a stroke. That's a bit much. And then it is eased to George losing his pretty much his sanity to wanting to commit suicide, but cutting from then to the angel giving like reasons and like kind of to me it kind of felt like a change in movie to that like magical Christmas Carol Ebenezer Scrooge feel versus the whole like just a man's life situation. Which I'm not against that being a part of the movie. I'm actually more for the end part than the first part. Uh, but let's see, costuming I think was fine for the time period. Actually, changing time period from 1919 to not 2000, 1928, and then I guess so on further past the war. Everything lined up, I think, finally. I think we covered little nicks about geography that lines up okay. Little character things that I think were fine. Uncle Billy being not all there, and then reason for like if George wasn't there, he'd be in an asylum, so it actually kept him in check for people to like look out for him because he was kind of the only other person in building alone to stay with George. Uh, I mean, I know their family to stick together, but George was still like looking out for him, I suppose, which they could have played a little more into it, but I think it was enough there. Let's see. Mary's a great character. I think my favorite character in this movie actually was Mary, just how thoughtful, kind, and considerate she is. Potter is a pretty good villain. He's very just mean, corrupt, greedy. Let's see. There's always something I'm leaving out. Lighting. I think the lighting's all pretty good. The house in shambles with the shadowing when it's first kind of introduced to make it creepy looking, and then the house again when Mary has the honeymoon and it's all in shambles and shadows, but there's lighting around her to like brighten up George, like that. And then what was it when he goes in the alternate universe and it's all like dark inside, and then they have to shine a spotlight from the taxi, and then I think that's the only sign of light, if I'm not correct. I don't think Bert has a flashlight. I don't think so. Anyway, that like the lighting usage in those, the moonlighting, which is artificial when um, George and Mary are walking home after the dance, still enough that's fine because it's not like a spotlight, like we covered in the Evil Dead, that situation. So lighting, I think, is overall good. I am in agreement with all the cuts of editing. I don't necessarily know, or none of us really know the purpose of like running out of film, or just bad cuts, or there was camera situations or bumps or situations on set to result in all those cuts throughout the film. I think just it's also very expensive for the time because of the film, so reshoots would have cost, I think, way more. Crimson didn't really go into the facts about the budgeting on that, and I don't know if it was possible for them at all, because I don't necessarily know how big this film was to begin with upon starting. Crimson, do you have any information more on that?
Um, well, the producer that came across the short story and bought the licensing financed the film, so it wasn't an entire studio; it was an individual. So probably pretty limited.
Okay, pretty small, so reshoots were probably out of the picture. Um, as always, I always forget some detail in my objective of the film, but I can't recall. Overall, I think it was fairly well done for the time of 70, or not 70, 47 of the year, and I give it an 8. Subjectively, I think the beginning half is too lengthy. I understand that it's a purpose for George's character to like tell the story of George to Clarence, so Clarence has a better understanding of George, of who he is, for the one night on Christmas Eve, to like change his whole perspective of his life and how wonderful it is. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Uh, but I think it could have been cut more to get more of that Christmas message. But then again, this came out in January and wasn't pitched as Christmas as Crimson put out. So I don't think that was the initial thought of it being a Christmas movie, even though in my scaling it is. That is from like just personally me. You can all give your own whether it is or isn't. Um, where was it going with this? However, Clarence, I don't know if he necessarily used his full potential of learning all about George or the important parts of George's life to really use it all being around George. He kind of thought it would be far easier to just get George to change, and it wasn't for him. And then his examples given wasn't exactly Clarence giving the examples. It was George running around trying to figure things out on himself, which was George's idea of not wanting to be born, then Clarence or Joseph. And it was either Joseph or it was the other guy who may or may not be God, who got the wind thing that Ryder touched about, of being not happy with the situation of the choice. But I think it's a good Christmas film. I would see it again. I don't think I would go out of my way during a marathon to watch it, like a Christmas marathon. It's better than other Christmas movies in my opinion. So I settle on a 6.5.
Okie. Uh, during your ratings, a question popped in my head, so I'll pose it. Should we have gotten an actual conclusion with Potter? We didn't really get anything.
Nah,
He just got screwed
I
over because the building alone didn't get shut down,
I don't
but we don't
think
see anything of
so.
it.
I don't think
Yeah,
that
I
either.
don't,
I don't know.
I don't think
Yeah.
so. Mostly because like he didn't go on some character changing journey or anything. He's not going to suddenly be like nice and humble and give the money back.
Yeah.
It would be really weird if he did that. So I think it's fine that we don't get a conclusion on him.
If anything, he's gonna just continue. He's because he's already sort of losing his grasp on the business kind of thing. So he's probably just gonna, lose it, but he'll probably still be financially very well off no matter what.
Okay. And one more thing, I was going through my notes during all that, and I did find something I think semi-substantial. Uh, was why there was no snow in the alternate world. Uh, It's kind of implying that George somehow changed the weather. Could it?
Oh, it's
The
not
only thing I could wrap.
snowing, but it's,
Yeah, it's
it's
not
still
snowing.
snow.
So the only thing I could think of as a solution is because Sam didn't build a plastic factory polluting the air. It didn't snow. I don't know what else would affect the weather based off of George's existence.
That's funny.
Uh, I don't know. The only thing that could have changed the weather would be Benny and the Jets or something. But
Crimson, that's actually a really good point to make. I did not catch that. I did catch that it was snowing and not snowing, which shows the change in like the dimension shift when he's on the bridge and it starts snowing behind him. But why his existence would make it not snow on the same day, same place, just alternate without him. I haven't a clue. George that's crazy to think of. Like, can a single human being change the course of weather? Like, is that big enough of a butterfly effect?
Well, it was still there was still snow on the ground though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
it
it
just
wasn't
wasn't
snowing.
Yeah, it
snowing.
just wasn't snowing. Yeah,
Did he
Yeah, but
domino effect it so large to like something he did, no matter how
but
minor, moved clouds or something?
but I think we're getting too deep into this because I don't. I feel like I'm gonna shut something down, and I don't really want to do that. But
well, no, it was snowing the whole time in the normal world,
yeah,
but the alternate world wasn't snowing,
yeah,
which it
because
should be
Clarence.
because it's mirrored from the real world's timeline.
Yeah, but he also shouldn't. He also should have his lip be okay.
Well, because he doesn't exist, but the weather should still
Oh,
exist
I see what
in
you
that
mean.
world.
We
Well, then
could
there wouldn't be snow on the
say,
ground though.
being that George wasn't there to save Harry, Harry wasn't a pilot, and that changed the winds because of his plane, and the winds are what affected the storm of the snowfall to begin with.
I will not
Except it
participate
was
in this.
snowing before he got the news about the George's problem. It's a problem. They didn't. I don't think they thought about it. They just thought it would be a good like transitional piece. Now that we're in the real
I
world,
agree.
it's snowing.
It's definitely a minor
think that's
world
well
building
done.
issue. I'll chop it up to that.
We shall have Sinister go next.
All right. Yeah, like I said, I've only seen this movie like a handful of times, and so I was pleasantly, I was interested in watching it for the podcast again. And it's a pretty solid film overall. There's only a few little nicks and boo boos here and there. For the time, it's pretty well made. I think most of the performances are done very well. Jimmy Stewart turns in class act, and Donna Reed does a good job, and even the child actors are pretty good too. Overall, it's pretty well acted. The sets are pretty good. I mean, they're just kind of stock and trade for the time period, so nothing too extravagant, but solid nonetheless. Um, Story is, I like kind of the structure of it, of seeing the flashbacks as it's kind of happening, and then you catch up to the real time, the present. I think that's a neat little trick. I remembered it differently. I remembered that it was like a start from the bridge and then you work your way backwards, kind of through all that stuff, and I always was like, oh, that's a novel way to do it. But now seeing this, I'm like, okay, that's better than just starting from where we were at and then going backwards or anything. It's like, okay. But yeah, overall liked it. There was only a couple things I didn't really, care for. I think that the whole going through the town and kind of disbelief of everything went on a little bit too long. I understand that we kind of have to catch up on all these people's lives that have been affected by him, but it just didn't feel quite quite believable that he would still be in denial, especially after like seeing his brother's grave and all that stuff. It would be I don't know. Yeah, that's a personal thing, and it's not really gonna affect my rating too much. But and the only really standout bad thing was the editing job at the bank scene. That was I have we talked about it for a couple minutes, and we didn't really find any concrete reason why that would be so bad. And personally, I can't I can't think of anything either. Um, just something happened there that it had to be done poorly in order to cover up. Maybe I don't know. It was brain teaser. So overall, just kind of keeping this brief. I enjoyed the movie. I think it's a good classic Christmas movie with some good messaging in it, good morals, and some good acting. So overall, I think I'm going to give it an 8.
Righty then. We'll move to me next. Crimson Maroon. So I'll go with my objective first. Usually when it comes to acting, I think it's, to me, usually just normal, serviceable, and then bad. It's very rare that I praise an actor for the acting jobs. But I think both Mary and George were top tier. Really stood out to me across a lot of stuff I've watched. And I think that really added to their relationship to each other and just to everybody within the film. Everyone else was also just a good actor in my normal acting level there. Uh, the editing, I agree, was a problem, specifically the bank most of all. I think they did a great job with the Elseworld, I suppose. It all seemed believable that, because sometimes with these like Elseworld stories, there's certain things that are like, okay, that's just not believable. Like if we went there and like Mary uh, killed Potter and took the business or something, that's not a believable Elseworld story based off what they set up. But where everybody was in that world was believable to me, except maybe Potter changing the name of every single store that out there, but because he can do that in the normal world, but just didn't. Uh, but all the characters were consistent in both worlds. Uh, I thought they did a good job building up the relationship between Mary and George. Clarence was, I think, a good addition. They could have been like super religious with this, but I feel like they found a good middle ground, because all you really get is look up at the sky and talk to another angel. They're not spouting verses or anything. I think they did a good job with that balance. Well, overall, very solid. Couldn't find too many issues with it. I'm giving it an 8.5 objectively. Subjectively, like I said, I've seen it about 15 times, maybe more. And it's just enjoyable. It sucks me in every time. The slow parts, as Sprinks called it, I can agree are the slowest parts, but I still even enjoy those. Keeps me engaged. Really building up George. So subjectively, it is an 8. Right.
Well, I guess that leaves me. Yeah. Well, dang it, Crimson. So I'll go with my objective first. 8.5. Um, it was yeah, the plot's pretty by the numbers. I think there's a couple pacing issues with it. Again, that ties into more. I think it being kind of a slower first half, though it doesn't necessarily make it bad. It's just I'm tying the pacing issues to the plot. Uh, and I think out of the characters are wonderful in both the Elseworld and the normal world. Obviously, it's a very in-depth character study for George, and through that we have characters like Mary who shine. I think uh, in just how kind-hearted people can be to one another. It's a very human thing that I quite enjoy in most Christmas movies. Um, I think uh, The world building is also pretty simple. They don't really do too much with it other than they time skip around and there are angels that exist here. And as Crimson said, they could have gone a deeply religious route, but I think they keep it ambiguous enough and not on the nose enough to kind of make it open to most audiences. That would tie more into subjective, I think, for me, because I'm an atheist. So I guess I'll touch on that a little bit later. Um, Overall, yeah, I think it's a very strong film. The character work is great. Which for me was how you hook me into even a bad film. If your characters are great, you're doing a good job. And everything else is good enough because there's I think most of the sequences in order to keep Georgie stuck in the town, Bedford Falls, is all well written. And like I said, my critiques of the first one, keeping him there properly, are related to it more just wanting to iron it out to be perfect. You can call it nitpicky, but because it is. Uh, but yeah, overall 8.5 objective. Subjective. Um, I think it's a. I liked the film a lot. I don't think I love it. Um, that being said, I'll touch on the atheist thing really quickly. I think as an atheist, it's hard to offend me as it is, but I don't think most atheists would be offended by this in the way that they keep it very light on the religious aspect, which I think ties into I think one of the film's strengths. Um, and I also believe that, as I said, I don't really have a nostalgic attachment to it. I don't see me binging this regularly for around Christmas, but I wouldn't be opposed as to making my family watch it, and if one of them brings it up to watch, I wouldn't turn it down. I'm at a 7.5 subjectively. I didn't love the film, but I quite liked it.
Alrighty then. Anything else before Ryder closes out?
I have one last
Well,
thing.
that was. Oh.
I do. Ryder, why did you keep calling him Georgie?
Oh, because I wrote him that way in my notes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think that someone calls him Georgie early on in the film, his brother, maybe, and I just went with it after that.
George Bailey.
Georgie
Bailey.
Ba-
All right. I was
Georgie
just curious.
Bailey. Yeah.
Georgie B.
Yeah, that's the reason why I called him that. Yeah.
Georgie Porgy.
I'm OCD, unfortunately, even with my notes. All right, yeah. Is that all, gentlemen? Shall I read us out?
Believe so.
Yep. Go for it.
All right. Well, thank you, audience, for listening, whether it be Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, Castbox, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, and Samsung, or if you're on our visual side of things, being Rumble or YouTube, when watching our PNG tubers and slideshow. Thank you for listening and watching there. Please feel free to like, comment, and subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. Here at Chief C Critics, we wish you a happy holidays, a Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year, and everything in between. As always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks. And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Well, it sounded like Ryder had a problem.
Oh,
Did it
there's a problem.
crash?
Oh, I'm like, he just paused. Did he crash at the end?
He's not talking. Maybe.
Oh
he did.
my goodness, did he crash at the end? Wow, what timing.
He got sent to an Elseworld, actually.
Anywho.
What happened if we didn't cover this film?
Toodaloo.
Bye.
Goodbye.